Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 65, Situation is bad, retreat immediately. At this moment, Ver's fully charged right leg was already itching to strike. He didn't choose to charge in recklessly but instead walked forward slowly. Standing in front of Enel, who wore a face full of contempt, Ver didn't hesitate. He unleashed his full strength. His right leg lashed out fiercely towards Enel's chest. This kick carried no restraint whatsoever. With his leg-enhancing ability and the triple damage boost, the sheer force of this attack even produced a sonic boom. Yet, standing before Ver, Enel still had an air of complete ease, calm and unbothered. Such an attack could never hit him. His mantra had not sensed any danger from this strike. Though the sheer power of the kick was indeed terrifying, perhaps even beyond what he himself could achieve with raw physical strength alone, if it couldn't land, then it was meaningless. No matter how powerful, it was all for nothing. However, his gaze toward Ver grew more satisfied. What a perfect servant of God. Strong. Not bad at all. But just as Ver's attack was about to connect with Enel, a sudden change occurred. A deep, jet black layer instantly coated Ver's right leg. That was none other than armament hockey, on the verge of advancing to the next level. And it was fully unleashed. First strike. Enel's expression changed drastically. His mantra screamed in alarm, warning him like mad. For the first time, he truly felt an overwhelming sense of danger from Ver's attack. Wait. This isn't right. Realizing the imminent threat, Enel shouted in shock. He hurriedly tried to transform into lightning to evade the strike. But how could he possibly dodge an attack so meticulously timed by Ver? Too close. Even for him, there was no escape. The kick landed squarely on Enel's chest. His expression contorted in agony. His eyes bulged, his mouth gaping open. His chest caved inwards. The dent deepened, until nearly a third of his torso had sunk in. With a thunderous boom, Enel was finally sent flying. The speed of his flight was nearly on par with his own top speed. The impact of the strike even shattered the surrounding floating clouds in an instant. Ver wasted no time, bursting forward in pursuit of Enel's trajectory. He had to press the attack while Enel was still reeling. If he gave this guy a chance to recover, the fight would become far more troublesome. At that moment, Enel crashed down beneath a massive vine. The impact had even blown a huge hole in it, causing the vine to teeter unsteadily. A searing pain radiated from Enel's chest, making his entire body convulse and twitch. His face was twisted in agony. Every breath sent stabbing pain through his lungs. Several broken ribs had punctured his lung tissue. He coughed up another mouthful of fresh blood and was just about to rise, when a shadow loomed over him once again. Second strike. Ver called out, his soul was already inches from Enel's face. Enel finally realized something was seriously wrong. This guy. He had been hiding his strength all along. I've been played. This wasn't good. Retreat. Retreat now. Enel immediately attempted to put some distance between them, intending to use long-range lightning attacks to keep Ver at bay. He had to get serious. Though he didn't know how Ver was managing to hit him, as long as he fought seriously, there was no way this guy could be his match. Time to give him a real blast. With that thought, a powerful surge of lightning erupted toward Ver at point-blank range. 200 million volt, Thunder Dragon. At such close range, the formidable Thunder Dragon engulfed Ver in an instant. There was no time to dodge. A triumphant smirk spread across Enel's face. This attack would fry him with ease. There was no way he could withstand it. This was one of his ultimate techniques. That brat was finished. But, Ver felt nothing. As he stood amidst the crackling lightning, he could feel the terrifying currents surging over the exterior of his battle suit, and he was immensely relieved he had put it on earlier. Even his movements remained completely unaffected. What? Enel's face was struck with disbelief. What the hell was going on? But before he could process it further, that incoming soul loomed ever closer. In that instant, a sharp pain surged through his chest. His heart violently spasmed. Ver's earlier kick had indeed been aimed at his heart. He was a doctor, he knew exactly where to strike. This was precisely what Ver had anticipated. And just like that, Enel lost his chance to dodge again. Another vicious kick struck his head. He was sent spiraling through the air once more. The flurry of attacks left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Rocky and Kamakiri, who had little combat experience, nearly had their jaws drop to the floor. Ver was so strong. He could actually land hits on Enel. Was it because of that black aura? Enel looked utterly powerless before him. Was this his true strength? So all the fighting before was just warm-up? If that kick had landed on Viper instead, it might have blown him apart on the spot. Nami and Chopper weren't faring much better. They were staring, wide-eyed, unable to tear their gazes away. Their astonishment was practically spilling out of them. Just moments ago, Zoro and the others hadn't even lasted a single move against this guy. Yet Ver was completely overwhelming him. No, he was straight up beating him into the ground. That guy wasn't even getting the chance to use his terrifying lightning powers. Sure, his arrogance had played a part in this, but not just anyone could pull off what Ver was doing. Only Ver could. This guy was absurdly strong. Could he really end this fight in just 3 moves, like he claimed? Enel was utterly dazed. What was happening? Why wasn't his lightning working on Ver? Was it because of that outfit? Damn it. If this continued, he really might get comboed to death. That last kick had left him slightly concussed. For a moment, his vision even doubled. A clear shoe print was now stamped onto his forehead. His signature white turban was nowhere to be seen. His flowing golden hair was now in complete disarray. Ver was practically branding him with every kick. One after another. Enel frantically zapped his own heart with lightning. His heart had been damaged, and if left unchecked, it would continue to hinder his movements. Ver closed in once again. But Enel had finished his self-repair, his speed as quick as ever. His heart now pulsed with renewed vigor. All he wanted was to put some distance between them, or else he was done for. Those damn kicks hurt like hell. This guy must have a weakness. If it's because of that outfit, then all he need to do is destroy it. There was no way he could lose. Chapter 66, Holy crap. His thoughts were correct, but now, Ver had already launched another attack. It was as if Ver had anticipated all his escape routes. He had no chance to retreat. Ver's offensive was simply too seamless. There was no way to disengage. Once again, the attack was right in front of him, and once again, he had no way to evade. Left with no choice, Enel could only envelop himself in lightning. In an instant, he transformed into his thunder god form. The golden staff in his hand was now radiating an intimidating heat. The entire weapon was scorching hot. Enel no longer considered retreating, there was no longer an opportunity to do so. He could only go head-to-head with Ver. Rage and spear, piercing strike. Enel roared. His figure flickered for a moment before he charged at Ver at full speed. The weapon in his hand exuded a terrifying aura. If this strike hit any part of Ver's body, it would be fatal. The sheer heat of the staff would instantly burn through Ver's suit. But high temperatures weren't the only danger of that weapon. It was a conductor. Through it, Enel could instantly channel his lightning into Ver's body. As long as he could breach Ver's suit, Enel would unleash his full power without reservation. At that point, no matter how strong Ver was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, he didn't have Luffy's immunity to lightning. But would Ver actually be struck? Of course not. This was all within his calculations. As Enel charged forward, Ver didn't hesitate, he immediately withdrew his previous attack. At the same time, he reached for the medical kit strapped to his waist. From within, he pulled out something that looked very strange to Enel. Ver held it up in front of his chest. It seemed like he intended to use this thing to block Enel's attack. What Ver had taken out was a round object. What is this guy trying to do? Enel couldn't help but wonder. What did he mean by this? Did he really think he could block my attack with that thing? What a joke. This thing looked so thin. Did he really think it could stop my superheated piercing strike? How foolish. Ignorant mortal. Thinking this, he put even more force into his thrust, his speed increasing yet again. He was fully intent on piercing through both that thing and Ver together. In the blink of an eye, Enel's weapon struck. It stabbed fiercely onto the thin surface. But at the moment of contact, it didn't pierce through. Instead, due to the immense force behind the thrust, the membrane behind it bulged violently. Even so, it still didn't break. This scene left Enel completely dumbfounded. What was going on? What kind of material was this? It actually withstood his piercing strike. As Enel reeled in shock, Ver moved again. At this moment, Enel was still maintaining his forward charging stance. His body was still lunging forward with full force. The ultra-thin membrane was continuously being tested under pressure. In this state, he had no way to retreat. This was exactly what Ver wanted. A state where Enel was still charging and unable to pull back. Holding on to both ends, Ver had already used observation hockey to predict the exact point of Enel's thrust. Here it comes. Ver shouted, gripping both sides tightly before swiftly throwing it over Enel's head. This guy liked to call himself a god. If he got caught in this, wouldn't he completely break down mentally? The negative emotions would surely skyrocket. As he watched the object descend towards his head, Enel froze. What was this? What was happening? Wait. I can't dodge this. As the ultra-thin material expanded, Enel suddenly recognized what it was. Wasn't this? His eyes widened, his expression filled with sheer horror. But that wasn't all. When he saw what was smeared inside it, he was completely dumbstruck. This. Oh no. Brother. This is no joke. Indeed. The medical kid had enchanted this thing. As for how the enchantment worked, that was unspeakable. Enel instantly erupted with immense physical prowess. He immediately let go of his weapon, which was nearly fully enveloped inside. He forcibly twisted his body, attempting to evade the trap. But could he escape? Every movement he made was completely exposed under Ver's observation hockey. Dodge? Where are you dodging to? Seeing that Ver had already anticipated his movements. Realizing that he had no way to avoid this. Enel was truly breaking down. Despair rapidly spread throughout his entire being. His face was filled with terror. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. I am a god. How dare you, you lowly mortal? Enel roared in desperation. Too much talk. Ver didn't care about his nonsense. He acted immediately. Enel was instantly trapped inside. As soon as he made contact with the enchanted object. At first, he froze, then suddenly went wild, grabbing his weapon and attacking frantically. Lightning poured out of him like there was no tomorrow. Inside the enclosure, it became blindingly radiant. But soon, Enel fell into despair. Neither his high temperatures, his piercing strikes, nor his lightning could break through. This situation was already terrible. But what made it worse was that the enchantment didn't dissipate under his lightning. At this point, the enchantment was driving him insane. He was a god. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Just a few seconds in, and he was already on the verge of collapse. Damn it. Damn you, mortal. How dare you treat a god like this? Bleg. Enel shouted while gagging. But Ver didn't care. He was grinning from ear to ear. Ding, congratulations host, you have gained 6,000 negative points, ding, congratulations host, you have gained 4,000 negative points, ding, gripping the only exit tightly, Ver was shocked upon hearing the system's notification. How much? 10,000? Whoa. He hadn't even finished yet, and it was already skyrocketing. Is this the power of the Thunder God? He loved it. He wasn't sure what was happening inside, but from the way Enel was puking, it was clearly unpleasant. Looking at Enel's face, which looked like he had just eaten a ton of crap, Ver couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. Let's wait a bit before hitting him again. He's too pitiful. Ver definitely wasn't just waiting for the negative points to max out before continuing. Chapter 67, Fear. Ver waited for quite a while before the system's notification sounds gradually subsided. He had originally planned to launch an attack on Enel, but when he turned his head to look, this guy already looked like a dead man. Seemed like he had passed out. And very peacefully at that. Ver made a preliminary judgment. This was likely the body's self-protection mechanism kicking in. If this continued, Enel might actually die from sheer disgust. So, to preserve his life, his body just forcefully shut down. Directly unplugged the power. Well, that worked too, saved him the trouble of having to make another move. Now he could get started on treatment immediately. Good. But he wasn't in a hurry just yet. First, he picked up a brick and gave Enel a good whack. A little anesthesia to keep him lying down. He had to check on the two little brothers who had been electrocuted first. As for how to treat Enel, Ver planned to start with a chainsaw thoracotomy. Time to test out his newly purchased chainsaw. Fear function, stimulates the patient's deepest fears. Price, 11,000 points. Review, whenever it roars, fear follows. The others, seeing the situation settle down, quickly rushed over to check on things. But just as they were halfway there, they saw Ver holding a brick and viciously slamming it down on the unconscious Enel. Bang! The sound was loud. Everyone's hearts trembled. But that wasn't all. Ver actually raised the brick again and smashed it down several more times. The repeated bang 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 sounds, combined with the full force he was putting into each strike, made everyone look at Ver with pure terror. This guy was already unconscious, why was Ver still smashing him? But after a few hits, Ver confirmed something. Hitting Enel through that half-millimeter film wasn't effective. He had to pull him out first. Watching the large bump slowly rise on Enel's forehead, Ver felt a bit apologetic. Sorry, it'll be over soon. Saying that, Ver opened the exit. And pulled Enel out. He had already confirmed earlier, this guy was truly out cold, heart rate nearly stopping. Ver, with a look of disdain, wiped off the stuff that had accidentally gotten on him, then slammed the brick into Enel's head again. Another loud bang. This time, it finally worked. Enel regained consciousness on the spot. His mind cleared up, and as he took in his surroundings, though still a bit dazed, he immediately reacted. Electric arcs flickered within him, coursing through his body. Finally, they reached his heart. He was about to shock himself back into action. But just as the current reached his heart, ready to strike, the electric arc suddenly disappeared. What was going on? Meanwhile, in the outside world, Ver was stuffing a piece of sea stone into Enel's nostril. Feeling the thunderous energy that had just surged now gradually fading, Ver nodded in satisfaction. Originally, he had wanted to shove it into Enel's mouth, but the guy was too strong. Whatever, same effect no matter where he put it. But this was pure suffering for Enel. The sudden disappearance of his electricity made his heart sink. Even now, he maintained the arrogance of a god. He believed Ver was still no match for him, only won by trickery. But now, that didn't matter. His current state was truly terrible. Enel realized this as well. And he was panicking a little. It wasn't the pain that concerned him. He had suffered countless hardships before. What he truly feared was Ver doing something weird to him. After all, anyone who used that kind of thing couldn't be normal. If that was really the case, he just wanted to die quickly. After finishing up, Ver stood up. Noticing the strange looks from the others, he was a bit confused. Why were they looking at him like that? Like he was some kind of pervert? What happened? Though puzzled, Ver still called out to Chopper. Chopper, wash off the lubricant on this guy. I'll go check on Zoro and Sanji. Saying that, Ver pulled out a large bucket of water and set it on the ground. Then he walked toward Zoro. Hearing this, Chopper hurried over and started following Ver's instructions. Robin also came over to help pour water. Chopper looked at the strange substance covering Enel and suddenly understood. Oh, so this stuff is lubricant. Meanwhile, Rocky and the others looked at Ver even more strangely. They knew exactly what that stuff was. But Ver actually called it lubricant. Did he really use this as lubricant? That was terrifying. Watching Ver walk towards Zoro, Nami and the others suddenly remembered that those two were still gravely injured. Nami and Usopp quickly ran over, their faces full of concern as they watched Ver examine them. Just moments ago, Zoro and Sanji had taken the hit to protect them. Now, they were feeling immense guilt. Because if nothing changed, those two were definitely doomed. Sanji's injuries are more severe. Zoro is in better shape. But neither are fatal. We'll take them back for treatment later. Ver grinned brightly, and as soon as he finished speaking, Nami and Usopp shuddered. Oh no, those two were really doomed. Even the unconscious duo twitched slightly, as if protesting something. Or perhaps trying to express something. That they were fine? It didn't matter. Ver would make sure they were fine. Squeeze squeeze squeeze. It's done, boss. Chopper's voice came from behind. Ver acknowledged it and soon arrived in front of Enel. Enel, sensing Ver's approach, felt his heart sink again. Just now, Chopper washing him had almost moved him to tears. That strange sensation all over his body had made him want to die. He actually found this little reindeer quite nice. But he barely had 2 seconds to be happy before Ver showed up again. That made him instantly nervous. This guy had put him through all this, what exactly did he want? Before he could figure that out, he couldn't rest easy. At this moment, only Chopper knew what Ver was about to do. His master always said, in his eyes, there were only patience. No enemies. Boss, are you going to treat him? He's really badly hurt. Chopper asked, even though he had a good guess. But Enel found the question unbelievable. Treat me? Impossible. Of course he's badly hurt, I'd know best. Step aside, I'm about to start. What? He's really going to save me? Enel was truly confused now. Beat me half to death, then save me? What was the point of all this? Even though he didn't get it, he felt a bit relieved. He could still feel intense pain throughout his body. Especially in his lungs. Every breath was agonizing. This guy must have realized he offended the god of thunder and was trying to make amends. Humphrey. Since he was so sincere, vrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr was unconscious, cold sweat had already begun pouring from his forehead and back. Chapter 68. The brave Captain Enel looked utterly devastated as he stared at Ver, who was holding a chainsaw. What the hell was this guy planning? That chainsaw looked older than he was. He should just be planning to cut some trees, right? Even if it wasn't for trees. There's no way it's for treatment, right? No worries, no worries. He said he was going to treat me, so the chainsaw definitely has nothing to do with me. Ver, holding the chainsaw, was searching for the right place to make his cut. The injuries Enel suffered were all internal. Hardly any external wounds. He knew exactly how he got injured, he did it to himself. For internal injuries, he actually had a bold idea. A very new one. Something completely unprecedented. He'd try it on this kid and see how it worked. Arc welder function, welding. Price, 20,000 points. Review. This is a welding machine that can operate in any environment. It reaches extreme temperatures that no human can withstand. Huh? Why specify humans? Ver first used a marker to draw incision lines on Enel's chest. This process alone made Enel's heart skip a beat. It wasn't until Ver lifted the chainsaw and violently sawed down along the designated line that Enel finally snapped to realization. It was really aimed at him. A searing pain instantly spread throughout his body. Fear engulfed him in an instant. And why fear? Ask yourself, who could remain calm while watching their own chest get chainsawed open, flesh and blood flying everywhere? At this moment, the scene truly resembled cutting down a tree. Except, instead of wood chips flying from the chainsaw's rotation, it was crimson blood. The atmosphere turned brutal in an instant. Anyone watching would be left dumbfounded. Even Rocky, who had been standing quite far away, still got splattered with blood. Seeing this horrifying spectacle, forget Enel, even as a bystander, she was about to wet herself. Are you sure this is treatment? Aren't you the doctor from Saw or something? Using a chainsaw for surgery. This is a bit too much. Rocky quickly fled from the area directly in front of her. She turned to look at the others, hoping to find some comfort in their expressions. But besides herself and Kamakiri, everyone else was surprisingly composed. Chopper looked completely unfazed. As the first one to fall over, his mental fortitude had been trained to extreme levels the day a 2 meters long needle got jabbed into his butt. Of course, this only applied to watching, not experiencing. Nami, Usopp, and Robin merely frowned. No major reactions. Nami and Usopp were understandable. But even Robin wasn't overly shaken. She had never witnessed something like this before. Such strong composure. Her adaptability was remarkable. Rocky was stunned. Are you all this tough? Doesn't this horrifying scene shake you at all? Wait. Does this mean they regularly endure such torture? Hiss. That's actually quite possible. I almost forgot, this guy is their ship's doctor. And they dared to have him as their doctor? Damn. What the hell is wrong with your captain? Is he out of his mind? At this moment, Rocky felt deep admiration for the captain of the Straw Hats. She just wanted to say, brave. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've gained negative points, ding. Congratulations, host, you've gained 8,000 negative points, ding. In just the time it took to open up Enel's chest, Ver had already earned over 20,000 negative points. His smile was bright, paired with the splatters of blood on his face. He successfully made everyone instinctively take another step back. So far, Enel, this great guy, had already provided Ver with 40,000 negative points. This was the first time he had ever harvested so many points from a single person. It seemed that to maximize negative points, one had to break through the target's psychological defenses. Enel's lofty and arrogant personality, paired with Ver's unique zero empathy tactics, had led to this brilliant outcome. From now on, treatments and combat strategies must be tailored to the patient's personality. This would greatly improve efficiency in gaining negative points. The people nearby finally saw Ver stop and collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Their thoughts were surprisingly unified. Ver shouldn't be doing anything else weird now. Typically, his treatments were at their scariest at the beginning. Now that the chainsaw surgery was over, it should just be a quick checkup, right? Right? Meanwhile, the patient Enel was losing his mind. This guy had chainsawed him open, fine. But he didn't even use anesthesia. Can you even imagine how that feels? Watching yourself get brutalized, but unable to move. And on top of that, not even using anesthesia. That stuff isn't expensive. If you can't afford it, I'll pay for it myself. I'll bring my own from home. By the time it was all done, he was on the verge of death from pain. At last, the horrifying chainsaw noise ceased. Was it finally over? Just as he thought all that was left was fixing his chest cavity, resetting his bones, and stitching up his wound, Ver moved again. He grabbed hold of the rib that was piercing Enel's lung and tried to pull it out directly. But he failed. Enel's fast healing had already caused the flesh to completely enclose the rib. That single attempt alone made Enel want to bash his head into a wall. In his subconscious state, he kept screaming in agony, trying to vent his pain. Apostrophe. It hurts like hell. I'm a god, damn it. Stop. Just when he finally managed to catch his breath, he switched his consciousness back to the outside world, only to see a big foot coming straight for his face. At the same time, a hand once again gripped his rib. Watching Ver adjust his stance and prepare to exert force, Enel completely lost it. Apostrophe. This is gonna hurt. Before long. Squelch. The rib was yanked out. At this moment, Enel swore that he loved Ver. He vowed that as soon as he recovered, he would fry this bastard to a crisp. And then, Ver reached into his little box and pulled out a big device. As everyone got a clear look, confusion filled their faces. What was that? The walking encyclopedia, Robin, spoke up. That's an arc welder, used to repair and fuse metal. It melts or softens iron with high heat, then uses molten metal from welding rods to join separate pieces together. After hearing her explanation, everyone understood its function. But knowing what it did didn't explain what Ver planned to do with it. Was this also for treatment? Wasn't it only meant for metal? Just as they were puzzled, a horrifying thought struck them. Ver had a certain ability. An ability that could turn anything into steel. He had already used it to protect the Going Merry. And steel could definitely be melted and fused with this device. Huh? No way. Was he really planning to do that? If this worked, what would it feel like for the victim? At that moment, they all felt a chill. Because if it did succeed, the ones to suffer most would be them. Now, all they could do was close their eyes and pray. Pray that Ver's idea wouldn't work. Chapter 69, It probably doesn't hurt. Right? Even Enel was a bit confused. What the hell is this guy planning to do with that thing? Did he used to be a welder or something? But there's no metal here for him to weld. So what's he trying to do? Just as Enel was puzzled, the rib that Ver was gripping suddenly took on an iron-like color. It was as if it had turned into steel. Crap. Enel instantly realized what was happening. This guy. He must be a devil fruit user. He can turn whatever he touches into steel. I'm so screwed. Someone, help me. I just wanna die right now. But with his body half paralyzed from getting smacked by that brick, all he could do was twitch his fingers a couple of times. Resistance? Pointless. Yeah, this was exactly Ver's plan. Turn broken bones or open wounds into steel, then use his welding skills to repair them. Before he became a veterinarian in his past life, he worked as a welder. His technique was top-notch. To be honest, his steel transformation ability had quite a few limitations. Turning inanimate objects into steel? Easy. But when it came to living beings, if they were weak, sure, no problem. But if they had armament hockey, his ability wouldn't work at all. Hockey completely nullified it. And if they were weak, turning their body into steel might even make them stronger. This power was only useful against those with absurd physical durability. Your body's tougher than diamond? Fine, I'll turn you into steel. But strong fighters all had hockey. So Ver never really considered using this ability in battle. But for medical treatment? Combined with welding? Now that was something. People knocked out by his bricks wouldn't be using hockey, right? Perfect? From now on, he wouldn't need to do any stitching. Everything could be welded. Thinking this, Ver didn't hesitate anymore. He pressed his hand against Enel's broken rib. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the shattered bone actually transformed into steel. Ah! We're done for. We're absolutely done for, Nami. Usopp screamed in terror, his voice filled with panic. Calm down. But Nami immediately cut him off before he could go any further. Maybe it doesn't hurt at all. Let's wait and see. Even she didn't sound convinced. Hearing this, the others refocused on what was happening in the center. Not hurt? Ver let out a chuckle. What a joke. The item description was crystal clear. No one could withstand its heat. If you got welded by this thing, consider yourself lucky. Ver picked up the bundle of black wires attached to the welding machine and found the starting point. There, 3 electrical wires were waiting to be connected. Nice. 3-phase power. This thing could work anywhere. Except without electricity. But wasn't there a little thunder god right here? Ver grabbed the exposed copper wires and wrapped them directly around Enel's arm. With that set up, he walked over to the welding machine and flipped the switch. Buzz, the welding machine hummed to life. Great. It had power. It was ready to go. Chopper. Now powered up, Ver called Chopper over and handed him the ground wire. Hold on to this. Wherever I turn something into steel, press this end against it. Otherwise, it won't spark. Got it? Hum. Chopper nodded seriously, his face full of concentration. Ver then picked up the welding torch, pulled out a welding rod from the pack sent by the system, and fitted it in. Next, he reached into his medical kit and pulled out a pair of dark welding goggles. He put them on himself. Then took out a smaller pair and fitted them onto Chopper. No need to cover his face, he was still wearing a hood. And Chopper's thick fur would protect him. Otherwise, that intense light could scorch their skin. Ver's movements were practiced and natural, just like an experienced site worker. Nami and the others were dumbfounded. Ver actually knew how to weld? And at such a professional level? Great, just great. Now they had to acknowledge, Ver had gained yet another skill. At this rate, one day, this guy alone would be an entire pirate crew. How was that fair? Even Robin was surprised as she observed Ver. In the world of pirates, welding was a rare skill. It was practically a trade job. After all, most pirate ships were wooden. Even the best ones just had superior craftsmanship and materials. To her, Ver now carried an extra layer of mystery. Just how many abilities did this man have hidden? With everything ready, Ver finally got to work. His movements were quick, precise, and firm. The welding rod struck the fractured rib, a blinding light burst forth. The glare made everyone squint involuntarily. Only Robin looked away. And she didn't warn the others. The dazzling flashes continued as Enel's wound softened, then melted, before fusing back together on its own. Thick smoke billowed from the repair site. Chopper even started coughing. From a distance, anyone would think they were barbecuing something over here. Before long, the broken rib was fully reattached. Ver removed his goggles and inspected the weld. Satisfied, he nodded. The joint was smooth and seamless. Unless someone looked closely, they wouldn't even notice it had been welded. It had been a while since he last welded anything, yet his skills were still top-notch. Who knew he was still this good? Just then, the steel transformation wore off. The rib gradually returned to its original ivory-white state. Chopper's eyes widened in disbelief. Big bro. It's really fixed. And you can't even see any flaws. He knocked on the rib as a test. Whoa. It's super sturdy. Just like it was never broken. This is amazing. Enel, arigato. Once again, Enel had contributed tens of thousands of negative points to Ver. The feeling of being welded? It was agony that seeped into his bones. Literally. The searing pain nearly killed him. He never imagined that getting burned could hurt this much. Maybe it was because the burn was inside his body? Either way, it was pure hell. Enel had cursed Ver's entire ancestry in his heart. His so-called divine pride had long been tossed aside. He just wanted this nightmare to end. This place was way too dangerous. He never wanted to be here again. But his wails were useless. Ver resumed welding. The flashes continued. Negative points flooded in non-stop. The entire process took about 20 minutes. At last, the thick smoke settled. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability, Thunder Control. Thunder Control, you can generate and manipulate lightning, TSK. It finally happened. All that effort wasn't for nothing. He had worked so hard, just for this. Hey, Nami. It was too bright earlier, I couldn't see. Did it hurt? Usopp asked Nami, who was standing nearby. If it's normal for an unconscious person to twitch constantly, then I guess it didn't hurt. Nami replied, her voice trembling. Chapter 70, he tripped. Chopper. Well done. To be so skilled on your first try, you've got quite the talent. Ver praised Chopper, who was staring at Enel's chest in shock. After speaking, Ver began tidying up his tools. Chopper was completely in awe of the miraculous treatment method he had just witnessed. Hearing Ver's praise, he froze for a moment. Then, bastard, even if you praise me like that, I won't be happy about it. Chopper twisted his body shyly, his face beaming with joy. Wait. It's already done? Rocky spoke up, unsure. Everything that had just happened was too shocking. Her brain momentarily stopped processing. Now that things had calmed down, she finally started to react. Not only was she amazed by Ver's swift, efficient, and ruthless treatment method, but what truly stunned her was the fact that Enel, the very being regarded as a taboo by all of Skypiea, whose name none dared to speak aloud, had been taken down just like that. He was lightning. The embodiment of lightning itself. Even if all of Skypiea's people joined forces, they might not be able to scratch him. And yet, that invincible existence had been defeated in such a short time. Defeated for real. If Enel somehow survived this, he probably wouldn't dare step foot here again. Psychological trauma is a powerful thing. If she had gone through what Enel just experienced, she might have just died from sheer pain. As soon as she spoke, the others also came to their senses. Yeah. That was way too fast and easy, wasn't it? This was Ver? A terrifying yet incredibly reliable guy. Ver was just too strong. Not only did he defeat Enel, the same Enel who had instantly taken down Zoro and Sanji, in an extremely short time, but he also gave him both physical and psychological torment along the way. So this is what happens to Ver's enemies? Absolutely terrifying. What's wrong? Are you a doctor too? No one could have handled these injuries better than me. In less than a day, this guy will be up and running again. Ver took a rotten apple from his medical kit, took a bite, and looked at Rocky with confusion. He thought she was questioning his medical skills. Joking aside, he was a professional. Now that Enel was taken care of, there was nothing left on Skypiea that could pose a threat to them. His objective was achieved. The power of lightning was now in his hands. All that was left was to wait here for a day or two until the log post fully charged, then they could set sail. Their next stop was a marine fortress. Under normal circumstances, the Going Merry would land right in the center of the fortress. Then the crew would have to go through all sorts of trouble to escape. But there wasn't really any reason to go there. There was nothing of value there to him. No strong opponents, no rare abilities. Going there would just be a waste of time. Maybe he could figure out a way to modify the Going Merry and bypass that marine fortress altogether. That would save a lot of time. Beyond the marine fortress lay Long Land, his real target. Foxy's slow fruit model, sluggishly human devil fruit. That was another broken ability. One he absolutely had to obtain. Ver had a hunch that the system would make it even more broken. Maybe it would even grant him time stop powers. Time stop. TSK. Even if it wasn't full time stop, it wouldn't be far off. It was definitely time related. And anything that even slightly involved time was bound to be overpowered. Once he got his hands on it, his power would skyrocket. Once the Going Merry was modified, there wouldn't be much else to do. He could work on mastering his control over lightning while waiting for the log pose. Meanwhile, Rocky, hearing Ver's words, instantly tensed up. She quickly waved her hands and replied, No. Your medical skills are, of course, the best in the world. I was just shocked at how fast the treatment was. She was genuinely afraid that Ver would think she was challenging him and then beat her up before treating her. If that happened, she'd rather just run headfirst into a wall and end it all. Cough. Cough cough cough. A bout of coughing came from behind the group. Everyone turned to see Gan fall slowly sitting up. He had been the first to be struck down by lightning. But since his Pegasus had absorbed a significant portion of the damage, he regained consciousness before Zoro and the others. As the former god of Skypiea, his willpower was considerable. The moment he regained awareness, he forced his trembling body to stand up. Then he started looking around for Enel. After scanning the area, his eyes finally landed on Enel's motionless body at Ver's feet. But now, he seemed to be dead? This shocked Ganfall. Enel. Dead? How? At that moment, Enel's chest rose and fell ever so slightly. He was still alive, but barely. This. Severely injured and unconscious? Ganfall realized it immediately. Enel had been defeated by someone. How long had he been unconscious? Who was capable of beating Enel? At this moment, Ganfall desperately wanted to know the answer. Enel had been too powerful. He had no idea who could possibly defeat him here. Looking at the standing figures before him, he asked in a slightly trembling voice, Was it you who defeated him? As soon as he spoke, chaos erupted around them. The sound of rushing footsteps filled the air as people arrived one after another. Most of them were Shandians who had come with Wiper. The rest were Enel's God's army. These soldiers immediately recognized Ganfall. They had once served under him. It was only under Enel's rule that they were forced to work for him. Enel's true subordinates were just his high-ranking officers, those he had brought from his homeland. And now, those officers were either dead or gravely injured. Lord Ganfall. You've returned. It's really you. Have you come to reclaim the title of God? The soldiers were ecstatic, as if they had just seen their long-lost father. Meanwhile, the Shandians were crowding around Kamakiri, who was carrying an unconscious Wiper. What happened? What's wrong with Wiper? He looks seriously injured. Who did this? Who else? It must have been Enel. Where is he? Let's finish him together. He dared to hurt Wiper? We must avenge him. The Shandians were furious. But Rocky and Kamakiri were scared out of their minds. Guys. Please, no. This isn't revenge, you're just marching to your deaths. Ver's strength. If you charge at him, in 3 seconds, not a single one of you will be left standing. This is suicide. No. No. He wasn't beaten up. He. Tripped. Yeah. I saw it too. He just fell and hit his head. The two of them quickly covered it up. They had to stop these walking time bombs before they all got wiped out. The Shandians looked at Wiper's unconscious face, which bore a deep shoe print, and fell into deep thought. He. Tripped. Where the hell did he trip to end up like this? His skull looked like it was cracked open. That was one hell of a fall. Chapter 71, thank goodness. I'm not injured. Also, Enel has been defeated. Rocky spoke up again. Hearing this, the group finally noticed Enel lying on the ground. Seeing him unconscious, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. This was the greatest obstacle to reclaiming their homeland. Now, he was finally defeated. Who was it? Was it the two of you? Did you defeat Enel? So strong. I never expected you two to be hiding such power. That's right. Looks like the position of elders belongs to you two now. Praises and exclamations of surprise erupted, all marveling at the two's strength. But the two of them were dumbfounded. Us? Defeat Enel? As much as they didn't want to admit it. They couldn't even handle a single dog. Defeat Enel? Yeah, right. On the other side, the god's army also noticed their fallen god. They were equally shocked and turned to look at Ganfall. My lord. Was it you who took care of this guy? Yes. Your strength has improved once again. Amazing, my lord. Now you can lead us once more. That's right. This is wonderful. Another round of praises left Ganfall feeling a bit awkward. Because he didn't even know who had done it. The moment Enel released his electricity, he was knocked out. He had no idea what had happened after that. It wasn't me. I am not his match, Ganfall said dejectedly. The difference in strength between him and Enel was too great. He couldn't even leave a scratch on the guy. What? It wasn't you? Then who was it? Who could have such power? That's right. You're the strongest here. If it wasn't you, then who? Ganfall also wanted to know the answer to that question. Friends, could you tell me who was responsible for this? Ganfall asked Nami and the others with a calm yet slightly pleading tone. Hearing this, everyone turned their gazes towards them. The stares made them feel a bit uneasy. But someone immediately stood up. It was him. Usopp leaped behind Ver and pushed him forward. He's the one who defeated Enel. And he did it in just 3 moves. How awesome is that? He's our ship's doctor. Usopp looked proud, as if he had done it himself. However, everyone else was stunned. They looked at Ver, who was so young, dressed in simple white coat, and wearing a pair of oversized flip-flops. Their faces showed clear surprise. This guy doesn't look special at all. Well, except for being quite handsome. At this moment, Ver had already put away his battle armor. He was back to his usual attire. Him? Defeat Enel? Really? That young? And in just 3 moves? That wasn't just a defeat. That was complete domination. Was his strength really that incredible? Everyone was completely shocked. Their faces displayed a mix of emotions. They had no doubts about the claim because even Rocky stepped forward to confirm it. Enel had truly been defeated by this young man. Ganfall looked at Ver's calm and handsome face, and his own expression filled with shock. Domination. That word kept rising in his mind. Ver's immense strength was becoming clear to him. There was nothing more to say. This young man had done him a huge favor. And not just him, he had helped all of Skypiea. Ganfall immediately stood up and, with difficulty, walked up to Ver. Ver was speechless. He had already seen this coming. This scene felt all too familiar. Come on. Not this again. This was embarrassing. Ganfall was just about to kneel on one knee when he caught sight of Ver's exasperated expression. He quickly stopped himself and decisively changed it to a bow. Young man. Thank you for everything you've done for Skypiea. Seeing this, Ver's expression finally eased up a bit. The last thing he wanted was people kneeling to him. That was seriously awkward. That's right. Ver. Big brother, with Enel defeated, we Shandians can finally return to our homeland. We are truly grateful to you. Rocky said sincerely. Alright, enough with the words. You guys. Go find all the gold in your homeland. I'll be taking it. Nami, you're in charge of this. And you. Gather some dials for me and send them to the altar. Oh, and bring those two along as well. After saying that, Ver grabbed Chopper and headed towards the ship. Robin chuckled softly and followed behind him. He still had to modify the ship. No time to waste on idle chatter. Ver's words left everyone stunned. Big sis, should we do as he says? After a long silence, someone finally spoke up. Rocky snapped out of her daze and sighed, looking in the direction Ver had disappeared. Do it. Why wouldn't we? Do you want to experience his welding? Everyone. Move out and find the gold. Rocky glared at the one who asked, then waved her hand, leading everyone off. Nami, meanwhile, was already in full treasure hunting mode. She closely followed the group, with only one thought in her mind. Gold. 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 Seeing this, Usopp, worried she might trip and fall, quickly followed after her. My lord? What about us? On the other side, the god's army soldiers looked at Ganfall. Go. Collect the dials. And bring those two to our benefactor. Spread the news to all of Skypiea. They no longer have to live in fear. Yes, sir. Very soon, the entire group scattered, leaving only the devastated Enel behind. Just wait. Just wait until I get back up. I will. I will definitely. Run away. Ver and the others walked through the forest for a long time before finally reaching the Going Merry. Should have asked Ganfall for a guide. Just as they arrived, a voice rang out. Yo-oh. Ver, where have you guys been? It's getting late. They turned to see a figure in a straw hat sitting on the ship, looking at them. Why is he here? Before long, Zoro and Sanji were brought back by Ganfall's men. Not long after, Nami and Usopp also returned, escorted by Rocky. Nami was hugging a huge sack of unknown items. Her appearance had changed dramatically. She was decked out in gold jewelry, wearing an absurd amount of golden accessories. If you didn't look closely, you might think some Buddhist deity had run away from home. She was shining like a golden statue. Ha ha ha. Ver. We hit the jackpot. Do you know how much gold there is? A whole city of it. I'm going back for more tomorrow. Nami's grin was practically splitting her face. Ver, do you know how to cook? I'm starving. Luffy didn't care about the gold. He just knew it was dinner time. Hearing this, Ver realized he was hungry too. I actually don't know how to cook. Hearing this, Luffy's face fell in disappointment. But then Ver added, but I can make someone who can cook get up right now. Luffy watched as Ver dragged Zoro and Sanji inside and immediately looked relieved. Thank goodness. I'm not injured. Chapter 72, I have a rare disease. Since it was already late last night, the news only spread the next morning. The entire Angel Island quickly learned of it. At first, when they saw the god's army arriving, they were all terrified. After all, Enel would never send his soldiers to bring good news. They were already prepared to kneel in submission, but instead, the god's army soldier loudly declared Enel's defeat. Enel is gone. His powerful voice echoed in everyone's ears. At first, the people thought they were hearing things, but when they saw the soldiers' excited expression and realized the absence of divine punishment, they understood. Enel, that wicked god, was truly history. The entire island fell silent for several minutes. Then, a single cheer shattered the stillness. We are free. That shout pulled everyone back to reality. What followed was an eruption of cheers and cries of joy. We're free. We are truly free. No one will monitor us anymore. It's real. We don't have to fear sudden divine punishment. Ha ha ha. Ha ha, wah. Almost everyone wept with joy, celebrating as if they had been reborn. But in the midst of the crowd, the angelic girl who had helped Luffy suddenly thought of something. She looked at the ecstatic soldier with urgency and asked, who defeated him? Was it that pirate crew who arrived before? Was it their captain? At that moment, all she could think of were Luffy's words before they parted. We'll rescue her. And if anyone gets in our way, I'll punch them into the sky. Luffy's smiling face kept flashing in her mind. Hearing her question, the crowd fell into silence once more. Yes, Enel was so powerful, who could have possibly done this? Was there really someone that strong on Skypiea? No, it wasn't him. The soldier's words made Konas freeze. Not Luffy? Then who? It was the doctor on their ship, a young man named Ver. Upon hearing this, everyone's first reaction was to express their gratitude. A huge crowd immediately surrounded the soldier, eager to know where Ver was. The soldier told them everything but also mentioned that Ver didn't like to be disturbed. Hearing this, the crowd reluctantly held back, though their gratitude toward him remained unwavering. Enel had done far too much harm to them. Speaking against the so-called god meant immediate execution. Now that he had been defeated by this young man named Ver, Their gratitude was immeasurable. Only Kona stood frozen in place, her face filled with disbelief. Luffy and the others had came to rescue her. But Ver's strength. It seemed like he didn't need rescuing at all. Even Enel, the strongest being on Skypiea, wasn't his match. A ship's doctor. How could he be this powerful? At that moment, Kona's perception of what a doctor could be changed completely. Oi Zoro. Sanji. Why are you two just sitting here? Let's go on an adventure together. Luffy grinned as he called out to his two beaten-down crewmates, who sat side by side in defeat. But the two of them looked utterly lifeless. Their faces clearly said, I want to die, don't talk to me. But Luffy didn't care. He stretched out his arms and grabbed them both. In the blink of an eye, they had vanished from their spot. Meanwhile, Nami had already taken Usopp out with her. There was still a huge pile of gold waiting for them. Yesterday's haul was just a tiny fraction of it. Before leaving, Usopp put up a weak protest, because Nami had made him carry too much the previous day. He was exhausted. As usual, he fell back on his classic excuse. I have a rare disease that makes me die the moment I step onto an island. Let me stay on the ship. His voice trembled weakly as he spoke. But as soon as he finished, another voice rang out. Who's sick? Ver, who had been nearby studying the mechanics of winged flight, instantly looked up. His eyes gleamed with sharp focus as he locked onto Usopp. That gaze was full of predatory intent. Usopp took one look and, forget his island sickness, even if he had dementia, it would have been cured on the spot. He immediately hoisted Nami onto his back and dashed away like the wind. As he ran, he shouted, I'm fine. Unhealed. You're an amazing doctor, Ver. Thank you. Don't run. Let Ver treat you properly. From afar, Nami's teasing voice echoed. Robin watched the scene unfold, finding it amusing. On this ship, getting sick was not something to be taken lightly. Soon, only 2 people and 1 reindeer remained on board. Robin mentioned that she wanted to explore the ancient ruins and asked Chopper to accompany her. She also invited Ver, but he declined. He still had things to do. Once they left, only Ver remained. He looked at the book in his hands, his gaze thoughtful. Winged flight is pretty cool. But I'm going with a glider instead. He had to admit, wings were just too complicated to use. He decided not to make things harder for himself. Instead, he planned to use some of the gold Nami brought back to build a golden glider. Once he installed it on the Going Merry, it would be as stable as could be. Last night, after healing Sanji and Zoro's injuries, the system rewarded him with 2 new abilities. One was Sanji's cooking skills, and the other was Zoro's alcohol tolerance. Honestly, it was an eye-opener. It seemed that if he kept absorbing abilities from the same person, he'd start getting some less practical ones. Not that it mattered, there would be plenty more chances in the future. Last night, Vert tested his newly obtained lightning abilities. And the only way to describe them was ridiculously strong. The abilities functioned just like those of the Rumble fruit. Except he couldn't turn into lightning himself. But his main goal was to gain control over electricity, anyway. Not only could he discharge lightning, but he could also imbue it into his attacks. Both his damage output and speed saw a significant boost. Most importantly, after gaining this ability, he could sense and manipulate the surrounding lightning elements with ease. Well, that might sound obvious. Every Logia-type user could control their element. But his elemental affinity was exceptionally high. And that made all the difference. If Enel's 100 million volt attack dealt 10 points of damage, then Ver's would deal 17 or even 18. That gap was no small difference. And it wasn't just about attack power. His speed, range, paralysis effect, and armor penetration were all vastly improved. For small-scale attacks, the difference might not be too noticeable, but for large-scale or high-powered single-target moves, the disparity would be immense. After his experiments last night, Ver successfully developed a devastating single-target attack. A technique that compressed a massive amount of lightning and then released it in an instant, surging forward in a straight line. Simple, precise, and unbelievably powerful. If he combined this with his triple damage boost, the destruction would be unimaginable. Chapter 73, Hello. It is worth mentioning that lightning significantly enhances observation haki. Not in terms of range, that would be practically useless. Rather, it enhances the overall quality. It allows Ver's observation haki to not only hear the sounds emitted by an opponent's body but even perceive the thoughts in their mind. Both the electrical signals from the body and brain waves can be easily detected by him. Brain waves are also a form of electricity. Ver's sensitivity to electricity has now reached a terrifying level. As he watched the arcs of lightning dance between his fingers, a desire to test his abilities surged within him. Yesterday, he had only conducted a small-scale experiment. He hadn't gone all out. Now, however, Seemed like the perfect time. With that thought, Ver began condensing lightning onto his index finger. As time passed, his fingertip grew brighter and brighter. However, Ver couldn't help but frown. It was too bright, anyone could see that he was preparing to attack. This wouldn't do. He needed to find a way to conceal the glow in the future. As he pondered this, the lightning in his fingertip was finally compressed to completion. It took about 8 seconds. By now, terrifying waves of energy radiated around Ver. Ripples appeared in the air, a sign of extreme heat. Reaching the peak of his power, Ver didn't hesitate any longer. He casually pointed toward a massive vine in the distance. After a brief silence, a beam of concentrated lightning burst forth. Its power was immense, yet its width was as thin as a finger. However, as it traveled, the beam seemed to expand. Beneath the massive vine, Enel finally opened his eyes after lying unconscious for an entire day. His injuries and the anesthetics effects had completely worn off. The moment he opened his eyes, he instinctively prepared to flee, but just as he lifted his head, a devastating lightning strike grazed past his face and struck the vine behind him. Feeling the sheer dominance and strength of that lightning, Enel was left utterly stunned. 3 seconds later, boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Enel stared in shock at the colossal vine crashing down before him. He then glanced at his slightly singed nose and the strands of burnt hair on his head, his expression slowly turning into one of disbelief. What just happened? Who unleashed such a powerful lightning strike? That vine was at least 100 meters thick. Yet, under that attack, a massive chunk of it had simply vanished. But that wasn't even the most shocking part. The most terrifying realization was, lightning had hurt him? He was the embodiment of lightning itself. Yet now, he had been harmed by lightning? Impossible. Who did this? Enel immediately activated his mantra. His eyes darted toward the direction of the attack. And there he saw, his nightmare, casually blowing on his smoking fingertip. Him? It was him. He could control lightning as well? And he was stronger than Enel himself? This was impossible. At that moment, Enel felt his mind shatter. What was Ver made of? No. I can't stay here any longer. I need to get out of here. Without hesitation, Enel transformed into lightning and vanished on the spot. He bolted toward the airship he had spent years building. All he wanted now was to take off as quickly as possible. Ver, using observation hockey, watched Enel disappear into the distance, as well as the now half-destroyed gigantic vine. He nodded in satisfaction. The power of this technique. It should be at least on the level of a vice admiral or higher. Though it consumed a lot of stamina. In a battle between evenly matched opponents, he might only be able to use it once. After all, enemies wouldn't just stand there and let him charge up. But when to use it is up to him. It could serve as a trump card, or be used as a sneak attack. Both were excellent options. As for why he was able to hurt Enel? Naturally, it was due to elemental affinity. Having completed his experiment, Ver was in a great mood. Though his lightning abilities were the biggest gain this time, there were still other rewards. For example, the 40,000 negative points in his pocket. As well as a new chainsaw and an arc welder. Beyond that, the rest weren't worth mentioning. They weren't particularly useful. 40,000 negative points might sound like a lot, but in truth, it wasn't much at all. At least, not in Ver's eyes at this moment. Because what lay ahead was an extremely difficult challenge. With him here, going to the Marine stronghold was no longer an option. The next destination, Long Ring Long Land, didn't just have Foxy with his unique ability. Kusagakure, that bastard, would also be drawn there by Robin's presence. And he was an admiral. An admiral. Ver's overall strength was at most on par with a vice admiral. Maybe slightly stronger, but not by much. Against a seasoned admiral like Kusagakure, he had no chance of winning. The best case scenario? Getting beaten to a pulp and thrown into prison. Sure, in the original story, Kusagakure didn't seem to have any malice. But he couldn't rely on the original story for everything. After all, he had taken out Crocodile. Who's to say Kusagakure wouldn't find him troublesome and decide to capture him? He could choose to avoid the encounter. Leave for a while. If he wasn't on the ship, he wouldn't meet Kusagakure. But wouldn't that be a waste? Why? Because it's an admiral. None of their abilities were weak. If, just if, he could somehow manipulate the situation and take Kusagakure down for treatment. The power he would gain from that would be beyond imagination. Yes, it was dangerous. But it was also an opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had to prepare in advance. And how? Aside from the system, was there any other way? No. Absolutely not. Which was why 40,000 negative points didn't seem like much. An admiral. TSK. First, he had to finish dealing with the going merry situation, then focus on shopping in the system. He had to find something affordable and capable of countering Kusagakure completely. If he could find it, this would be a free power boost. With that in mind, Ver pulled out a manual detailing glider construction. After skimming through it, he roughly grasped the principles and structure. That was enough. Using the gold Nami brought back yesterday, Ver started his experiment. He made a small prototype first. With Ver's continuous adjustments, it wasn't long before a decent-looking glider began to take shape. Looking at this glider that wasn't much different from the one in the book, Ver nodded in satisfaction. When descending, there will be an octopus hot air balloon, and when it runs out of air, he can just shape a larger one. Pretty simple, right? Just as Ver was feeling smug about his crafting skills, a sudden voice rang out. Hello. The voice was eerie, appearing without any warning. Chapter 74, I can't fix you. This sudden voice startled Ver. He instantly tensed up. Electric arcs flashed wildly in his eyes. Lightning surged in his hands, already charged and ready to strike. With just a single thought from Ver, the lightning would instantly tear the enemy apart. He quickly turned toward the source of the voice. But the moment he saw who it was, not only did he not attack, but he also let out a deep sigh of relief. The lightning in his hands dissipated, and his tense body relaxed. Standing on the deck not far away was a small, ethereal figure. It wore a cloak with an oversized hood that obscured its face. But Ver could tell, it was smiling. This was, of course, the ship spirit of the Going Merry. Though its entrance had been utterly terrifying. Even Ver had been startled. With his highly advanced observation haki, he should have sensed any presence nearby. Yet, the voice had appeared from behind him out of nowhere. Who wouldn't be freaked out by that? Seeing that it was Merry, Ver naturally calmed down. He knew that the Going Merry had a ship spirit. But he hadn't realized that such beings couldn't be detected with observation haki. For a moment, he really thought he'd encountered a ghost. Looking at the tiny figure before him, Ver was intrigued. This was the first time he had seen a being like this. You're the ship spirit of the Merry, right? What are you made of? And why don't you make any sound when you move? Still shaken, Ver circled the little spirit several times, examining it closely like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. His words, however, surprised Merry. He actually knows me? What an incredible crewmate. Merry felt nothing but joy at this realization, completely ignoring the latter half of Ver's words. Yes. You actually recognize me. Merry's smile grew even brighter. It seemed to love being acknowledged. After circling the spirit a few times, Ver noted that it looked just like it did in the anime. So intangible. As if it had no physical form. Seeing Merry so happy, Ver decided against his earlier thought of dissecting the little spirit that had given him such a scare. Ship spirits weren't known to manifest voluntarily. For Merry to appear so openly, it must have something important to say. Did you need something from me, little Merry? After a brief moment of thought, Ver settled on this nickname. And indeed, Merry had something to ask of him. Yes. Merry spoke cheerfully, as if delighted that Ver could understand what it wanted. Then, it revealed its true concern. I can feel it. I'm reaching my limit. Hearing this, Ver instantly understood. Merry had realized that Ver's ability to reshape objects could affect it, so it had came to ask him for repairs. At most, I can carry everyone across 2 or 3 more islands. After that, I'll have no choice but to sink into the sea. But I still want to keep sailing with everyone. So, I want to ask you. Could you fix me? Make me sturdier? That way. Maybe I can stay with everyone until the very end. By the time Merry finished speaking, its voice was filled with pleading. It truly wanted to sail with the crew to the very end. But its condition simply wouldn't allow it. However, over time, it had seen hope. It had noticed that Ver could easily repair its damaged parts. Even during battles on the ship, Ver would transform sections of it into steel to prevent damage from enemy attacks. These abilities were truly miraculous. And they gave Merry hope, the hope of continuing to sail. That was why it had finally revealed itself. And why it had made this request of Ver. Looking at the little spirit before him, its voice now choked with emotion, Ver felt a pang of helplessness. Though he couldn't see Merry's eyes, he could sense the tears welling up in them as they looked at him. Could he fix it? The answer was yes. Having spent so much time aboard the Going Merry, he had grown attached to it. If he could prevent it from sinking forever, he would gladly help. But could he truly fix it? The answer was no. At least, not yet. The Going Merry simply couldn't carry them all the way to the end. Ver could patch it up, sure. But he couldn't upgrade its core structure. Yes, he could turn parts of it into steel. But that ability had a time limit. The effect only lasted for a short while. Was he supposed to keep watch over the ship 24 out of 7? That was clearly unrealistic. And in the new world, once the Merry reverted to its original wooden state, destruction would be instantaneous. The seas there weren't as forgiving as those in the first half of the Grand Line. Changing ships was inevitable. But with her around, the Going Merry would never end up sinking into the ocean. He could shrink it down and store it on the future Sunny. The ship's spirit wouldn't disappear. That way, Mary could still accompany everyone to the end of their journey. So for now, repairs weren't necessary. It would be better to wait until the Mary was truly at its limit before taking action. Otherwise, as long as the Mary was still in decent shape, the crew would never agree to switching ships. With this in mind, Ver let out a hopeless sigh and said, "I can't fix you." The moment those words left his mouth, the little spirit that had been so excited just moments ago froze. Its hood visibly drooped lower. The corners of its mouth curved downward involuntarily. A wave of disappointment washed over it, impossible to ignore. Just as Mary was about to cry, Ver spoke again. "I really can't fix you. But I won't let you sink into the sea." The moment Ver finished speaking, Mary froze again. Not fix me but also not let me sink? Was he planning to abandon me on some deserted island to rot alone? If that was the case, I'd rather embrace the ocean's depths. Mary was about to refuse when, "And I'll make sure you can stay with us." Huh? What? What did I just hear? Mary froze again. A few simple words had completely short-circuited its tiny brain. Not fix me, but still keep me around? How was that possible? Would they tow me with another ship? But once I'm completely broken, even towing wouldn't work. What exactly did Ver mean? Did he have another plan? If so, that would be amazing. Really? Really, Ver? If that's possible, that would be incredible. But is it really doable? Mary took a few excited steps forward, looking up at Ver with anticipation. Its tiny hands fidgeted nervously. It wanted to hug Ver's leg but felt that wouldn't be appropriate. So it kept raising and lowering its hands awkwardly in midair. Seeing this, Ver couldn't help but chuckle. Ship spirits really did have the minds of children. He crouched down, looking at the spirit that only reached his shin. With a serious expression, he said, "It's true. I swear on Chopper staying single for life." Chapter 75, again? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. On this day, the logbows on Nami's wrist finally pointed in another direction. Everyone gathered on the ship. They all knew it was time to set sail. Over the past 2 days, Nami had practically gathered all the remaining gold from this place. Robin and Chopper had studied the poneglyph here. Meanwhile, Luffy, along with Zoro and Sanji, had found the enormous golden bell. It was atop the giant vine that Ver had cut down. Luffy struggled quite a bit to prop the bell back up. After Zoro and Sanji, who were both speechless, helped stabilize it, Luffy struck the enormous golden bell with all his might. The sound of the bell resonated throughout the heavens, reaching everyone's ears. That, of course, included Montana Blank Cricket on the blue sea. At this moment, he stood on the coastline, gazing up at the sky. On the surface, he seemed calm, but his tears had long since flowed uncontrollably. My ancestor was not a liar. Thank you, Luffy. Ver. Yo-ho. Let's set sail. With Luffy's excited command, the ship rode the cloud current and passed through a massive arch. And with that, the cloud current came to an end. The ship was about to free fall. Are we really going down like this? We're going to die. Luffy. Did you even think about how we're going to land? The ship was already filled with panicked screams. Only Luffy and Ver remained calm, waving to the people they left behind. We'll come back next time. Everyone, wait for us. Luffy shouted cheerfully. But behind them, Rocky and the others turned pale. Come back? Question mark. They all exclaimed in unison, turning in sync to stare at the ever-calm Ver. Please, no. We're begging you. If we're really brothers, don't come back. Brothers are in the heart, not in the face. Soon, they vanished from Luffy's sight. Luffy, looking puzzled, muttered, why do they look so unhappy? Are they reluctant to part with us? Ver, let's come back to Skypiea someday. This place is amazing. Hearing this, Ver could only admire Luffy's thought process. They were practically ready to shove a gun barrel in his mouth to make sure he never came back, and yet he couldn't tell. As the ship continued to descend and was about to pierce through the clouds, a giant octopus suddenly wrapped itself around the Going Merry. Its massive head ballooned like a hot air balloon. The rate of descent visibly slowed. I didn't expect Skypiea to have a descent mechanism. That was terrifying. Still shaken, Nami let out a sigh of relief as she watched the Going Merry's gradual descent. 5 minutes later. Hey, doesn't it look like this octopus is shrinking? Usopp stared uncertainly at the massive octopus above them. No way. That must be your imagination. Nami responded with a sense of dread. 15 minutes later. Help. The octopus is gone. How did it deflate so fast? Amidst the screams, Ver walked toward the storage room. Raising his hand, he touched the massive pile of gold that Nami had brought back. In just a few seconds, the Going Merry's descent finally came to a halt. A massive glider was now set up above the ship, replacing the octopus. The Going Merry started gliding forward smoothly. We're saved. The weak and exhausted duo hugged each other in relief. Wow. Ver, you're amazing. Wings made of gold. That's so cool. Luffy looked excitedly at the gliding device above them and gave Ver a big thumbs up. Ver, seeing that the ship was now stable, nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It worked well. At this rate, there was no way they'd accidentally land in a marine fortress or anything. After slightly adjusting the direction so the Going Merry was flying toward the log pose's destination, Ver returned to his room to space out. He was still browsing the store. That's right. He had been browsing for 2 days and hadn't finished yet. This store was enormous. There were tons of bizarre and outrageous items. He was almost done checking out the section for items that could render an enemy powerless. He had reached page 953 out of 999. But nothing so far was quite right. Either the effects were too weak to take down an admiral, or the price was way beyond his budget. If he couldn't find anything in these last few pages, he'd have no choice but to lay low. 954, 955, 956. As time passed, Ver finally reached the last page. 999. Alright, this is it. Let's see if there's something useful here. He browsed carefully, but his frown deepened with every item he checked. Nothing. Nothing. Still nothing. Don't tell me there's really nothing? What kind of garbage system is this? I demand a refund. But suddenly, Ver froze. His expression of anger shifted. In just a second, it transformed into one of pure joy. He found it. The very last item on the last page. But just at that moment, a loud explosion echoed. A violent tremor followed. Caught off guard, Ver was thrown to the ground. What the hell? Ver rushed out. On the deck, Luffy and the others had taken a hard fall. Seeing Ver, Chopper, clutching his aching rear, shouted, "Big bro. Why your wings didn't slow us down properly? We almost crashed into the sea." Ver instantly realized his mistake. Right. He forgot about that part. With that kind of impact, the Going Merry might have been damaged. Don't just stand there. Check if the Merry is okay. At his words, everyone grew concerned. Yeah. That was a hard fall. What if the ship was damaged? A worried Usopp rushed into the cabin first. Luffy and the others scanned their surroundings. Before long, Usopp returned, his previous worry replaced with relief. No leaks at the bottom. No obvious damage to the hull. Everything looks fine here. No problems on my end either. As everyone reported one by one, their worries finally eased. But only Ver sensed something off. The keel is probably broken. He could feel the ship's pain. Oh well. They'd have to wait until Water 7 to get it checked. He wasn't a shipwright, so he didn't understand these things well. After turning the gliding device back into gold and storing it in the warehouse, Ver returned to his room. With the ship stabilized, Nami directed them toward their next destination. Meanwhile, Ver grinned as he stared at the item in the store. Soul-soothing incense price, 45,000 function, releases a scent that induces unconsciousness. Note, the stronger the target, the shorter the duration. Description, a must-have for every martial arts world's flower thief. Are you sure you don't need it? Yes. This is it. The moment he saw it, Ver had a plan. If the duration was too short? No problem. He'd just add some extra medicine. He didn't need to knock Aokiji out forever, just for an instant. As long as he entered an unconscious state. The brick would teach him a lesson. Anesthetic brick effect, striking a defenseless target will induce anesthetic status. Anesthetic status, conscious mind, paralyzed body. Defenseless targets weren't just those who had been defeated. Unconsciousness also counted as being defenseless. As long as he landed a hit. Wouldn't Aokiji be in for a nice little welding session? He wondered. Could an admiral handle this little combo? Chapter 76, You want to touch me? That's right. In just a few seconds, Ver had already formulated a complete and reliable plan. He had even figured out the exact steps to execute it. Robin was the key, Aokiji was after Robin. So all he needed to do was set something up with Robin, and that old man would be taken down for sure. The most pressing issue now, though, was that he was short on negative points. Soul-soothing incense price, 45,000, just slightly more than all his savings. He was 2,000 points short. What a hassle. He could only wait until they reached Long Ring Longland and earn the remaining 2,000 while treating Foxy. For now, Ver decided to research the composition and effects of the soul-soothing incense. All this information was available in the shop's item descriptions. Ver wanted to see if he could replicate it. If he succeeded, he'd save a whopping 45,000. That was a fortune. Although the shop didn't sell anything that could directly enhance his strength, it was filled with all sorts of abstract items. If used properly, they could be life-saving. Negative points were valuable, and he needed to save them whenever possible. His current level of expertise in potions was quite high. Maybe, just maybe, he could pull it off. And so, Ver began pulling out various materials from his medical kit. He gathered all the herbs with properties similar to the soul-soothing incense and started experimenting with different combinations. His figure soon became busy with work. Time passed quietly. The sky gradually darkened. Night fell quickly. The noise outside slowly faded. The banquet celebrating their safe return from Skypiea had finally come to an end. Everyone retired to their rooms for the night. Some walked on their own, some carried others, and some were carried away. Creak. Ver's door was pushed open. But he was so engrossed in his research that he didn't even notice it. Chopper and Robin glanced at the now cold food on the table, exchanged looks, and could only shake their heads. When Ver got serious, he even forgot to eat. It was like he had entered a trance. After reheating the food, the two went back to their respective rooms. Chopper slept on a bed behind Ver. Robin, on the other hand, walked into Ver's operating room. Though it was called Ver's operating room, it had now become Robin's bedroom. Robin hadn't changed much about the room's layout. She had simply placed a small bed in the corner. The first thing she did upon boarding the ship was choose a room. After wandering around, she still chose Ver's operating room. One reason was that it was close to Ver, allowing her to assist him when needed. The other was that this was the quietest place on the ship. Luffy and the others could be rowdy, but they would never come near this area. So naturally, this place became the most peaceful spot. To be honest, Ver hadn't understood it at first. His operating room was filled with blood-stained drills, industrial saws meant for cutting wood, and hooks used for hanging pigs. Yet Robin didn't mind at all. She even slept soundly in there. He had been completely dumbfounded at the time. Robin had also made some modifications to Ver and Chopper's rooms, adding some facilities and a bookshelf. She had practically turned their rooms into her own personal lounge. Whenever she had free time, she would sit there reading. While Ver was busy preparing experimental potions, she would sit quietly to the side. If Ver needed help, she would summon an extra hand to assist him. She had completely taken over Chopper's job. Luckily, Chopper had been working hard to improve his own skills lately. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to give up the chance to assist Ver and learn from him. And so, time quietly slipped away once again. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. After sitting for 2 full days, only drinking a bit of water and using the restroom twice, Ver finally stood up. Creak. The door to the operating room opened. Robin walked out with a smile on her face, looking at the newly standing Ver with amusement. "Don't forget our agreement, Doctor." Ver could only nod helplessly at her words. Seeing his reaction, Robin smiled in satisfaction and left. On the table lay the new substance Ver had painstakingly created. But he didn't look too pleased. Because it hadn't met his expectations. Sigh, as expected, it's still not good enough. Well, I guess it makes sense, this stuff is from another world, after all. That's right, Ver's attempt to replicate the soul-soothing incense had failed to achieve the same effect. In fact, it was quite far off. So, Ver had tossed the first version into the trash. What was on the table now was the second version. The first version couldn't even knock out Robin, let alone Okiji. Last night, he had sneakily tested his sleeping agent at Robin's door. He waited until the entire incense stick had burned out before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Seeing Robin lying still on the bed, Ver approached and gently called out to her. She didn't respond. Ver thought he had succeeded. Just as he was about to. Cough cough. Just as he was about to check her reaction further, Robin, with her eyes still closed, suddenly snapped them open. Her gaze was playful as she looked at Ver, who had both hands stretched toward her. Awkward silence filled the air. I was just. You. Wanted to touch me? Robin said bluntly. Seeing Ver's panicked expression, she could barely hold back her laughter. No. I was just testing the potion. Ver frantically waved his hands in denial. He truly hadn't expected the potion to be this useless. What potion? Robin immediately followed up with another question. Ver was stunned. Could he really say it out loud? Wouldn't that just confirm he was a creep? No way. Wait a minute. He wasn't a creep. A sleep aid. I came in to see how well you were sleeping. To check the effects. The effects are different on deer, so I wanted to test it on you. Hearing this, Robin chuckled. Hey, so your so-called sleep aid works by suffocating people with smoke, huh? She then looked at Ver mischievously. Ver could only scratch his nose awkwardly at her teasing. Doctor, you wouldn't want others to know you're a pervert, would you? Huh? Hearing this, Ver immediately knew he was in trouble. He had screwed up. Damn useless potion. Betraying me like this. From now on, I'm never experimenting on Robin again. Wouldn't it have been easier to test on Luffy? I could just fill the room with smoke, walk in, and slap him twice, much simpler. Wait. Luffy might not be a good test subject either. Even 2 slaps might not wake him up. Which has nothing to do with the potion. If you don't want that, Doctor, then why don't you teach me how to use armament hockey? Robin smiled brightly, while Ver looked as if he had swallowed a bitter pill. Damn it. I really brought this upon myself. Chapter 77, Master Ver's class begins. Given the failure of the first version, Ver took the time to analyze his mistakes and develop a second version. And that very second version was now sitting on his desk. The primary function of this new sedative was not to induce unconsciousness but to enhance the effects of the soul-soothing incense. Since he couldn't successfully develop a direct knockout agent, he simply gave up on that idea. Still, after a full day of work, walking away empty-handed would have been unacceptable. So, using the insights gained from the first version, Ver created a second version that could amplify the sedative's effects. Though he couldn't eliminate the risk of drawbacks, at least this would ensure the operation went more smoothly. It wasn't a complete waste of effort. Version 2 could at least double the effectiveness of the soul-soothing incense. However, if used alone, it had no effect whatsoever. It could only enhance other sedatives. Now, all that was left was to take down Foxy and buy the soul-soothing incense. Glancing at the sandwich Chopper had prepared on the table, Ver picked it up and took a big bite. He was starving. That kid Chopper, so thoughtful. Stepping out of his room, Ver was greeted by a lively scene. Almost everyone was training. With Chopper leading the charge, the rest had followed suit. Ver's presence had pushed the entire Straw Hat crew into a competitive frenzy. The Going Merry was nearly groaning under the weight of all the heavy training equipment loaded onto it. They should be arriving soon. Ver couldn't help but think. Once they reached Long Land, he absolutely could not let Luffy agree to any ridiculous competition. That would be the height of stupidity. They had nothing of value to bet, yet they wanted to gamble with him? Only an idiot like Luffy would agree to something like that. The whole contest was utterly pointless. A complete waste of time. When Ver first watched this part of the story, his blood pressure nearly skyrocketed through the roof. So this time, he absolutely would not let Luffy accept. He'd just beat those fools to a pulp, heal them up, and move on. Ver really didn't want to waste even a single extra glance at them. And as the Going Merry sailed forward, an island finally began to take shape in the distance. There's an island up ahead. Zoro, who had been keeping watch in the crow's nest, shouted down. Soon, the ship docked amid the excited cheers of the crew. After being stuck on the ship for days, Luffy and the others were practically bursting at the seams. It had been nothing but training, and more training. And skipping training? Not an option. Because if you got injured while everyone else stayed fine, the mental blow would be unbearable. Take Zoro and Sanji, for example. The two had been training the hardest, fiercely competing against each other with ruthless sparring sessions. Now, finally seeing land, the whole crew was brimming with excitement. The moment the ship steadied, they shot off like chickens that had just spotted a basket of feed. Even Chopper was no exception. Only Robin remained calm. She was probably the only one on the ship whose personality wasn't overly animated. At this moment, Robin was smiling, her gaze lingering on Ver. Her expression was identical to the one she had last night. Ver felt uncomfortable under her stare. Without another word, he jumped off the ship. The lush green grass, the pleasant temperature, even the sea breeze felt nice. Come to think of it, he had never really noticed before, this place had a pretty great environment. The surroundings were familiar too, confirming that this was indeed the island where the story took place. However, they had arrived about a day earlier than in the original events. Ver wasn't sure if that gang would still show up. They should still come, just a matter of when. But there was no rush. The log pose needed time to store magnetic energy anyway. Might as well eat, drink, and relax in the meantime. With his observation hockey, no one could escape his notice once they arrived. Spotting a massive rock, Ver hopped on top of it and took a seat. Now, there was another key issue. If Foxy's slow fruit model, sluggishly human devil fruit was ignored, his combat ability was incredibly weak. And he wasn't exactly an important character. Under normal circumstances, he probably wouldn't yield much negative karma points. Which was bad news. If he couldn't even rack up 2,000 points, things would get troublesome again. However, Ver vaguely remembered that Foxy had a massive weakness, he couldn't stand people insulting his face. That might be the key. With that thought, Ver pulled up the system store and bought a loudspeaker. Yes. The kind used for street vending. Looking at the loudspeaker in his hand, identical to what he remembered, Ver nodded in satisfaction. This thing was going to be incredibly useful. Just how useful depended on how much Foxy hated being called ugly. At that moment, a shadow fell over him. Holding the loudspeaker, Ver looked up. Robin was standing in front of him once again. Doctor, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Robin's voice was calm and soft. Originally, she hadn't been particularly interested in growing stronger. She was already one of the stronger members of the crew. But after witnessing Chopper's true power on Skypiea, her perspective had shifted. Only slightly, though. It wasn't until she saw Ver in action that her mindset fully changed. As for why? There were many possible reasons. But ultimately, she now wanted to become stronger. Which was a good thing. However, after last night's incident, the way she looked at Ver had changed, becoming bolder. If it were just about teaching her armament hockey, Ver wouldn't have minded. After all, she had helped him plenty before. But now that she had leverage over him, her eyes carried a strange glint every time she looked at him. It was giving Ver a headache. Seeing her sit beside him with an earnest expression, ready to listen, Ver rubbed his temples. It seemed like she wasn't going to let this go without an explanation. Taking a moment to organize his words, he finally spoke. Armament hockey is an innate energy within everyone. It exists in all of us, just in varying amounts. As he spoke, Ver raised his palm. With a mere thought, his hand turned pitch black. What we need to do is gather that energy, just like this. Robin nodded thoughtfully. She had a general understanding of what armament hockey was now. But when she tried to sense it within herself, she found nothing. Why can't I do it? I don't feel anything at all. Robin asked, puzzled. That's because your energy level is too low, so low you can't perceive it. To increase it, you need to train. It's closely linked to physical fitness. The stronger your body, the easier it is to sense and control this energy. And why is that? Simple, because the energy itself increases. The more energy you have, the easier it is to detect. So getting physically stronger is key. That's all I can tell you. The rest is up to you. Hearing this, Robin's face showed a hint of understanding. She tried a few more times and finally managed to faintly sense the energy Ver spoke of. But only barely. She knew she had a long way to go before successfully using it. At that moment, she suddenly realized something. She looked up at Ver in amazement. Ver flinched. Oh no. She's not thinking of something weird again, is she? Chapter 78, Training Chopper? Robin faintly sensed something but couldn't make it out clearly. She looked at Ver in confusion. But Ver didn't give her a response. In a flash, he vanished from sight. Robin was startled. All that remained where Ver had been standing were a few lingering arcs of electricity. She couldn't even tell which direction he had gone. This speed. Robin was once again astonished by Ver. She turned her head to look in the direction Ver had been staring at. But she found nothing. Still, an ominous feeling crept into her heart. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but it felt like the temperature had dropped slightly. Boss. I spotted the Straw Hats ship. They're on this island. Finally caught up to them. Good job, Portia. Aboard the massive and flamboyant sexy Foxy, the ridiculously ugly Foxy grinned brightly at Portia beside him. They had been chasing the Straw Hat pirates for an entire day. Today, they had finally caught up. Foxy had long set his sights on the talented members of the Straw Hat crew. His goal was to steal them away using the Davy backfight. Currently, his crew held an undefeated streak of 920 consecutive wins. Of course, that was thanks to their masterful cheating tactics. Most of the crew members on the ship had been won through these games. With our strength, as long as we can get that Straw Hat Luffy to agree to a match, we've already won. A guy who looked like a gorilla chimed in. That's right, Hamburg. Our strength is beyond their imagination. Foxy never even considered the possibility that their opponents would refuse, or that they themselves might lose. After all, they had won over 900 times. They had never lost before. Boss, if we win the first round, can we take that little reindeer? That pet is just too cute. I really want to train it a bit. Portia requested eagerly. Foxy, of course, wouldn't refuse. After all, in the end, they would take every crew member. The order didn't matter. No problem. I'll make sure you get to play with it. Thanks, boss. Let's go. I can't wait to get my hands on those two lovely ladies. With that, Foxy waved his hand, and his entire crew moved out. At this moment, Ver, having changed his appearance, stood silently on the deck, watching everything unfold. This bunch of scumbags. They were exactly as despicable as he had expected. They even wanted to train Chopper? How bold. Even I haven't. Cough, cough. They actually dare to mess with my reindeer? These guys really have some nerve. And then there's Foxy himself. He's ugly beyond belief. When the fight starts, I have to mess up his face. Otherwise, it's just too disgusting to look at. There isn't a single decent-looking person on that entire ship. TSK, TSK. Just as Ver was about to take action and wipe out this group of fools, a familiar voice rang out. Hey! Have you guys seen Shelly? She's a horse. That voice was filled with unmistakable idiocy. Ver recognized it instantly. Damn it. Why did he have to show up here? Luffy. Why are you running off again? What if you get lost? Another voice called out, and Ver was completely speechless. He looked up, and just as he expected, they were all here. The one who just spoke was Zoro. And yeah, it was definitely him. And he said it with absolute confidence. Alright. Since things had turned out this way, he might as well let Luffy test whether this guy was really as thin-skinned as the rumors said. That way, he'd know if he needed to step in himself. As long as Luffy didn't agree to any competition, everything would be fine. If he dared to say yes, Ver would just zap him with a lightning bolt. On second thought, maybe a good punch would be better. Foxy, on the other hand, was thrilled to see the entire Straw Hat crew gathered before him. He hadn't even gone looking for them yet, and they had came right to him. How considerate. This fool looks so easy to trick. As for Shelly, perfect for baiting him into a match. I saw her. And I caught her. She's my prize now. Do you want to save her? Foxy smirked slyly. What? You caught her? Of course, I want to save her. By the way, old man, your ridiculous split hairstyle is way too ugly. Luffy's initial expression was one of righteous fury, but as soon as he noticed Foxy's hair, he couldn't help but mock him. Foxy had been delighted at first, ready to explain the rules of the game. But then he heard Luffy's second sentence. His entire demeanor collapsed. With a loud thud, he fell to his knees. Why you are so mean. Damn it. I'll take everything from you. You want to save Shelly? Then accept the most sacred duel among pirates. A battle where the winners take the losers' crewmates. Well? Do you want to save her? Shelly is our crewmate now. Foxy's voice grew louder and angrier, until he was practically shouting. Hearing the words take crewmates, Nami and the others immediately sensed danger. Chopper shouted, Luffy, don't agree to it. But before Luffy could react, Portia interjected. What an adorable little pet. I can't wait to have you. Her words instantly made Chopper's fur stand on end. That statement was dangerous. Chopper immediately shot back, I belong to my big bro. He won't let you take me. Big bro? You mean that Ver guy? Portia asked. That's right. Chopper straightened his back proudly. But instead of being intimidated, the foxy pirates burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ver? You think he can stop us? Yeah. That loser who only knows how to drive a tractor? What a joke. The Marines must have lost their minds to give him such a high bounty. It's hilarious. The entire crew laughed until they were practically rolling on the floor, mocking Ver relentlessly. You hear that, little reindeer? Your big bro is a loser. Join us, and you'll have a future. Foxy sneered and tossed a bounty poster their way. See for yourselves. A tractor driver, seriously. Chopper was furious, clenching his hooves tightly. He was even gripping a rumble ball, ready to fight. But just then, a loud gasp came from behind. Hey! It's Ver's bounty poster. Chopper momentarily abandoned his rage and ran over, looking up at the poster in Luffy's hands. The image showed Ver in Alabasta, driving a tractor. And sitting on his head, was Chopper himself. Seeing himself in the photo, Chopper's mood lifted instantly. A photo with Big Bro. So cool. Then he looked at the bounty amount. 10, 100,000, 10,000. Everyone counted the numbers together. Million, 10 million. 100 million. 200 million. He's worth 200 million. The group cried out in shock. That's insanely high. A full 200 million. And this is just his first bounty. Zoro said in disbelief. I don't even have a bounty yet. And he's already at 200 million. How am I supposed to compete? Sanji shouted in frustration. Nami and Usopp had similar stunned expressions. They were truly shaken. What? Why is his bounty so much higher than mine? This is so unfair. Luffy, on the other hand, started crying. His bounty had originally been 30 million, and it had recently increased to 100 million. But seeing Ver's bounty, he found it hard to accept. Even Robin was shocked by the bounty. Her bounty was only 80 million. And his was already 200 million. The only one who was happy was Chopper. He was overjoyed. Big Bro driving a tractor is so cool. Chapter 79, Your foul mouth can be cured too, for free. Foxy was momentarily stunned by the reactions of the people across from him. What was going on? Shouldn't they be upset? And how long has this bounty been out? Why do they all look like they're seeing it for the first time? From their perspective, the guy in the wanted poster, looked like some farmer driving a tractor. More importantly, the standout aspect of this guy was his speed. Speed and his kicking techniques. That was exactly why they didn't take seriously. After all, their captain had the perfect counter to speedsters. As long as the omnidirectional, angle-less mirror reflection light hit its mark, the opponent would be done for. So, despite Ver's bounty being as high as 200 million Baileys, they never paid him any attention. To them, he was nothing more than a small fry they could swat away at any moment. They had never even given him a proper look. Oi? Are you going to accept the challenge or not? If you don't, we're roasting Shelly and eating her. Foxy shouted, now visibly agitated. These guys on the other side were really not taking him, Silver Fox, seriously. How dare they ignore him? Upon hearing this, Luffy, who had been kneeling on the ground sobbing, instantly sprang to his feet. The bounty? That didn't matter. Shelly was clearly more important. This time, Luffy and his crew hadn't run into that old man. They had only encountered Shelly, the small horse, wandering alone. What? No way. Shelly is our companion. Luffy shouted with conviction. Then are you going to accept our challenge or not? Foxy demanded, watching as Luffy prepared to agree without hesitation. He couldn't let Shelly get roasted. The rest of the crew immediately saw through the ploy. Don't agree to it. Luffy. He's definitely tricking you. Stop believing random people, you idiot. The crew shouted as they rushed toward Luffy, intending to pin him down first and talk sense into him later. But just as they restrained him, Gamu Gamu no Fusion. Luffy suddenly inflated like a balloon, sending everyone flying. Ayak, just as Luffy was about to blurt out his acceptance, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. A fist rapidly expanded in his vision. Since Luffy's mouth was wide open at that moment, the fist shot straight into it. It even bulged out from the back of his head. Ooh.hrrg. With a strange noise, the full force of the punch landed on Luffy, sending his head snapping backward. Bang! A loud crash echoed. Zoro, clutching his head, let out a miserable yell. Luffy was lying on the side, going ooh. That punch had almost blown out his throat. If not for Luffy's fast digestion, he would have spewed out everything he just ate. They're lying to you. Shelly isn't even here. The one who had thrown the punch, spoke with a blank expression. What? They lied to me? Damn it. I trusted them. They actually lied to me. Let me go. I'm gonna send them flying. If it had been anyone else, Luffy might not have believed them. He could be pretty stubborn like that. But if it was then it must be true. Everything he said was right. Seeing this, the entire Foxy Pirates crew turned green with rage. Success had been within their grasp. That damn tractor driver. Ruining their plan. No. They had to salvage the situation. Maybe they could still convince that Straw Hat guy. Foxy quickly formulated his next move and turned to Ver, who stood at the forefront. Get lost, you damn lackey. Don't interfere with the conversation between captains. Foxy completely dismissed Ver as an opponent. He spoke with zero hesitation. After all, he had taken down at least 80 speed specialists in his time. The results were always the same, they never stood a chance against him. That confidence gave Foxy the courage to mock the bounty of 200 million Baileys slapped on Ver. Yeah. Damn tractor driver. Move aside. A good dog knows not to block the road. Scram. In front of our captain, you're nothing but trash. Get lost. The rest of the crew joined in, hurling taunts. Straw Hat. If you don't accept soon, we're leaving for real. And we're taking Shelly with us. Are you really going to trust that weakling over us? Foxy kept pressuring Luffy, sneaking in insults toward Ver, as if trying to rile him up. Maybe that would increase their chances of success. At that moment, all eyes turned to Luffy. But not just Luffy, every single member of the Straw Hat crew had the same strange expression. What were these guys doing? Were they insane? The crew exchanged looks, their faces filled with disbelief. Did they just insult Ver? Luffy asked hesitantly. If our ears are working properly, yeah, they did. Zoro confirmed, temporarily forgetting his own pain. These guys are always this brave? Sanji muttered, lighting a cigarette. The last time Ver got mad was still fresh in their minds. Back then, Crocodile had his kidney kicked to oblivion. And according to Robin, after Ver found the heavily injured Crocodile, he even treated him. That was what made Ver terrifying, he didn't just beat you up or kill you. He made you wish you were dead instead. Crocodile had it rough. And these guys had just dug their own graves. Ver, now looking at the smug-faced Foxy, had already figured out their plan. Relying on the slow beam to take him down? With that extremely slow beam? That thing hitting anyone was already ridiculous, and they thought it would work on him? Alright. Fine. If they were this cocky over something so laughable, then it was about time he put them in their place. You really think you can beat me? Ver asked expressionlessly. The Straw Hats, seeing his demeanor, knew instantly, these guys were done for. Ver looked pissed. But Foxy and his crew, oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, froze for a second before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. This idiot. He thinks he can beat the boss. Yeah. If he comes close, he's eating a slow beam. Does he really think he's some big shot? Foxy himself was laughing so hard he could barely stand straight. After a long chuckle, he looked at Ver with a relaxed grin. Alright, fine. I'll give you a chance. Come on, try and kill me. But the moment he finished speaking, Ver vanished. Foxy's expression changed instantly. That speed. Too fast. Where did he go? He hadn't seen a thing. But no problem. As long as he appeared, as long as he was hit by the slow beam, he was finished. At that moment, a shadow materialized in front of Foxy like a ghost. In Ver's hand, a lightning-charged sword crackled. Foxy panicked and tried to raise his hand to fire. Slash. A flash of the blade. Thud. Two severed hands hit the ground. Silence engulfed the battlefield. Every eye widened in horror. Ver's lightning sword slowly faded as he smiled at the trembling Foxy. So. Do you still think you can win? Chapter 80, Brush your teeth? Nah, stomach pump. What just happened? What just happened? That speed. They only saw a flash of something. And then it was over. Their captain didn't even have time to fire his beam. His hands was gone before he could react. They were truly terrified. If that guy had targeted them instead, wouldn't they have been sent straight to heaven in an instant? Oh no, this is bad. We've really kicked an iron plate this time. Luffy and the others were also somewhat surprised by what they had just witnessed. Ver seems even stronger now. That speed just now. Even they could barely keep up with it. They only vaguely saw a flicker of electricity. And that thunder sword. Is this another one of Ver's new abilities? It's simply unbelievable. With that kind of speed, he's already at the top level of the world. Foxy, whose hands had just been cut off, finally showed a look of genuine fear on his face. He looked at Ver, who was standing right in front of him with a bright, cheerful smile, and with a thud, he dropped to his knees. Big boss. Brother, please don't kill me. I was just messing around. I was wrong. I deserve to die. We'll leave immediately. Please have mercy. At this moment, Foxy completely gave up on the idea of stealing a crew member from the Straw Hats. He just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. But Ver remained unfazed by his pleading. If apologizing worked, why would we need doctors? Hearing this, Foxy's face changed instantly. If he couldn't leave, then he had only one option: fight. Of course, that meant having his crew fight. Men. Since we can't leave. All of you, charge. Kill this guy. Foxy shouted loudly. Hamburg, standing beside him, immediately charged forward without hesitation. The scene instantly descended into chaos. In the blink of an eye, the crew split into two groups. One group charged forward like fools, while the other ran for their lives. Luffy and the others wanted to step in and help, but Robin stopped them. If you go up there, you'll probably just end up as collateral damage. It's not like he can't handle it himself. After hearing this, they realized she had a point. Ver's strength was beyond what these small fry could comprehend. They might as well sit back and enjoy the show. At that moment, thunder crackled in Ver's hand. With a casual wave, bolts of lightning surged across the entire battlefield. The entire Foxy Pirates crew was engulfed. The crackling of electricity filled the air. The entire crew was instantly paralyzed in place. Each of them trembled like leaves in the wind. The ones who had been the loudest just moments ago were now convulsing the hardest, with the most smoke rising from their bodies. Portia had no thoughts of getting Chopper anymore. She was now Ver's primary target of attention. She was on the verge of being electrocuted to death. Before long, one by one, bodies started collapsing to the ground with thuds. In just a few seconds, Foxy was the only one still standing. He stood there in the middle of a pile of his fallen crewmates. The terrifying electric storm had not directly targeted him. But all around him, figures were still sparking with residual electricity. Would he dare to move? Foxy was truly terrified now. What the hell was this guy? If you were this strong, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had told me, would I have come here to die? And those Marines? If you don't know how to make a bounty poster, just don't do it. Why the hell did you use a picture of him driving a tractor? Who were you trying to fool? Foxy was completely dumbfounded. Ver's strength was beyond anything he had expected. He deeply regretted everything now. If he had known, he would never have come here to deliver himself to his doom. But Ver didn't care about any of that. Looking at the utterly broken Foxy, his face showed no hint of mercy. He held his makeshift weapon, a burning stick, but after thinking for a moment, he decided against using it. Physical attacks weren't really his style. Should he try a different method? Foxy saw Ver suddenly pause and thought he had a chance. But in the next moment, Ver pulled out a brush from his medical kit. And not just any brush. How did Foxy know? The smell was enough to nearly knock him out. This was a damn toilet brush. What the hell is he planning to do? Foxy panicked, but it was useless. Ver had already planted a foot on his chest, pinning him firmly to the ground. Filthy mouth, huh? Let's make it even filthier. Fight poison with poison. Foxy clenched his mouth shut tighter than a clam. If he dared to open it now, what would happen with that toilet brush covered in? Did he even need to think about it? If this really happened to him, it would be worse than death. Not opening his mouth? Did he think that could stop Ver? A jolt of electricity surged through him. Foxy's mouth instantly flew wide open. And the moment it did, his mind shattered completely. Ver didn't hesitate in the slightest. He went right in. Did you think I was going to brush your mouth? No. I was going to clean your entire stomach. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 300 negative points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 negative points. Ver, still scrubbing away, looked at the sobbing, snot-dripping Foxy with disdain. Trash. That's all he was. The points were way too low. If Foxy knew what Ver was thinking, he would probably spit blood in his face. Do you even understand how much suffering I'm going through right now? And you dare say something like that? Foxy was on the verge of being scrubbed to death. His stomach was in unbearable pain. It was clear how much strength Ver was using. At first, Foxy was vomiting bits of food. But soon, he was spitting up blood. Mouthful after mouthful of old blood sprayed out. At this point, Foxy just wanted to scream at Ver, "Daddy, stop. I was wrong." But he couldn't do anything. All he could do was endure it, giving it his all to survive. Ver figured the warm-up was about done. It was time for the main course. Thinking this, he finally pulled out the toilet brush. Foxy spat another mouthful of blood. He gasped for air, savoring the fresh, non-toxic oxygen. Just when he thought it was all over, Ver let him know it had only just begun. Stowing away the brush, Ver took out his anesthetic brick. And then he slammed it straight into Foxy's dumbfounded face. What? He hasn't lost consciousness yet? Anesthetic brick not working? No problem. Just keep slamming it until he blacks out. And maybe fix his ugly face while we're at it. Thinking this, Ver kept up a steady rhythm, brick meeting face over and over. Thud. Thud. The others watching from the sidelines frowned slightly. They made a silent vow, never, ever piss off Ver. Even Robin started to feel a bit of regret about her earlier boldness. Maybe she should be a little more careful in the future. Chapter 81, finally done. Ver wouldn't go too hard on his own crew. After all, sustainability is important when managing resources. You can't just harvest everything at once, you need to go at a steady pace. But when it comes to disposable experience packs, especially the foul-mouthed ones, Ver never holds back. He goes all out. The sound of thuds echoed continuously. But in reality, Foxy had long since passed out. Ver was just giving his face a little touch-up. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to proceed. At this point, Foxy's signature long red nose had been completely flattened. His facial features had been evened out significantly. After another round of fierce thuds, Ver finally stopped. Phew. Finally done. As Ver pulled his hand back, Foxy's face was exposed to the straw hat grew behind him. His miserable state made everyone gasp in shock. This is the flattest face I've ever seen in my life. Is he made of rubber too? How can a face change shape like that? Ver, you're way too scary. You completely flattened him. The crew couldn't stop exclaiming in disbelief. Ver looked at Foxy's current face and finally felt satisfied. It wasn't that he made him look better. He just made it look less like a face. As long as it didn't look like a face, it was fine. Now, all he needed to do was record some harsh words on a loudspeaker and play them on loop next to his ear. That should do the trick. Thinking of this, Ver pulled out the large loudspeaker he had just exchanged for. He walked toward the Straw Hat crew with the device in hand. Time to record and get started. As long as he played his cards right and the system rewarded him with an ability related to Foxy's Noro beam. then there was a high chance it would be time-related. A power like that would be incredibly useful. At the very least, it would be a game-changer when dealing with Aokiji in the future. He still didn't know how long the incense would work on him. If it only lasted a fraction of a second, he might not be able to follow up in time. In that case, a time-based ability would be absolutely critical. Even though it was just a possibility, Ver wanted to ensure he was fully prepared. As Ver approached, Chopper was the first to speak up. "Big bro. You're not planning to." Chopper still felt indignant. So, he instinctively wanted to ask Ver not to heal this guy. But halfway through his sentence, he suddenly realized something. If Big Bro did heal him, wouldn't that just make it worse for him? Never mind, forget it. Let Big Bro do his thing. Ver, holding the loudspeaker, gave a puzzled look at Chopper, who had suddenly shut his mouth. Seeing that he had nothing more to say, Ver pressed the record button on the loudspeaker. "Alright, everyone, I need you to accurately describe that guy over there. Each of you, say one line. This is important for my next phase of treatment." After speaking, Ver handed the loudspeaker to a bewildered Luffy. Luffy looked at Foxy in the distance. Then, uncertainly, he said, "Split head?" He wasn't sure if that was the kind of evaluation Ver wanted, but that was all he could think of. Foxy, lying on the ground in a drugged haze, visibly twitched. In his subconscious, he was already kneeling in despair. How can he say something so hurtful? But Luffy was just the beginning. Nami, red-nosed clown. Usopp, butthead. Zoro, squinty eyes. Sanji, donkey face. Chopper, shorty. Robin, duck voice. Finally, Ver added one last line. "Damn was." With that, he stopped the recording. At this moment, Foxy was already trembling violently. His limbs spasmed uncontrollably. In his subconscious space, he had completely broken down into tears. These people. They had no manners. How could they say such things about him? All he wanted was to steal all of them away. Why treat him like this? This relentless wave of verbal attacks was about to make his mind explode. As Ver watched Foxy convulse on the ground, he couldn't suppress the grin on his face. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 2,000 negative points, ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,800 negative points." His negative points had instantly multiplied several times over. And he hadn't even done anything yet. Looks like finding the right method really does make everything more efficient. Who would have thought this guy was a hidden gold mine? Thinking this, Ver placed the loudspeaker next to Foxy's ear and set it to loop. As for the treatment plan, he already had everything figured out. This guy only had some internal injuries, nothing too serious. He just needed to heal those internal wounds, and it'd be fine. And for that, Ver was fully prepared. He pulled out a special healing agent he had developed. All he had to do was apply it directly to the internal wounds, and they would heal in no time. That was the theory. As for the method, that was entirely up to Ver. Ver first pulled out a pair of gloves in a sickly mix of yellow and green. After slowly putting them on, he began coating his hands with a healing agent. As he applied the agent, he spoke to Foxy. "I'm going to heal you now. I just need to apply this directly to your internal injuries." Foxy froze for a moment. "Huh? After beating me up like this? Now you want to heal me? Bro, is this some kind of new sick game for you?" He glanced at the green-stained gloves, his face darkening. But recalling Ver's medical reputation and the constant pain in his gut, Foxy had no choice but to put his hopes in Ver. It was just applying some medicine. It shouldn't be too bad, right? As he thought this, Ver finished preparing. He then crouched in front of Foxy. He gestured over his stomach for a while. Just as Foxy thought Ver was going to make an incision and apply the medicine, something unexpected happened. Ver, after confirming the location, didn't use any surgical tools. Instead, he punched Foxy's stomach with full force. A fist-sized hole was blown open in Foxy's abdomen. Everyone on site was caught completely off guard. Foxy's face turned pale with terror. "What, brother? Are you saving me or killing me? Why is the treatment making my injuries worse? Can't you do this properly?" But Ver ignored his reaction. He immediately shoved his hand into the wound and started rubbing the medicine inside. The pain of the wound being touched, combined with the weird sensation of Ver's rubbing, made Foxy's eyes widen in horror. After a short while, Ver finished up. He casually stitched up the hole. The system notification rang out. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5,000 negative points, ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ability, Time Domain. Time Domain, upon activation, slows down time within half a meter for 0.3 seconds. Chapter 82, Aokiji, I've got a cold." Ver stared at his newly acquired ability, momentarily stunned. Then, his face lit up with pure joy. Time control. It really was time control. This guy was definitely full of potential. With this ability in hand, the next phase of his plan was sure to be flawless. Although the range was small, only half a meter. And the duration was short, only 0.3 seconds. Not to mention, there was definitely a cooldown period. He needed to find an opportunity to test it out. But even with these limitations, it was still insanely overpowered. This was the sheer strength of time-based abilities. Now he was already thinking about how to heal Aokiji. He had to think this through carefully. He had already discovered a pattern from Foxy. As long as he applied the right method, the rewards were abundant. Even acquiring this ability seemed tied to the concept of using the right approach. As long as he did things correctly, he could obtain the best abilities from someone. Knowing this, Ver couldn't afford to miss out on any chance to acquire top-tier abilities. From now on, every healing session had to be optimized for maximum benefits. Luffy and the others watched Ver, who had just utterly wrecked Foxy, suddenly start grinning foolishly, leaving them bewildered. What's up with Ver? Did he go nuts? Luffy asked in confusion. Honestly, he kinda looks like it. Zoro agreed. Bang. Bang. You two idiots. Even if you both go stupid, Ver never will. Especially you, Luffy. Nami punched both of them, making them clutch their heads and squat down in pain. Those guys were obviously prepared for us. And you moron, actually agreed to their challenge. If it weren't for Ver, you would have gotten yous all killed. After scolding them, Nami glanced at the log pose in her hand and spoke up. This island is pretty small. The log pose should record its magnetic field quickly. Get ready, won't be long before we can set sail again. With that, she grabbed Luffy by the ear and dragged him toward Foxy's ship. Her eyes had already turned into shining Baileys. Such a big ship. There had to be treasure. As for why she was dragging Luffy along, she was genuinely afraid he'd cause some more trouble if left alone. Better to keep him close. The others followed, eager to loot the spoils and stock up on food. Meanwhile, Ver opened the system shop and exchanged for soul-soothing incense. It was about the size of a lipstick. Holding the soul-soothing incense in his hand, Ver snapped off a small piece. Time to test its effects. After the last lesson, he had learned not to trust these items blindly. He wouldn't be at ease without testing it first. Spotting Chopper nearby, Ver waved him over. Seeing this, Chopper happily trotted over, his little hooves making an adorable tapping sound. Big bro must be giving me a special treat. Chopper thought to himself, delighted. Ver watched as Chopper approached, then lit the small piece of soul-soothing incense with a lighter. The tiny piece burned out almost immediately. At the same time, a thin wisp of smoke drifted into the air. Quick! Smell this smoke! Ver shouted urgently. If Chopper didn't inhale it now, it would dissipate completely. Seeing Ver's flustered expression, Chopper's heart warmed. Big bro is too kind. This must be some really good stuff. And he was letting him have it? So touching. If Chopper had known what Ver was thinking, Ver probably would have grabbed his head and forced him to inhale. As Chopper fantasized about his big bro's affection, I can't let big bro down. He shoved his nose in and took a deep inhale. Sniff. Thud. Yup. Instant go. No struggle. No resistance. The kid was out cold. And within mere seconds, Chopper was already twitching in his sleep. A deep, tranquil sleep. Ver's eyes gleamed with excitement. Success. This stuff was powerful. One tiny wisp of smoke had knocked Chopper out cold. If he burned the whole thing at once, would Aokiji be able to withstand it? And he still had second version of the incense, which could further enhance the effect. The item description said that stronger individuals would have higher resistance, but judging by this test, Aokiji would still be affected no matter what. That was enough. Just as Ver was about to combine the soul-soothing incense with version 2, Robin walked over. She immediately picked up Chopper and gave Ver a wary look. You were going to experiment on Chopper again, weren't you? Ver wanted to explain. He really just wanted to test the effects of the incense. Wait. Why did this feel so familiar? Forget it. Better not say anything, Moshi. What's up, Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Aokiji lazily answered the call, staring at the Den Mushi wearing black-rimmed glasses. You're on Long Land right now, aren't you? Who leaked my location? What a headache. Aokiji scratched his head. He already had a good idea what this call was about. That guy who defeated Crocodile, Ver, is on that island right now. I'm not asking for much. Just bring him in. No problem, right? Inside the Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku frowned at Ver's profile. Previously, they didn't know, but now, they had confirmed that this guy was just an ordinary citizen from Drum Kingdom before he set out to sea. If a regular person could grow this strong in such a short time, if they let him develop further, he might just turn the world upside down. Luckily, Aokiji was already nearby. He had reportedly been searching for Nico Robin. Having him handle this was perfect. Ver couldn't be allowed to escape. Me? I'm pretty busy. I heard that guy's really fast. I probably can't catch him. Aokiji tried to brush it off. But Sengoku wasn't buying it. Too busy? Who the hell rides a bicycle around the ocean if they're busy? And don't give me that he's fast excuse. You're a freaking admiral. Aokiji, I learned it from Kizaru. Exact same excuse. He has a bunch of weird gadgets. I might not be able to take him down. Weird gadgets? So what? You're an admiral. Don't tell me you're scared of some insignificant little tricks. I caught a cold. You're a nice fruit user. How do you even catch a cold? Even Kizaru's excuse about having diarrhea made more sense. Sengoku sighed in frustration. Fine. I'll have someone bring you a pair of sea stone cuffs. His abilities will be useless. And once you finish this mission, I'll approve 2 weeks of vacation. Aokiji, realizing he had no way out, reluctantly agreed. Sengoku ordered him to stay put until the sea stone cuffs arrived from a nearby marine base. Just do your damn job. Cuff him and be done with it. No funny business. Click. The call ended. Aokiji looked up, his face full of sorrow. Back at Marine headquarters, these admirals, not a single one of them is reliable. And you? Go eat somewhere else. Sengoku yelled at Garp, who was munching on rice crackers nearby. He got angry. Garp silently moved his chair to the side. Humphrey. I won't stoop to your level. Chapter 83, Robin's worries. It seems that I have no choice but to take action. Aokiji had also sensed something from Sengoku's attitude. This time, he was being unusually patient. Things were definitely not simple. That guy, Ver, he was clearly no pushover. Since that was the case, Aokiji couldn't just sit back and do nothing. As for being wary of Ver's methods, that was just a line to fool Sengoku. No one actually believed it, right? Abilities? Special tools? Why do you think an admiral is an admiral? In the face of absolute strength, all those tricks were just clown acts. Aokiji really didn't take Ver seriously. Or rather, he shouldn't take him seriously. Agreeing to this mission was also a chance for him to see if Robin had finally found some real companions. Real companions, or just another case of mutual exploitation, as always? That was one of the reasons he was here. For now, though, nap time. He'll deal with things once the sea stone cuffs arrive. At this moment, Ver held the fully enhanced version of the soul-soothing incense in his hands. Satisfied, he nodded. He had just tested it again. Honestly, he was getting addicted to testing it. He had tried it on a massive seeking just now. Again, just a wisp. Again, instant co. And it was sleeping even more peacefully than Chopper. Seeing this, Ver's confidence soared. Now, all that was left was to burn the entire stick of soul-soothing incense and collect all the resulting smoke. Time to get to work. Ver immediately bought an ultra-durable plastic bottle from the systems shop. It was supposedly highly resilient. He lit the entire stick of incense and threw it inside. Then, he reinforced the bottle with steel. Otherwise, it'd melt through. Resilience didn't mean it was heat-proof. Once the incense burned completely and the smoke filled the bottle, things would be easy. All he had to do was reshape the bottle into something else. Like a pair of animal ears. That's right. A pair of plastic animal ears. Then he'd have Robin wear them. And the plastic had to be thin, so it could be easily punctured at a critical moment. That way, the smoke would burst out instantly. Wait. Burst? Right, how would it burst like this? It needed to be heavily compressed first to burst. With that thought, Ver started expanding the plastic bottle. The bottle swelled larger and larger as air rushed inside. He stopped once it reached the size of Quimazurs's shock. Then, he started compressing it. A massive amount of air, mixed with the soul-soothing incense smoke, was being squeezed together. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Smaller and smaller. Soon, the huge sphere shrank into a stylish cat ear that Ver held in his hand. The incense had long since burned out. The inside of the cat ear was filled with a hazy mist. Nice. Now, he just had to give it to Robin. Originally, Ver had considered adding a hint of lightning inside, so he could detonate it remotely. But after thinking it through, he gave up on that idea. If there were lightning inside, that guy Aokiji would definitely sense it. No matter what method he used, Aokiji would notice. An admiral's level of perception wasn't something a small fry like Foxy could compare to. Since he couldn't trigger it himself. Then he'd just have to let Aokiji do it. That's right. Aokiji. If it were anyone else, Aokiji would definitely notice. But if it was Aokiji himself, who was just messing around, it'd be no problem at all. As for how to make him trigger it, that was simple. It was impossible to tamper with Aokiji directly. So, he just had to tweak the cat ear. He'd make it break on contact, problem solved. Once Aokiji went in for a casual ice hug, boom. It would burst open. Perfect? And achieving this was easy. All Ver needed to do was slightly heat up the cat ear with his lightning after meeting Aokiji. Not too hot, just a few dozen degrees. Just enough that Robin wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Then, when Aokiji went in for a classic ice hug attack, the thin plastic, going from dozens of degrees to sub-zero, would instantly shatter. Absolutely feasible. Now, all that was left was handing it to Robin. Thinking this, Ver stood up and headed in the direction Robin had left. At that moment, Robin was sitting on the rock where Ver had recently given his lesson. Chopper was sleeping beside her. She was reading a book. But her occasional glances upward revealed that her mind wasn't really on it. Ever since earlier, a growing sense of unease had been gnawing at her. It felt like something bad was about to happen. That was why she couldn't focus on reading. What was going on? What exactly was it? Was everyone about to be in danger? The Marines? Was it because of her, the so-called harbinger of disaster? Thinking back to the chill she had felt before, an image surfaced in her mind, a tall, thin man wearing sunglasses, riding a bicycle. Could it be him? If it was him. Why? Why did disaster always follow her wherever she went? What should she do? Robin's face was filled with worry. After all this time with the crew, she had came to see everyone on the ship as her true companions. Each and every one of them was important to her. She didn't want to see them injured, let alone killed. Especially the man who had brought her aboard. The man who had completely trusted her. The man who had given her warmth once again. Ver. Would Ver have a way out of this? As soon as the thought appeared, she laughed at herself for being foolish. That was an admiral. What could Ver possibly do? She could only hope that Aokiji was here for her alone. What are you thinking about? Why the long face? A sudden voice behind her startled her. Hearing that it was Ver, she relaxed. But she didn't respond, simply continuing to stare blankly into the distance. Seeing her like this, Ver was confused. What was going on? Could she sense things too? Could she see Aokiji as well? That wasn't possible, was it? Ver truly couldn't figure it out. What's bothering you? Tell me, maybe I'll get a laugh out of it. Ver sat down beside Robin, teasing her as he looked at her troubled face. This time, Robin finally responded. After hesitating for a moment, she turned to Ver with a serious expression and asked, if one day I was about to die, what would you do? Chapter 84, Lies. Why ask such a question all of a sudden? Afraid of dying? Could it be that she really has observation hockey? Has she already sensed that Aokiji is here? Or did she piece everything together from my actions? That shouldn't be possible. Ver looked at Robin, who had a serious expression and a hint of hope in her eyes. Without hesitation, he spoke directly, do you think I'd let my patient die? Robin was about to clarify that she didn't mean it that way, but before she could speak, Ver continued. Relax. If medical skills can't save you, my strength won't disappoint you either. And if even my strength isn't enough, my medical kit will definitely have a solution. Finally, seeing Robin's furrowed brows, Ver confidently added, in short, as long as I'm here, you'll find it hard to die. Ver's tone was calm, but Robin's expression gradually turned dazed. Her gaze toward him kept changing, filled with gratitude, surprise, and disbelief. Am I really that important to him? Unknowingly, her eyes even began to well up with tears. But just as the tears were about to fall, Robin noticed and quickly turned her head away, not daring to look at Ver any longer. She ordered herself to pull the tears back and forced her emotions to stabilize. She absolutely could not be this weak. But Ver's few simple words had hit her hard, bringing a strong sense of security that almost shattered the high walls she had built around herself for so many years. For a moment, she truly wanted to cry. But she held it in. Are you crying? Why are you crying? Ver asked, puzzled. All he did was answer her question. Why was she crying now? Although she turned away quickly, Ver still noticed. I'm not crying. You pervert. Robin stubbornly fired back at Ver. If she weren't weaker than him, she would have definitely smacked his thick skull. How could he be as dense as Luffy? Who even asks something like that? Hearing the familiar nickname again, Ver was already used to it. Call me whatever you like. You can yell all you want. Wait, never mind. Since you're so afraid of dying, I'll give you my most powerful protective charm. As he spoke, Ver pulled a pair of plastic cat ears from his medical kit and handed them to Robin. Robin looked at the item in his hand with an amused expression. Cat ears? A grown man using something so cute as a charm? Although that's what she thought, this thing did come from his medical kit. The twisted black color made it anything but cute. Yet, Robin still found it adorable. You use this as a charm? Are you sure you're not a pervert? Robin teased with a playful tone. Hearing that, Ver also realized that his words just now sounded a bit off. His strong and manly image, completely shattered. Ahem. That's not important. What's important is that this thing can block a fatal attack, no matter how powerful. Ver spoke seriously. At first, Robin thought he was joking, but his words made her hesitate. Was this real? A fatal attack? Looking at Ver's serious expression, she could tell he wasn't messing around. This thing could really save her life. But if that was true, then why was Ver giving it to her? Was it really just because he thought she was afraid of dying? Why are you giving this to me? Robin asked, confused. Because you need it. Ver said, placing the cat ears on her head. Looking at the large cat ears now sitting atop Robin's head, Ver nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. Mission complete. If you're in danger, just shout Ver, save me. In your mind, and the cat ears will unleash unimaginable power. Ver kept a straight face as he spoke, but he was secretly laughing inside. Robin, watching Ver personally put the cat ears on her, felt her cheeks heat up slightly. I got it. She replied, her voice a bit softer. Remember, you have to say it in your mind for it to work. Ver reminded her again. Just then, Nami's voice called from afar. Hey. Ver. Robin. The log pose is set. Time to gather up. Already? Ver was surprised. He thought they'd be staying here for at least a day. But it had only been half a day, and the log pose was already locked in. That was fast. Got it. Ver shouted back to Nami, then picked up the sleeping Chopper from the ground. I'll take Chopper back to the ship first, he said to Robin before heading toward Nami. Watching Ver's back, Robin, now wearing the cat ears, couldn't help but smile slightly. She mumbled something under her breath before standing up to follow. If anyone had listened closely, they might have heard, liar. It doesn't work at all. But on this vast grassy field, perhaps only the wind heard her words. By now, Luffy and the others were already waiting near the Going Merry. When Ver and Robin arrived, everyone immediately noticed the strange cat ears on Robin's head. Why does Robin have ears on her head? Did she grow another pair? That's obviously just an accessory. Zoro answered Luffy's question with exasperation. Sanji, however, had already appeared in front of Robin in a flash, his eyes sparkling. Robin-kun. Kawaii. His eyes were filled with hearts as he wiggled in front of Robin. Robin smiled at him in response. That smile nearly killed Sanji on the spot. Ver was genuinely worried that Sanji might die from excitement, leaving no time for resuscitation. If lust is a blade hanging over one's head, then Sanji must have at least 1,000 or 2 blades over his. Even performing surgery on him was a challenge. If he caught sight of a beautiful woman mid-operation, his stitches would instantly burst open. This had happened more than once. Thankfully, ever since switching to welding treatment, it had been much better. Bang. You hopeless flirt. Stop blocking Robin's way. Let's go. Under Nami's gentle persuasion, Sanji was dragged toward the ship. Just as everyone was about to board, Nami noticed that Luffy had disappeared again. Looking around, they finally spotted him near a rock. A large mushroom seemed to be growing on top of it. Luffy had been drawn to the mushroom. Seriously? Picking mushrooms at a time like this? Nami's fists clenched instinctively. Just as she was about to deliver a few punches of love, the mushroom suddenly stood up. Huh? That's a person. They all moved toward Luffy. Robin's face turned pale instantly. She recognized him immediately. It was Aokiji. The man who haunted her nightmares. Her fear was palpable, her breathing ragged. She wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Even Ver had gone over. Clenching her fists, she forced herself to move. She had to warn them. Chapter 85, Capturing Ver? Just as Ver had left, Chopper, who had been dropped on the deck of the Going Merry, slowly regained consciousness. At this moment, Aokiji scratched his head somewhat awkwardly as he looked at Luffy standing before him. Hello. Seeing Aokiji's friendly demeanor, Luffy also felt a bit awkward. Uncle, your head really looks like a mushroom. Aokiji, are you even being polite? Luffy. Who is this guy? Nami and the others had rushed over, looking at Luffy in confusion. Seeing the two casually chatting, she thought Luffy actually knew him. Oh, this mushroom head uncle was sleeping here, and I woke him up. I don't know him. Luffy answered matter-of-factly. You don't know him? Then why waste time talking? Then why haven't you told him to leave? What are you chatting for? Nami shouted angrily. Just as Luffy was about to respond, Ver arrived at the scene. The moment Aokiji saw Ver, he instinctively started sizing him up. But no matter how long he looked, He couldn't see anything special about him. He didn't sense anything unusual from Ver at all. With that, Aokiji immediately concluded, Ver posed no threat to him. This mission should be easy to complete. What's this kid looking at? Why is his gaze so strange? Is he thinking about how to deal with me? That stare is way too obvious. How annoying. Originally, he had planned to simply freeze him and carry him back, but now, a good beating seems more appropriate. As Aokiji was sizing up Ver was doing the same to him. Tall and skinny. With a lazy face. Alright, I'll go and for the face first, and I'll hit hard. Knock him out and then go straight for the welding combo. No, his expression is really pissing me off. Is he thinking about how to package me up? I was going to hold back a little, but now I see there's no need. I'll remodel his face completely. That expression is infuriating. Yo, you must be Ver-kun? I've heard so much about you. Aokiji smiled as he greeted Ver. The moment he spoke, Luffy and the others were stunned. A random sleeping uncle on the island actually knew Ver? Was it because of his 200 million bounty? Luffy was even more frustrated. Uncle. Do you know me? He looked at Aokiji with hopeful eyes, wishing that his fame could match Ver's. But Aokiji took one glance at him and decisively shook his head. Luffy, Q. Tears immediately welled up in Luffy's eyes. He turned to stone on the spot. And then, as if hit by Perona's negative ghosts, he collapsed to the ground, repeatedly pounding it with his fists. He doesn't know me. Not even a little. Seeing Aokiji smiling at him, Ver knew something was wrong. Why is this guy so focused on him? Looks like he didn't come here just for fun. Better be cautious. At that moment, Robin finally caught up and stood behind Ver. She was now face to face with Aokiji, feeling the overwhelming pressure radiating from him. Her eyes filled with fear, and her legs trembled. Memories of Aokiji's terrifying presence overwhelmed her, making it hard to stand. She lost control and collapsed to the ground. Just as she was about to fall completely, a large hand reached out and grabbed her delicate fingers, stopping her descent. What's wrong? If you're sick, I don't have time to treat you right now. You'll have to wait a bit. Ver's deep, magnetic voice rang out at the perfect moment. Hearing his voice and feeling his strong grip, Robin's heart immediately felt more at ease. Strength seemed to return to her body. Looking at Ver's faint smile, she hurriedly said in a panicked tone, that man is a Marine Admiral, codename Aokiji. We don't stand a chance against him. Everyone, run for your lives. Robin's voice was loud, and everyone heard her. Some faces turned pale, while others looked confused. Huh? What's a Marine Admiral? Luffy asked in confusion, even patting Aokiji on the back. Uncle, are you a Marine? This action completely stunned everyone. Bro. There's gotta be a limit to your cluelessness. When we get back, we're making you study. No passing, no leaving. We barely exchanged words, and now I have to make a move. That's right, I'm a Marine. I'm here under orders to capture Ver-kun. Aokiji shook his head helplessly. He originally wanted to chat with Robin for a bit, but looking at the situation, they'd probably try to escape soon. If he didn't act, he wouldn't complete his mission. But this time... Robin, you didn't abandon your comrades. Have you found people who truly care about you? Well, it doesn't matter. We'll find out soon enough. The moment Aokiji said that, everyone's faces changed. Even Luffy was no exception. Robin was particularly shocked. Capture Ver? Why Ver? Shouldn't they be after her? No. She can't let him take Ver away. She won't allow it. Turn to Fleur, clutch. Robin shouted. Immediately, arms sprouted all over Aokiji's body. The moment they appeared, they tightly restrained his limbs and joints. But Aokiji's face remained expressionless. He simply stared at Robin, his face showing an unusual expression. Robin seems to care a lot about this Ver. And then, crack. Snap. Several sharp sounds rang out as Aokiji's entire body shattered into pieces. Ah. Everyone was stunned. Did Robin just one-shot the strongest Marine? Before they could react, the scattered ice shards started reforming. In just a few seconds, the ice blocks took shape again, reconstructing Aokiji. He looked at Robin in mild surprise and said, "It's been years. You've really grown." Luffy and the others, seeing Aokiji standing up again, immediately charged forward. Luffy didn't understand what a Marine Admiral was, but there was no way he'd let Ver be taken. Zoro and Sanji felt the same. Wait. A voice stopped them in their tracks. You're no match for him. If you don't want to get hurt and end up needing my treatment, stay back. Everyone looked at Ver in shock. Though hesitant, they didn't back down. After a brief pause, they rushed forward again. Even if you have to treat us, we can't let you get captured. Luffy roared angrily and launched a Gamu Gamu no pistol. Zoro and Sanji also charged from both sides. Ver sighed helplessly. Though he was touched, this was basically just throwing themselves into danger. Things just got complicated. So Aokiji was after him. In that case, he wouldn't go after Robin first. This is bad. Putting the cat ears on himself or throwing them at Aokiji wouldn't work either. Chapter 86, The Gap in Strength. Throwing them at Aokiji would be a complete failure. Whether he dodges or freezes them, that soul-soothing incense is never going to affect him. It has to be at a very close range. Otherwise, Aokiji's reflexes are enough to keep him out of danger. As for putting it on himself and rushing forward, that wouldn't work either. Would Aokiji even embrace him? Hard to say. Ver didn't dare gamble on it. If it wasn't an embrace, the chances of getting right up to Aokiji openly were practically zero. Only Robin could make it work. Robin was the most likely to be taken into Aokiji's arms. No other way. Ver had to go first. Pretend to be frozen. Pretend to be defeated. The current situation was extremely passive, but there was no choice. The gap in strength was right there. Only Robin could break this deadlock. Everything depended on waiting. Waiting for Aokiji to give a loving hug. There was no other way. Meanwhile, the three combatants on the ground had already collapsed. Their arms and legs were largely encased in ice. They lay on the ground, struggling, trying to ease the unbearable pain of frostbite. I really didn't want to make a move, Ver-kun. Let's talk this out. Seeing your companions injured like this doesn't sit well with me either. Aokiji was still trying to persuade Ver to surrender. Ver. Don't listen to him. Run. Robin clutched Ver's sleeve in a panic, trying to get him to flee. Luffy and the others on the ground were also shouting the same thing. Ver. Go. I'll hold him off. Luffy struggled to stand. But his frostbite was far worse than in the original story. Aokiji had truly attacked this time. So he simply couldn't get up. Leaving wasn't an option for Ver. He looked at Robin, who was usually composed but now completely flustered. He raised his hand and gently patted her head. Don't worry, I have a plan to deal with him. It looked like a pat, but was it really just that? No way he'd do something so sentimental in battle. He had simply nudged the cat ears on her head. Their temperature was now close to body heat. The moment Aokiji's chill reached them, they would explode instantly. But Robin was truly panicked. She tried to pull Ver away, but he had already turned to Aokiji and spoken. Surrender? Could Ver accept that? Not a chance. But handing over his head? That he could do immediately. Enough talk. Let's fight. Ver's expression was dead serious. He wanted to test the true gap between himself and an admiral. Just as he was about to go all out, Aokiji disappeared. Ver's observation hockey expanded to its maximum range. But when he caught Aokiji's presence, his expression changed drastically. That guy was already behind him. Ice time. A chilling voice, like that of a ghost, whispered in Ver's ear. At the same time, an intense cold spread across his back. Ver had only one thought: motherfucker, should he say it or not? This guy. Coming at him with full power from the start? He sure holds me in high regard. That speed. That technique. As expected, admirals are on a different level. If only I could steal his physical abilities. Just how incredible would that be? Leaping straight into admiral-level strength wouldn't be impossible. Indeed, Aokiji wasn't holding back at all. He could play around with the others. But Ver was his mission target. Aokiji didn't want to trouble himself too much. It was best to finish it in one go. Extreme speed and freezing without giving any time to react. But if Ver wanted to, he could have instantly turned and fired a charged lightning at Aokiji. At the very least, he could have shattered the incoming ice. There was no way he'd let himself be frozen so easily. However, Robin was right next to Aokiji. If he fired that charged lightning, the collision with Aokiji's ice would send shards flying. Those shards would undoubtedly pierce the cat ears on Robin's head. Ver's right index finger had long been coated in armament hockey. The purpose? To mask the bright light and heat of charging. But unfortunately, he couldn't use it now. Might as well get frozen. His electricity could break the ice anyway. No big deal. With that thought, Ver made no move. He acted as if he hadn't even realized what was happening. Aokiji's eyes spread from his right hand, freezing Ver into an ice sculpture. Seeing Ver frozen, Luffy and the others exploded with rage. Even Nami and Usopp charged toward Aokiji without hesitation. Nami raised her claim attack, summoning lightning to strike Aokiji. Usopp's slingshot fired a barrage of powerful ammunition. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji also struggled to their feet. They all lunged at Aokiji. Robin, meanwhile, sprouted arms under Ver, trying to pull him away. Hey, he's my mission target. I really can't let him go. Aokiji simply glanced over. The arms holding Ver instantly froze into ice and shattered. Usopp's attacks stopped mere centimeters from Aokiji before turning into ice spheres. Aokiji willed them forward. The ice balls shot out like powerful cannonballs. Boom. 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 The sound of ice colliding with flesh rang out. That hurts. Cries of pain filled the air. Thud. Thud. Everyone, except Robin, collapsed simultaneously. Each one sustaining injuries that prevented them from standing. Aokiji had controlled his strength perfectly. Just enough to incapacitate them. I have to take this guy with me today. Don't make it difficult for me. Aokiji sighed in exasperation. Inside the ice, Ver sighed in relief. Aokiji hadn't attacked Robin. If she had been targeted, he would have broken free immediately to protect her. That would have ruined everything. From the looks of it, Aokiji was about to give Robin his loving hug. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left her for last. Ver was ready. He had run through the sequence in his mind dozens of times. Break the ice. Open the medkit. Grab the brick. Thunder step. Time domain. Armament hockey brick smash. All he needed was for Aokiji to get close to Robin. And indeed, Aokiji turned toward Robin. He had left her for last to test her. Would she care about this boy? If she did. Well, that would be unfortunate. Aokiji locked a sea stone cuff onto Ver's frozen wrist. Then, he grabbed Ver's arm and turned to face Robin. Step aside, Nico Robin. Or I'll take you back as well. Aokiji barked sternly. Ver, just stay like that, just stay like that. He was mentally chanting frantically. But Robin didn't hesitate, she charged at Aokiji, determination in her eyes. Then take me too. Ver, hug her. Hug her. But Aokiji raised his hand and created an ice block. Ver, damn it. Whoosh. The ice block flew toward Robin. No choice but to wait for another chance. Just as Ver prepared to break free, a figure rushed out. Blocking Robin. Boom. The ice hit the newcomer, only causing him to stagger. Robin's face showed shock. Even frozen, Ver's eyes widened. Aokiji looked at the person blocking him. He asked impatiently, "Are you going to stand in my way too?" The figure was radiating an aura of rage. It glared furiously at Aokiji. Its eyes were glowing red, emitting a terrifying light. After taking a deep breath, it roared at Aokiji with a twisted expression. "What did you do to my big bro?" Chapter 87. There's no cage in this world that can hold my big bro. That's right, the one that had just arrived was none other than Chopper. He had already regained consciousness earlier, but the lingering effects of the incense were too strong. It took him until now to fully recover. The moment he did, he immediately started looking around for Ver. As soon as he lifted his head, he realized a battle was taking place. He transformed into his reindeer form and dashed over at full speed. But the moment he arrived, all he could see was Ver frozen in ice. And, the stranger clutching his big bro's arm. "Your big brother? What a shame. He's my target, and I'm taking him to prison now." Aokiji spoke leisurely. He gazed at the humanoid creature before him with a hint of surprise. From his perspective, this reindeer's strength was definitely among the top in this group. Yet, it turned out to be Ver's underling. Upon hearing that Aokiji intended to take Ver away, Chopper, who should have been filled with rage, suddenly became eerily calm. His expression gradually returned to a neutral state. Seeing this, Ver felt an ominous premonition. Chopper. That guy is a Marine Admiral. He is extremely powerful. Robin, standing behind Chopper, spoke up. She didn't tell Chopper to run. Because she knew, even if everyone here fled, Chopper would never hesitate to charge forward. Even if hell awaited him, he would not take a single step back. She was merely reminding Chopper to be cautious. She would support him from the side. In truth, Robin didn't need to say anything. The moment Chopper arrived, he already understood how strong the enemy was. After all, his seemingly invincible big bro had no power to resist in this man's grasp. That alone was enough to explain everything. But he wouldn't back down. Nor would he step aside. He was terrifyingly calm. His sharp eyes were locked onto Aokiji, filled with a fierce glint that even surprised Ver. "If you want to take my big bro, you'll have to kill me first." Chopper spoke in an unwavering tone. As he spoke, his small reindeer hoof transformed into a hand and reached into the pocket of his pants, the ones Ver had made for him. Aokiji simply watched silently. He made no move to stop him. Then, Chopper spoke again, his voice growing increasingly savage. "As long as I'm alive, no one can harm my big bro. In this world, there is no prison that can hold my big bro." As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his hand and shoved a rumble ball into his mouth. But this time, not just one. Not two. But all of them. A full 20 rumble balls. "Chopper. Are you insane?" Robin shouted in rage. She knew about Chopper's rumble balls. After all, she was close to him. But she also knew about their side effects. Even though Ver had upgraded them, taking 20 at once, there would definitely be severe consequences. But at this moment, Chopper could no longer hear her. His vision was dyed in crimson, and all that remained was Aokiji. And one thought, take him down. Save Big Bro. Watching as Chopper's body continued to grow, his eyes glowing red, Ver could only sigh helplessly in his heart. If he had only taken 2 rumble balls, transforming into a giant beast wouldn't have had severe side effects. The only drawback would have been a temporary period of weakness afterward. But 20? Losing his sanity was inevitable. And once the transformation ended, the real suffering would begin. At the very least, agonizing pain would rack his entire body for days. Every single cell would scream in agony. He could even die from the pain. He had warned him before. This idiot. Although the side effects were immense, the power boost was just as overwhelming. Now fully transformed into his monster point form, Chopper's size had reached that of a regular giant beast. The excess medicinal power had instead strengthened his overall physical attributes. Now, exuding a terrifying aura, Chopper roared, "Let go of my big bro." The roar was deafening, making people tremble. Huh? He hasn't lost his sanity? No. He definitely has. Ver thought to himself. The moment he finished roaring, Chopper lunged at Aokiji. His massive palm came crashing down. Seeing the sudden transformation, Aokiji's eyes were filled with shock. But he had no intention of letting Ver go just because of this brotherly bond. He had to take him away today. Aokiji first tossed Ver aside. Faced with Chopper's incoming palm, he didn't dodge. Smash! A loud crash echoed. Aokiji shattered into ice once more. Meanwhile, Chopper's massive hand was unsurprisingly frozen in place. Aokiji reappeared on the other side. Boom! Another punch. Yet, the result remained the same. The gap was simply too great. Even though 20 rumble balls had strengthened Chopper's body 7-fold, in front of Aokiji, he was still like a child being toyed with. Watching Chopper's hands completely encased in ice, Aokiji reformed beside his right arm once more. If you don't know how to use armament hockey, then there's no point in fighting. Aokiji mused leisurely. Then, he walked toward Ver once again. But at that moment, Chopper's right hand, the first one to be frozen, broke free with sheer brute force. He swung a massive punch at the Aokiji standing beside him. Aokiji remained unfazed. But this time, just as the punch was about to connect, a streak of black suddenly coated Chopper's massive fist. Boom! Aokiji was sent flying. Robin was completely stunned. In his berserk state, Chopper had used armament hockey? How was this possible? Even Ver was shocked. Had he really lost his sanity? Ver began to doubt it. Because in his monster form, Chopper's physical abilities were more than enough to easily sense the armament hockey within his body. But the key was, he had no rationality right now. How could he sense it? There was only one explanation. This kid had ingrained everything he had been taught into his instincts. Damn, Chopper. Even Ver was stunned. This kid was way too hardworking. At this moment, Chopper, having broken free from his restraints, once again charged toward the direction where Aokiji had been sent flying. Not far away, on the grass, Aokiji slowly sat up. He reached out and picked up the eye patch that had fallen to the ground. A hint of irritation crossed his face, he was getting annoyed. Seeing Chopper rushing toward him again, Aokiji casually raised his hand and met Chopper's massive fist head-on. Seeing this, the wild surge of power within Ver's body slowly calmed down. However, his fists clenched involuntarily. It's not fatal. But Chopper won't come out of this unscathed. If Aokiji had intended to kill, Ver wouldn't have just stood by. There was no way he'd watch Chopper die. But thankfully, it hadn't came to that. Aokiji. I'm letting this slide one last time. A snowflake-like ice crystal drifted down. Chopper, in his massive beast form, was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Aokiji patted the dust off his clothes and once again walked toward Ver. But this time, a figure was standing in front of Ver. Freeze me too. Ver was the one who pulled me out of the abyss. If you don't freeze me as well, I'll carry this guilt for the rest of my life. Robin stood her ground, her expression defiant as she stared at Aokiji. A trace of appreciation flashed in Aokiji's eyes at her words, but his steps did not stop. He walked straight toward Robin. As he got closer, a sudden embrace. Ice time. Robin's body rapidly froze, and for the first time in a long while, fear resurfaced in her eyes. For some reason, Ver's words from before echoed in her mind. If you're ever in danger, just call out in your heart, Ver, save me. And the moment Aokiji leaned in completely, Ver, save me. Boom. Robin's cat ears detonated with a thunderous blast. A dense cloud of smoke erupted instantly. Even Aokiji wasn't quick enough to react to this unexpected turn of events. Although he stopped breathing at the fastest speed possible, he still accidentally inhaled a trace of the smoke. A wave of dizziness struck his mind in an instant. His body also began to feel weak. But with his strength, he knew he could forcibly dispel this condition in at most a tenth of a second. What kind of hidden weapon is this? Interesting. At this moment, Aokiji still hadn't realized the severity of the situation, and just as the explosion rang out, a lightning-cloaked shadow appeared right in front of him. Time domain. The instant this voice echoed, in Robin's eyes, Ver's speed suddenly more than doubled. Floating in front of Ver was a black gold brick charged with crackling lightning energy. At the same time, Ver's right leg, now noticeably bulkier and surging with electricity, lashed out and struck the brick with full force. Boom. Just before Aokiji could fully recover his clarity, the brick smashed into his face with terrifying impact. The immense force sent his head snapping backward instantly. The black brick, however, seemed as if it had been embedded into his face, wasting not a single ounce of the attack's power. Every bit of damage was completely delivered to Aokiji's face. The searing pain made Aokiji acutely aware of his situation, even in his weakened state. The entire area where the brick had landed was deeply caved in. There was no doubt, Aokiji's face was completely ruined. But this was just the beginning. He was anesthetized. Chapter 88, By It. By the best. At this moment, Aokiji was completely stunned. He could feel his surroundings, sense the bizarre situation he was in. He could still think, still feel. But he had no control over his body. What the hell was going on? Was it that brick? Did that brick somehow numb every limb in his body? That's impossible. Since when do bricks have anesthetic properties? He had never heard of such a thing. What kind of bizarre tool was this? And that smoke, was that also this guy's doing? It actually worked on an admiral? Who said this kid's tools were nothing but insignificant little tricks? Even an admiral like him had been taken down. Maybe Fleet Admiral Sengoku's words weren't so reliable after all. And another thing. How did Ver suddenly break free? Aokiji had unleashed his freezing power on him without holding back at all. Yet, in an instant, Ver had broken free from his ice. Even the sea stone cuffs had no effect on him. Ver had already stuffed those cuffs into his pocket. What the hell is this? Wasn't he supposed to be frozen solid? And that insane speed. According to the intel, Ver's speed was only at the level of a beginner's instant transmission. But now, for a moment, he had clearly surpassed even Aokiji's speed. You call that a beginner's instant transmission? That's Admiral level speed, damn it. Fleet Admiral, if the intel is this outdated, just feed it to your goat. Stop keeping it around like it's worth something. For the first time, Aokiji was genuinely frustrated at the complete lack of reliable intelligence. What the hell was their intel division even doing? They weren't just useless, they were actively making things worse. Aokiji was starting to feel real danger. He couldn't move, and he had just beaten up everyone present. What happened next was completely out of his control. Luffy and the others were just as wide-eyed, staring at the fallen Aokiji in shock. Their gazes shifted between Ver and the unconscious admiral. There was no way to hide their disbelief. They had all experienced Aokiji's power firsthand. To him, they were nothing more than toys to be played with. They had zero chance of fighting back. Yet now, that same overwhelming force had collapsed at Ver's feet. This was beyond anything they could comprehend. What the hell was Ver? How did he pull off something this impossible? How did he do it? That kick just now. To be honest, it terrified them. If any one of them had taken that hit, their heads would have exploded on the spot. No doubt about it. Ver had poured every ounce of strength he had into that attack. The fact that Aokiji was still alive was a testament to his resilience. And Aokiji had completely frozen Chopper. Ver wouldn't let him off easy for that. Yet, Ver didn't immediately deal with Aokiji. After landing that kick and confirming the admiral was fully incapacitated, he turned and ran toward Chopper. That dumbass. If he stayed frozen too long, it'd be bad news. Aokiji could wait. Ver would deal with him properly later. Standing before Chopper, Ver placed his hand on the frozen reindeer. After sensing the situation, he realized it was just a thick ice shell encasing him. The ice hadn't harmed him internally. It was purely meant to immobilize. Ver's face lit up with relief. Well, Aokiji wasn't such a bad guy after all. But I have no choice, old man. I need to get stronger. You'll just have to endure it later. For now, let's get Chopper out of there. The longer he stays in that berserk state, the worse the after effects will be. With that in mind, Ver activated his shaping ability. The ice at his fingertips melted instantly. And it spread at an astonishing speed. That's right, this ice was also inanimate. It could be manipulated and removed like anything else. That's how he broke free so quickly just now. Otherwise, even he wouldn't have escaped Aokiji's full power ice so fast. In just a second, every last bit of ice vanished from Chopper's massive form. And as soon as he was free, his instincts took over. He swung a massive fist straight at Ver. Ver wasn't surprised. He simply stood still. Just as Chopper's enormous hand was about to smash him, it suddenly stopped. Chopper was struggling against himself. But the struggle only lasted for half a second. And then, the hand continued to fall. "Big bro." The beastly voice roared, slurred but filled with remorse. It was like he was cursing his own helplessness. Ver was honestly caught off guard. "That was 20 rumble balls, kid. And you still managed to seize control for even a split second?" Ver's opinion of Chopper shot through the roof. Of everyone here, Chopper fought the best. "No." Chopper screamed in his mind. Boom. The ground shook violently. But Ver was already gone. He now stood on Chopper's shoulder. Looking into those crimson eyes, he spoke gently, "I'm proud of you. Rest now." And with that, a massive needle was ruthlessly plunged into Chopper's neck. A full vial of liquid was forcefully injected into his system in an instant. Chopper's eyes widened in shock. He wanted to resist, to tear Ver apart. But the serum had already taken effect. This was a special formula Ver had prepared for just such an occasion. It forcibly neutralized Chopper's monstrous state. The red in Chopper's eyes rapidly faded, and his massive body shrank at an alarming rate. His swinging arm fell limp. Within moments, he had reverted to his tiny reindeer form. Ver caught him in his arms. "Don't hit Big Bro. Big Bro has weak legs." Even in deep unconsciousness, Chopper mumbled those words, his tiny face scrunching up in distress. Ver couldn't help but chuckle. But then he remembered the pain Chopper would go through once the after effects kicked in, and his smile faded. Forget it. The negative points he'd get from treating Aokiji. He'd use them to buy the best painkillers for this kid. Whatever he could afford, he'd get it. Not the most cost-effective, just the most expensive. Chopper deserves nothing but the best. He really earned it today. Chapter 89, How much? "Luffy, you guys wait a bit. I'll heal you all in a moment." Ver shouted toward the injured crew members. That one shout instantly drained the excitement from the group, who had just been celebrating their victory. They had initially considered asking Chopper to handle their treatment. Though his healing took longer, the experience was far more pleasant. But now that even Chopper was among the injured, what were they supposed to do? Well, damn. After speaking, Ver carried Chopper over to Aokiji and handed him to the relatively unscathed Robin. Robin took Chopper in her arms. "Our MVP is in your hands, Robin." With that, Ver crouched down to assess Aokiji's injuries. Robin, holding Chopper, who was still frowning in sleep, watched Ver's back. She finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. She had deliberately said those words earlier because she had a hunch. Just before Chopper was frozen, she had sensed the increasingly violent aura emanating from Ver. Being so close, she could tell, Ver could break free from the ice at any time. So why didn't he? There was only one possibility: he was waiting for something. Waiting for an opportunity. And what was that opportunity? Other than the cat ears he had given her, Robin couldn't think of anything else that could break the deadlock. She thought long and hard, but that was the only plausible answer. But if the cat ears were the key to their escape, why did Ver give it to her? There had to be a reason. The cat ears must have some limitation, and that limitation was most likely distance. That's why she had said those words to Aokiji, hoping to increase the chances that he would freeze her in an embrace. When the cat ears on her head exploded, Robin's tense heart finally relaxed. Because Ver had already appeared in front of her. Ver was now stepping on Aokiji's forehead with one foot, gripping the brick on his face with both hands, and using all his strength to pull it out, his face turning red from the effort. Pop. With a strange sound, the solid brick was finally yanked free. Damn, that's ridiculous. It was practically embedded in there. Ver muttered in disbelief. But Aokiji was even more devastated. My handsome face is ruined. This was bad. He had no idea what he looked like now. Hopefully, Ver would be kind enough to restore his face. He had heard that Ver's medical skills were top-notch. Just as Aokiji thought Ver would put the brick away, Ver suddenly started hammering it against his head again. Bang. 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 Feeling the constant pain from his forehead, Aokiji was on the verge of breaking down. Come on, I already lost. What more do you want? Do you really have to smash my head into the ground to feel satisfied? At this point, he had accepted his fate. No use arguing, he lost, fair and square. A man should own up to his mistakes and take his punishment like a pro. Aokiji, the prime example of a socially responsible youth, accepted reality quickly. Though he was shocked by Ver's methods, he wasn't one to complain. Do whatever you want. A loss is a loss. Feeling the pain from his head, Aokiji didn't think it was unbearable, But he was certain of one thing: Ver was an absolute lunatic. This hockey-infused brick might not deal much damage, but damn, is it humiliating. Hopefully, he'll stop after a few more hits. If this keeps up, Aokiji will lose all dignity as an admiral. At long last, Ver stopped. He was gasping for breath. That was exhausting. His stamina was nearly drained. Using armament hockey so frequently took a toll on him. He had done all this to make sure Aokiji didn't wake up midway through. That would have been a disaster. Then, Ver took out the sea-stone handcuffs that Aokiji had put on him earlier and snapped them onto the admiral's wrists. Here you go. Aokiji stared at the sea-stone cuffs that Fleet Admiral Sengoku had specially prepared for him. His emotions were mixed. Fleet Admiral, you really screwed me over. As soon as the sea-stone cuffs locked onto him, Aokiji's body went limp. For the first time, the Ice Fruit user experienced true helplessness. No big deal, I have the key. Once I recover, I can unlock myself. Oh, look, here's the key. Off you go. Ver casually tossed the key into the ocean. Aokiji. Alright, Admiral Aokiji, we have no personal grudge, just different positions. You injured my crew, but I don't blame you. After all, it's your job. Besides, you held back, and for that, I'm grateful. As for how I messed up your face, I sincerely apologize. So I'll fix it up for you. Once I'm done, we'll leave. I hope that next time we meet, you'll go easy on us again. Ver spoke casually. Hearing this, Aokiji mentally awarded Ver Model Citizen Certificate. A true gentleman. He was an admiral, lying there completely helpless. Any other pirate would have just killed him and taken the glory. But this guy? Not only did he thank him, but he even offered to heal the injuries he inflicted. If that's not a good guy, then what is? Aokiji secretly made up his mind. Next time he encountered Ver, he'd hold back a little. Pirates like him were a rare breed. Just as Aokiji was getting emotional, a loud buzzing sound filled the air. Looking up, he saw Ver walking toward him, holding a chainsaw. Huh? Aokiji's mind blanked for a second. Wait, didn't he just say he was going to heal me? I didn't mishear that, did I? Relax, old man, let me explain. This is a tool to cut away your skin and remove damaged organs like your eyes. Your facial bones are completely shattered. Once I fix the bones, I'll reattach your handsome face. Ver's reassuring voice rang out. But Aokiji felt zero reassurance. A chainsaw. Can such delicate work even be done with a chainsaw? Robin, put the MVP down for a moment and come help me. Ver called out to Robin. Robin gently placed Chopper on the ground and stepped over to Aokiji, crouching beside him. Seeing the deep indentations on Aokiji's face, she was slightly moved. Could such injuries really be repaired? Wait, why did I say repaired? Just as Ver was about to instruct Robin, he suddenly froze. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've earned 80,000 negative points. What? How many? Ver stared at the system interface, repeatedly checking the number of zeros. At last, he confirmed it was real. 80,000. 80,000. He had been sailing for months and had never earned that much in total. And now, this old man just casually gifted him this massive windfall? Wait, hold on, this whole time, Aokiji hadn't said a word. But the moment Robin sat next to him, he immediately lost his mind. Chapter 90, I can't go on. Ver had been smashing him with a brick for so long, yet not a single drop was given. This guy's tolerance was off the charts. Well, he was an admiral, after all. He had climbed up step by step to reach that position. For him, this was nothing more than a minor setback. But things were different now. With 80,000 negative points gained on the spot, Ver made his decision. For this round of treatment, Robin would personally take the lead. He would stand by her side, observing and guiding her. Wait. Just guiding wouldn't cut it. That wouldn't count as him treating the patient. What if he didn't even receive negative points for it? If that were the case, then he could just hold Robin's hand? That actually seemed feasible. After all, he would still be the one performing the treatment. Robin was merely a proxy. Time to give it a try. Thinking this, Ver immediately put his acting skills into overdrive. Robin, who was examining Aokiji's injuries, suddenly heard a loud thud. Something seemed to have collapsed. She looked up to see Ver lying on the ground, his arms and legs convulsing uncontrollably. This gave Robin a huge fright. She instantly generated an arm on Ver's body and grabbed the chainsaw that was about to fall. Then, she hurried over to check on him. Up close, she saw Ver foaming at the mouth, nosebleed flowing freely. His eyes were rolling so far back they were nearly looking at the heavens. Seeing Robin approach, Ver spat out another mouthful of blood. Robin's heart nearly stopped. He was fine just moments ago. What happened? Why did he suddenly look like he was about to die? Ver. What's wrong with you? Robin asked anxiously. There was no doctor here. If Ver truly collapsed, she wouldn't know what to do. Did he get injured in the battle just now? What should she do? Why didn't she know any medical skills? At this moment, Robin actually blamed herself. I just have some internal injuries. I'll be fine after resting for a bit, don't worry. But Admiral Aokiji. I might not be able to treat him. Ver spoke weakly, sneaking a glance at Robin. Then we won't treat him. You just focus on resting. Don't push yourself. Robin quickly comforted him. Aokiji. No. He has done us a great favor. I can't just abandon him. I have to hold on a little longer. I can do this. Ver struggled to get up. But Robin held him back, shaking her head seriously. Admiral Aokiji is my dearest friend, my sworn brother. I absolutely cannot give up on him. Ver put on a righteous and heroic demeanor, which left everyone present stunned. Is Ver really this noble? Robin was also in a dilemma, unsure of what to do. As she hesitated, Ver shamelessly spoke again. How about you help me treat my dear friend? Robin was stunned. Me? She had no medical knowledge. How was she supposed to treat anyone? What was Ver even saying? Yes, you. Although I'm severely injured, I can still teach you how to treat him. You're the only one here who can do it now. Cough cough. Cough. Ver broke into a dramatic fit of coughing, looking like he was on the verge of death. Robin saw his persistence, and remembering how Aokiji had helped her in the past, she did want to do something for him. All right. Robin softly agreed. The moment she did, Ver immediately sprang to his feet, grabbed her hand, and shoved the chainsaw into it. Then, hand in hand, he guided her toward Aokiji. His actions were far too swift, quicker than even Robin, who was completely fine. This whole sequence nearly fried Robin's brain. Weren't you about to collapse? Robin asked uncertainly. PFFFT. Ver spat out another mouthful of tomato juice. I'm really about to die. Aokiji watched them move hand in hand, his heart sinking into despair. He could see right through Ver's terrible acting. This kid had ulterior motives. Earlier, when Ver struck him, he hadn't held back at all. There wasn't a slightest sign that he had been injured. His ice-based attacks hadn't even touched Ver. So where did these so-called injuries come from? This was blatant fraud. And now, watching Ver hold Robin's hand, guiding her to operate a chainsaw over him, Aokiji felt a deep sense of misery. It was like watching the daughter he had raised get seduced by some street punk. And that punk wasn't just teaching her reckless behavior, he was leading her to set fire to their own living room. Then, still holding her hand, the punk had the audacity to turn around and ask him, "Old man, did I teach her well?" This feeling was truly unbearable. If it were just Ver tormenting him, Aokiji wouldn't have even flinched. But having Robin involved made it embarrassing? Not quite. Aokiji couldn't describe the feeling, it was just deeply unsettling. And now, this lunatic was actually having Robin perform the surgery? Aokiji was starting to suspect that Ver had some sort of mind-reading ability. The chainsaw buzzed loudly. Ver guided Robin's hands, cutting downward. As they worked, he explained everything, where to cut, how to remove the pieces intact, the precise force and depth needed. Robin followed his instructions with full concentration. Before long, all the damaged organs in Aokiji's sunken face were removed. Only a battered skull was left exposed. Ver then took out a basin filled with what looked like sewage water and tossed Aokiji's facial parts into it. Aokiji's consciousness nearly shattered. Where did this guy just throw my face? What even is that stuff? Watching his own face get dunked like that made him feel like he was about to split apart. This experience. He never wanted to go through it again. It was absolutely horrifying. Even for him, it was hard to endure. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've earned 120,000 negative points. Ding. Hearing the system's rewarding chimes, Ver grinned in satisfaction. Then, he pulled out a bottle of some pungent yellow liquid from his medical kit. Without hesitation, he poured it directly into the hollow of Aokiji's skull. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've earned 150,000 negative points. Ding. Aokiji was on the verge of breaking down. This guy was actually pouring something into his head. What the hell was this? Right now, Aokiji just wanted to know what this stuff was. That disgusting liquid was absolutely unbearable. He was really about to reach his limit. Meanwhile, under Ver's control, Robin's hands moved even faster. The two of them reached inside together and started stirring things up. They made sure that all the shattered bone fragments were coated in that liquid. Robin didn't resist at all. In fact, she found it oddly fascinating. This substance was something Ver had developed. Normally, it could only be used to repair bones. As for that foul-smelling sewage-like broth over there, that was for restoring organs like eyes. But for it to work, the organs had to be fully submerged. And that meant they had to be cut out first. Aokiji could feel two hands moving around inside his skull, occasionally grabbing onto each other. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't hold it together anymore. What kind of doctor was this? How could they treat someone like this? Chapter 91, Aokiji, huh? Ver listened to the beautiful chime of the system notification, and the smile on his face grew brighter. In no time, Aokiji's facial bones and internal nerves had almost fully recovered. The golden yellow liquid had been completely absorbed by him, leaving not a single drop behind. At this moment, Aokiji's exposed skeletal face was gradually covered as his flesh rapidly regrew. It wouldn't take long for him to be almost fully restored. Meanwhile, Ver reached into the nearby sewage broth and fished out everything he needed. Now, all that remained was the installation. Alright. We just need to put everything back in. Thanks for your hard work, old man. As Ver spoke, he picked up Aokiji's eyeball, dipped it into the grimy sewage liquid once more, and then handed it to Robin. Just put it back in place. Nothing complicated about it. Hold it still after placing it. I'll handle the rest. As Ver spoke, he handed each part to Robin, who, like assembling a puzzle, carefully placed the organs back in their respective spots. Ver made sure to dip each piece in the liquid to ensure the nerve connections re-established properly. From Aokiji's perspective, however, this was nothing short of a nightmare. The putrid stench from the liquid was unbearable, so much so that even in his disembodied consciousness state, he felt like vomiting. Not only did this bastard soak each part, but he even dipped them again right before installation. Was he even human? Aokiji was filled with an overwhelming urge to punch someone. He wanted to give this brat, who kept calling him old man, a proper beating. Just you wait. Just you wait. Aokiji fumed internally. But then, his eyes widened in shock. Ver's large hands had reached his face. At this point, Aokiji's face had been fully reconstructed. Though still a bit lopsided, everything was in place. Ver first pressed his hand against Aokiji's bulging eyeball, trying to force it back into the eye socket. At first, he used one hand, then two, then straightened his back, and finally jumped up to slam it in. But the eyeball just wouldn't go in. Aokiji winced in pain, his mouth twitching involuntarily. The eye hadn't gone in, but it had connected to the nerves. Every press felt like taking a direct hit to the eyeball in battle. It hurt. It really, really hurt. And this guy was getting more aggressive. He even resorted to smashing it in. Aokiji genuinely felt like his eye was going to burst. And by the looks of it, it still wasn't going in. Was this suffering all for nothing? Just as Aokiji was about to despair, Ver reassured him. Seems like your eyeball swelled up from soaking too much. No worries, though. I have a secret weapon. No matter how stubborn, it'll go in. As he spoke, Ver rummaged through his medical kit. Before long, he pulled out a bottle of lubricant. Then, without hesitation, he squeezed a generous amount directly onto Aokiji's eyeball. Aokiji was stunned. He recognized the substance, which was why he was so shocked. And because he recognized it, he was that much more horrified. Why the hell did this guy carry something like that around? Wait. What the hell am I thinking? No, no, no. Shouldn't I be more concerned about my own eye first? This bastard actually put that stuff on my eye. Aokiji snapped back to reality and immediately struggled violently. Even his real body began to tremble. If this continued, he might actually break free from the seal. Thud. A dull impact rang out, and Aokiji quieted down again. Ver casually set aside the brick he had just used, keeping it handy for future use. Now, with the lubricant applied, Ver grew bolder. First, he pressed down fiercely. When that didn't work, he started slamming it. When even that didn't work, he stood up and stomped. He stomped down hard on Aokiji's eye while yelling, "Go in. Go in. Old man. Old man. Die. 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 Ding. Congratulations, host. You've earned 300,000 negative points, ding. Congratulations, host. You've earned 170,000 negative points." Aokiji was utterly miserable. Not only did it hurt like hell, but the sheer indignity of it all was unbearable. This brat was really trying to kill him. If his organs weren't so durable, his eyeball would have exploded by now. After a tense struggle, with a slick schlop, it went in. Fully in. Ver finally let out a breath of relief as he saw the eye had finally returned to its socket. With that done, the other eye was easy to handle. Unlike the first, this one popped right in with a gentle press. Seeing Aokiji's mismatched eyes, Ver couldn't help but burst into laughter. PFFT, ha ha ha. His gloating laughter made Aokiji, who was already miserable, feel even worse. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've earned 20,000 negative points. Wow, even this counted? Impressive, Admiral. Even a casual slip-up from you is worth that much. With the major work done, Ver brought out his welding kit. After hooking the electrical wires to himself and turning Aokiji's face into steel, Ver handed the welding torch to Robin. Huh? You want me to do this too? Robin hesitated. She had seen Ver weld before, but that didn't mean it was easy. If she handled it, wouldn't Aokiji's face end up full of craters? Wasn't he your sworn brother? How could you make me do something like this? Robin seriously doubted Ver's intentions. Just do it casually. All you need to do is spot well the seams of the face. With Admiral Aokiji's recovery abilities, as long as it's slightly connected, it'll be fine. Aokiji, huh? Ver connected the grounding wire to Aokiji's face, handed Robin a welding mask, and urged her to hurry up. Seeing no other option, Robin reluctantly began. The moment the welding rod touched the steel, an intense burst of heat and light erupted. Aokiji's face slowly fused together. But he was completely dumbfounded. When Ver first took out the welding kit, Aokiji thought the guy was going to make some kind of support frame for him. But the moment his face was turned into steel, his heart sank. Something terrible was about to happen. And sure enough, the scorching heat seared his skin. Though not as hot as a Kainyu's magma, he had no defenses or resistance at the moment. The heat directly burned his face, and it was agonizing. He involuntarily trembled from the pain. To make matters worse, Robin's unsteady hand meant the pain came in sudden bursts, sometimes unbearable, sometimes dull. Aokiji, who had fought his way to the rank of Admiral, thought his mind was as calm as water and his will as firm as steel. But today, in mere minutes, he had broken down completely. That's right. Once again, Aokiji had completely lost it. Chapter 92, Aokiji's resolve shattered. Luffy and the others all turned their heads away at this moment. The last time Ver did some welding, Nami and Usopp were moved to tears for an entire night. Those tears never stopped. Flowing with their eyes open, flowing even more with their eyes closed. It was like they'd been chopping onions for hours. Completely unstoppable. The two of them just sat there, crying all night long. At first, watching the bright flashes of welding seemed kind of cool. But come nighttime, their eyes felt unbearably sore. It felt like someone had squeezed lemon juice straight into their eyeballs. Luffy and the crew may have laughed at the two of them all day long. But seeing their miserable state made it clear, staring at welding light was a terrible idea. Now, everyone was behaving. Not a single person dared to look. Even the ever-reckless Luffy had no such thoughts. He was truly afraid that Ver would tell him, this is an illness, and it needs treatment. And then arrange a treatment plan just like he did for Aokiji. That would be an absolute disaster. Ver, at this moment, watched as Aokiji's face started shifting into an indescribable state under Robin's handiwork. He couldn't sit still anymore. This was his dear friend, his sworn brother. How could he let him walk around like this, unable to face the world? This was his mistake. He had to fix it. Without hesitation, Ver grabbed Robin's slightly shaky hands. He started smoothing out Aokiji's face. The uneven bumps and dents began to flow seamlessly. Where Ver welded, there were no visible traces. After guiding Robin through the finishing touches and patching up the previous welds, the welding process was finally complete. Thinking about the powerful ability he was about to obtain, Ver's face lit up with joy. Now, old man just needed to get some teeth back in. This should be the last step. The nose was already welded back just now. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've earned 230,000 negative points. The system notification kept ringing, always in the thousands. Ver had already become numb to it. Aokiji's teeth had all been shattered just now. Ver had no intention of fixing them. Individually implanting them seemed like a hassle. So, he simply pulled out a set of dentures. Custom made. Almost indistinguishable from real teeth. The only downside was that they were prone to falling out. But that was an easy fix. Just weld them in place. Without further ado, Ver got to work. No nonsense. He took out the dentures and shoved them directly into Aokiji's mouth. Only. The size seemed a little off. Just a tad too big. No problem. Ver pulled out a hammer. With a mighty swing, he smashed the stuck dentures right in. With a loud clink, they were embedded perfectly. It's not like this was an eye, no need to be overly delicate. No one would think he'd need to call a dentist out for this, right? If one hit can settle it, why waste time? The next steps were all routine. The welding kit was still here anyway. Ver didn't call Robin over this time. Mouths were tricky to work with. Even he had to be careful while welding here. ZZZZT, ZZZT. The bright welding light began to shine once more. Thick smoke continuously poured out from Aokiji's mouth. Some of it even got sucked into his lungs as he breathed. Aokiji was speechless. Welding fumes were actually toxic, but he couldn't be bothered. It didn't affect him. It was just that Ver's decision to weld inside his mouth had completely shattered his mental defenses. No doubt about it, he had still seen too little of the world. Watching from afar, at least you still have to inhale it first. I got welded directly inside my lungs. Even the breathing step got skipped. As Ver worked bit by bit, though slower than before, the welding was much sturdier. Before long, the sizzling sound finally stopped. Luffy and the others curiously looked over. But the moment they saw it, their faces changed. To be honest, at first glance, it was kind of funny. At second glance, it was pretty terrifying. For a moment, none of them knew what kind of expression to make. All they could do was furrow their brows and stare with strange looks. At this moment, if anyone wanted to recognize Aokiji, they could only do so by his nose. Only his nose remained exactly the same. Everything else? One eye was bigger than the other, but that wasn't the real issue. The real problem was the dentures, completely exposed like a freakish grin. Aokiji tried to close his mouth but completely failed. Because the dentures were too big, he looked like he was constantly flashing an exaggerated smile. And it was a full grin. Kind of like Brook. At this moment, his mental state completely collapsed. He couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of reactions he'd face once he returned. Garp, I just thought of something hilarious. Sengoku, my wife is giving birth. Kizaru, kawaii ni Kyuzen-chan. Okainu, disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. It's over. I'm done for. Aokiji's resolve shattered. Even his laid-back sense of justice was shifting towards utter despair. At this moment, only Sanji understood Aokiji's pain. Men like them, handsome beyond words, cared deeply about their appearances. If their looks were ruined, their entire philosophy and way of life would crumble. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've earned 500,000 negative points, ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability, Advanced Armament Hockey. About to break through to Supreme level, it's here. It's finally here. Ver stared at the system page, momentarily dazed. Then, excitement kicked in. Advanced Armament Hockey, about to break into the Supreme level. This just skyrocketed his hockey to an entirely new tier. Ver could now fully feel the power of Armament Hockey. Even with just intermediate level Armament Hockey, he had been able to injure Aokiji like this. Sure, there were other factors, and Aokiji wasn't defending. But no doubt about it, the biggest boost in attack power came from Armament Hockey. At full release, it was even stronger than a triple strength charged attack. Armament Hockey was the most solid technique in the later stages of battle. Aokiji's hockey level was truly strong. Right now, it was advanced, but 2 years later, when he fought Garp, it should have broken through to Supreme level. Garp was definitely at Supreme level. And here he was, with only a 200 million bounty, already possessing peak advanced armament hockey. Absolutely insane. Now, Ver felt that if he unleashed his full power, combining hockey with his other techniques, his strongest attack could probably barely reach the level of an admiral. But only barely. Meaning he was much stronger than a vice admiral candidate. Still, it was only for a single strike. Sigh. While this stolen ability was flawless and undeniably powerful, for him right now, it was limited. His stamina could only sustain one full-powered use of armament hockey. In terms of overall combat strength, he was probably just past vice admiral level. In short bursts, he could reach admiral candidate level. That was plenty for now. No one in the first half of the Grand Line should be able to take him down. But endurance was a man's pride. This couldn't stand. He needed to boost his physical endurance ASAP. He was falling behind. The words not lasting long had even uttered his thoughts. He had techniques, he had tricks, but he just couldn't keep going for long. Unacceptable. Next stop, Water 7 and Inai's lobby. Hopefully, Lucci and his crew could put up a fight. He needed more physical endurance. A Dorador fruit would be nice. Everything else? Just give him raw physical strength. Time to make a wish. Chapter 93, I'm Aokiji. Moreover, the Dorador fruit might even be a spatial ability. The future looks bright, indeed. After making his wish, Ver looked at Aokiji's face, which was now almost as handsome as Sanji's once was. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty. His eye would recover over time. But his teeth. Ver could only say, maybe you should consider getting a scarf like Katakure's. Other than that, there was nothing he could do. That was all he could offer. With that thought, Ver took a rather nice-looking green scarf from his medical kit and placed it on Aokiji. Old man, don't blame me. Born into this world, I have no choice but to go with the flow. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've earned 8,000 negative points. Sigh. Looks like the old man still has a big grudge against me. Whatever, one day, he'll understand me. Oh right, old man, I almost forgot. I still need to do some acupuncture on you, or else your facial nerves might not reconnect properly. As if suddenly remembering something, Ver excitedly spoke up. Then, he started rummaging through his medical kit again. Aokiji, who had thought they were about to leave, suddenly felt his heart sink. But acupuncture should be quick and simple, right? Before Aokiji could finish that thought, Ver had already taken out his needles. A single one. Yes, a single iron spike. At least 30 centimeters long. Yes, longer than the thickness of his face. And in Ver's other hand was a small hammer. If he wasn't mistaken, that was probably meant for hammering the spike in. Aokiji, sumimasen. Ver, of course, paid no attention to him. Clang. 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 The system was also happily chiming in the background. About 5 minutes later, Ver, holding Chopper in one hand and grabbing Robin's arm with the other, looked at Aokiji lying on the ground. Both of them bowed in unison. Then, they turned and walked toward the ship. We're leaving now, old man. Everything was fine at first. But after Ver spoke, Aokiji miraculously twitched again. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've earned 100,000 negative points. Hearing the system notification, Ver finally let go of Robin's arm. That's right, he had been deliberately provoking the old man just now. A free 100,000 points. Time to take off. But Robin, seeing Ver let go of her hand, felt a little disappointed. Though she didn't show it. She just quietly glanced at the grinning Ver. Meanwhile, Ver was still basking in the joy of his newfound negative point wealth. This trip was really rewarding. It was like a shopping spree. So satisfying. He couldn't wait to check his total later. Ver thought excitedly. With Robin's help, Luffy and the others had returned to the ship. Now, each one of them was lying on the deck, looking miserable. As if they had all been hit by Perona's negative ghosts. Hey, hey, hey. Don't be like that. Why is everyone so down? Guys. Weren't we having a blast earlier? They were unhappy, but Ver was delighted. Maybe he'd even get some physical stat boosts when he healed them. But just as he was celebrating, Usopp, who had been lying on the deck, suddenly stood up. Everyone turned to look at him in unison. Ver immediately tensed up. Hey, bro, what's up with you? Ver asked with a serious expression. But even Usopp himself seemed confused. He blankly said, I don't know, I just felt like I could stand up, so I did. Huh? What kind of talk is this? This is bad. Ver could see it. These guys weren't really hurt. That old man Aokiji had really controlled his strength perfectly. They had just rested for a while and recovered on their own. Ver had to admit, old man, you're quite gentle. But you messed up. You went too easy on them. Hey. My hand is fine now. My leg moves too. Me too. Seeing Usopp stand up, the others tried as well. The results were obvious. They were completely fine. This is why Ver always had to act fast with his treatment. If you didn't hurry, they would heal on their own. So, does that mean we don't need treatment anymore? Usopp asked. Everyone immediately snapped back to reality. And scattered like the wind. Why are you even asking? Are you stupid? Nami's voice rang out, snapping Usopp out of his daze. Right. Why he even asking? Run. Everyone rushed to prepare for departure. And they were all eager to work. Trying to look as busy as possible. Ver could only shake his head helplessly at the sight. Forget it, we'll see when we get to Water 7. No more wool to shear here. Soon, Ver carried Chopper into their room. Gently placing him on the bed, Ver started browsing the system shop. This time, he had earned a total of 1.8 million negative points. Truly an eye-opener. He used to prioritize low-cost options. But now, he could finally browse from the most expensive ones. An hour after Ver and his crew had left, Aokiji finally woke up. He trembled as he got up. Reaching into his coat, he pulled out his dendenmushi. He dialed a familiar number. Marine Headquarters. Fleet Admiral's office. 3 figures were sitting around a meeting table. Each had a cup of tea before them. On the table lay Ver's bounty poster. I finally get a break, and you show me this for what? Sengoku asked Tsuru, picking up his tea and taking a sip. My instincts tell me, this kid isn't simple. A vice admiral might not be enough to take them down. Tsuru spoke, looking worried. She had seen Ver's potential and wanted Sengoku to send more forces. That's right, Sengoku. This brat's bounty is even higher than my grandson's. We need to catch him. If no one else can, let me go. I'll personally deliver him to your office and put him on your desk. Garp stopped eating his senbai and spoke indignantly. But Sengoku just smiled mysteriously. Taking another sip of tea, he confidently said, No need. I've already sent Aokiji after him. By now, he should be on his way back. At those words, the other two looked at him in shock. Sending an admiral? To deal with a rookie pirate? While not impossible, it was certainly surprising. Aokiji, huh? You really think highly of him? But if it's Aokiji, then nothing should go wrong. Tsuru finally felt relieved. Even Gar presumed eating his senpai. Boring. Sending an admiral to bully a rookie. How lame. Garp secretly scoffed at Sengoku. Just as Sengoku was about to continue speaking, his dendenmashi rang. He picked it up, and an unfamiliar face appeared before the three of them. Who is this? Your illegitimate son, Sengoku? I've never seen him before, but he looks just like you. Bwahahaha. Garp teased. This dendenmashi line wasn't one just anyone could call. Who are you? Sengoku frowned and asked. I'm Aokiji. Chapter 94, Insignificant Little Tricks. What? Aokiji? This guy who looks like a zombie dares to call himself Aokiji? Garp couldn't hold back. My Aokiji may not be the most handsome, but he's definitely not this disgusting. How dare you claim to be Aokiji? You bastard. Go look at yourself in the mirror. Look at that pig face of yours. How dare you say you're Aokiji? Of all people to impersonate, you chose to impersonate an admiral? You think we don't know who Aokiji is? I suggest you confess immediately. Where did you pick up this dendenmashi? Garp bombarded the dendenmashi with accusations and threats. He was certain that the dendenmashi was picked up by this ugly fool. Even Sengoku had an expression full of disbelief. The main issue was the sheer difference in appearance. It was simply too drastic. He had spoken with Aokiji not long ago. How could he possibly have turned into this in such a short time? That's right, kid, fess up. Where did you pick up this dendenmashi? Sengoku chimed in as well. Only Tsuru frowned deeply. The voice clearly belonged to Aokiji. But why did the face look completely different? On the other side, Aokiji was already in a terrible mood, and after being scolded by Garp, he was even more annoyed. Oh, alright. So this is how they want to play it. Fine. Vice Admiral Garp. Have you ever confessed about that time you accidentally flicked your bujur into Fleet Admiral Sengoku's tea? Before he could even finish his sentence, Garp immediately blew up. Shut up. You impudent scoundrel. How dare you slander me? Aokiji continued nonchalantly, and that time when you took advantage of the Fleet Admiral being distracted and wiped a big handful of snot on his hat. Lies. Lies, I say. And about the Fleet Admiral's pet goat, the time you... Stop. Stop. Enough already. My dearest Admiral Aokiji, let's have a serious talk about what happened to you instead, shall we? Garp suddenly adopted an extremely serious expression as he stared intently at the dendenmashi. His tone was filled with solemnity and concern. Looking at him, one might even mistake him for the Fleet Admiral himself. But upon closer inspection, a thin layer of cold sweat was clearly visible on his forehead. Meanwhile, Sengoku removed his hat with a suspicious expression. And right there, on the brim of his hat, was a dried-up stain, a remnant of some long-forgotten nasal excretion. Recalling the faintly salty taste in his tea before, Sengoku's face darkened uncontrollably. He had thought it was a new type of tea blend. Good. So it was you, Garp. Just you wait. Tell us, Aokiji, what exactly happened? Where is that brat now? Sengoku took the dendenmashi from the ever-so-serious-looking Garp and calmly asked. I failed. They got away. And this face of mine is thanks to him. Aokiji spoke with a hint of helplessness. What? You failed? What happened? With your strength, how could he possibly be your match? Are you telling me that not only did you fail to capture him, but he even managed to mess up your face? Sengoku asked in disbelief. That's right. Hearing Aokiji's confirmation, Sengoku took in a sharp breath. No way. Even Garp and Tsuru widened their eyes in shock. That guy actually got away. And it looked like Aokiji was even defeated. How did he pull that off? They were genuinely curious now. This was simply unbelievable. The difference in strength was enormous. And I was defeated by those insignificant little tricks of his. Aokiji's tone was dripping with sarcasm. Hearing this, Sengoku felt a little embarrassed. He tried shifting the topic. You didn't freeze him from the start? You got careless, Aokiji. If you had restrained him immediately, how could he have used those tricks? Sengoku tried reasoning. I did freeze him. I went all out from the very beginning. Then how? He instantly broke free with those insignificant little tricks of his. Why didn't you put sea stone cuffs on him? If you had, it would have been foolproof. You got careless again, Aokiji. Fleet Admiral, do you know why I didn't chase after them? Aokiji suddenly asked. Why? Because the sea stone cuffs are right here on my wrists. They were also instantly cracked by his insignificant little tricks. Aokiji spoke in a flat tone. But somehow, that flat tone was laced with ridicule. Especially those 3 words, insignificant little tricks. This time, Sengoku was at a complete loss for words, scratching his head in embarrassment. Well, the intelligence reports, they weren't necessarily wrong. Maybe they were just slightly inaccurate. In any case, this wasn't your fault. Just come back for now. We'll figure out these tricks and then send someone to capture him. For now, just come back and rest for 2 weeks. I'll have someone send you the spare key. After saying this, Sengoku couldn't stand Aokiji's resentful gaze any longer and promptly hung up. As soon as the call ended, silence filled the room. Watching Sengoku's frustrated expression, Garp could barely hold back his laughter. But considering the current situation, he decided to hold off on that. What kind of tricks could actually take down an admiral? Tsuru finally broke the silence. Don't worry. Tricks are just tricks. We just need to figure them out. Garp nodded in agreement. Stop saying tricks already. An admiral got taken down. And you're still calling them tricks? Sengoku couldn't take it anymore. Aokiji being sarcastic was one thing, but now these two were joining in. That guy's methods were completely unexpected. We'll have to wait for Aokiji to return before we can understand what really happened. That brat. We can't judge him with common sense. Tsuru, have the intelligence department reinvestigate him. Such critical information shouldn't have been wrong. Hearing this, Garp quickly chimed in with a serious nod. Yes, absolutely. But as soon as he finished speaking, Sengoku locked eyes with him. Calmly. Coldly. Silently staring. Sweat poured down Garp's face as his eyes darted around. I'll go check on the intelligence department now. Tsuru tactfully got up and left. Garp, help me on San. Not long after Tsuru left, the office was filled with Garp's miserable screams. Meanwhile, Aokiji soon received the key from the Marines. As the sea stone cuffs were removed, that long-lost power slowly began to awaken. But as his strength returned, a look of disbelief appeared on Aokiji's face. Something was off. What's going on? My strength has increased? With uncertainty, Aokiji released some cold air from his feet. The ground instantly froze, but in a much smaller area than expected. It really did improve. The temperature is even lower than before. What is this? Aokiji was utterly shocked. If it were a minor boost, he wouldn't be this surprised. But this increase was substantial. He hadn't done anything, so why did his strength suddenly grow so much? Aokiji's mind raced, considering all possibilities. Yet, nothing made sense. This was completely unheard of. He had only been tormented for a bit. So how did he get this much stronger? Could it be Ver's treatment? His treatment can increase strength? This thought kept circling in Aokiji's mind. As absurd as it sounded, it seemed like the only possibility. That guy's treatment can make people stronger. And not just a little, but by a considerable margin. Was this another one of his little tricks? How terrifying. A doctor like that was practically world-class. Unbelievable. Feeling the newfound strength coursing through him, Aokiji's frustration seemed to lift. Even his messed-up face didn't seem so bad anymore. As he thought about it, the smile on Aokiji's face felt a little more genuine. That brat didn't seem so bad after all. Meanwhile, on the going merry, Ver watched as Chopper groaned in pain. A trace of worry appeared on his face. Chapter 95, Upgrade. At this moment, Chopper's condition had become quite severe. In just 2 more minutes, the little guy wouldn't be able to stay unconscious any longer. Once he woke up from the pain, that would be the real nightmare. The excruciating agony, as if being sliced by 1,000 blades, would instantly rob him of control over his body. He would be left lying in bed, silently enduring that indescribable torment. Hearing Chopper's painful groans, Ver shifted his gaze back to the system. A new notification had appeared on the system interface. A prompt regarding a system upgrade. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your balance has exceeded 1 million negative points. Unlocking the system upgrade feature, the host can choose to spend 1 million negative points to upgrade the system. Upon upgrading, the system will grant equipment enchantment, auto spiritual power training, and advanced shop access. Equipment enchantment allows enhancement of already acquired equipment. Auto spiritual power training gradually increase spiritual power. Advanced shop access unlock a higher tier marketplace. Note: choosing to upgrade will grant the host an immediate boost in spiritual power. Spiritual power significantly enhances the strength of Conqueror's Haki. That's right, the system had an upgrade function. Ver was somewhat surprised at the appearance of this new feature. The rewards for upgrading were clearly laid out. Both equipment enchantment and the advanced shop seemed incredibly useful. The advanced shop might even contain items that could directly enhance his strength. Even if it didn't, the products available there would certainly be much more potent than what was currently available. Perhaps there would be something even more extraordinary. As for equipment enchantment, there was no need to elaborate. Whether it was enchanting his chainsaw or his arc welder, it would undoubtedly result in a massive power-up. The most ridiculous one, however, was his brick. Who knew what kind of absurd effect an enchanted anesthetic brick might acquire? And even more outrageous was the medical kit he had been carrying throughout his journey. That item was already overpowered. If it were to be enhanced any further, Ver couldn't even begin to imagine how broken it would become. However, all of these features paled in comparison to one particular function. The auto-spiritual power training. A function that could continuously strengthen spiritual power. And upgrading the system would grant him a large boost right away. Currently, according to the system's estimates, his spiritual power was quantified as 7 points. The average person had around 5 or 6 points. Powerful individuals might reach 10 points. Spiritual power was something one was born with. Whatever number one started with was what they had for life. There was no way to improve it. Those with top-tier Conqueror's Haki were essentially just those who had trained their Conqueror's Haki to the peak. What set them apart was the strength of their Haki, not their spiritual power. The differences in spiritual power between individuals weren't usually that significant. If two people had Conqueror's Haki of the same level but a 1 or 2 point difference in spiritual power, there would be a slight impact, but not enough to be decisive. However, if the gap in spiritual power was too great, then even with equally strong Conqueror's Haki, one side would completely overwhelm the other. This was precisely why red-haired Shanks was hailed as the strongest Conqueror's Haki user. Because his spiritual power surpassed everyone else's. Ver roughly estimated that Shanks likely had at least 14 or even 15 points of spiritual power. That was terrifying. If he unleashed his full power, no one could match him in a clash of Conqueror's Haki. The system had provided specific numbers. If he chose to upgrade, he would immediately gain 10 points of spiritual power. 10 points. With his current 7, that would put him at 17. He would instantly surpass red-haired Shanks. The boost to his combat strength would be immeasurable. And this was only the beginning. This function would continue to increase his spiritual power. As long as he upgraded the system, he would obtain this function. The sooner he upgraded, the better. The earlier he started accumulating spiritual power, the more he would gain in the long run. Every point was incredibly precious. Even though he didn't currently possess Conqueror's Haki. Who would ever complain about having too much spiritual power? There was no denying that these 3 functions were all incredibly powerful. By spending 1 million negative points to upgrade the system, he could immediately obtain all of them. This would also ensure his future journey was even more secure. But would Ver choose to upgrade? That question didn't even need answering. The answer was already in the syringe in his hand. Super Painkiller, price, 1.5 million points effect, grants the patient complete immunity to pain for 1 full day. After the effect wears off, the patient permanently retains 50% pain resistance. Evaluation, the dream drug of Deadpool and Wolverine. This stuff was truly top tier. A perfect example of getting what you pay for. 1.5 million, completely worth it. Not only could it solve the immediate crisis, but it would also grant Chopper a permanent 50% pain resistance afterward. Don't underestimate this. If he could accumulate more pain resistance in the future, Chopper's ability to take 20 rumble balls at once might actually become viable as his normal form. The rumble balls Ver had developed for Chopper only had one side effect when eaten in excess. As long as they could overcome this side effect, the rumble balls could be eaten like candy. As for upgrading the system, that could wait. Right now, Chopper was the priority. He could always save up more negative points later and prioritize upgrading the system. After all, the benefits of upgrading were simply too great. Suddenly, Chopper let out an agonizing scream behind Ver. His blood-curdling cry instantly drew the attention of everyone on the ship. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open. Luffy was the first to charge in. What happened? What's wrong with Chopper? The moment Luffy entered, he frantically searched for Chopper's figure. Seeing Chopper lying in bed, he didn't hesitate and immediately rushed forward to check on him. But Zoro quickly grabbed him and held him back. Don't move. Ver is here. Let him handle it. Zoro said with a serious expression. That scream just now was far from normal. It sounded like someone was experiencing inhuman torment. At that moment, the rest of the crew also entered. The first thing they saw was Chopper writhing in pain on the bed. But the moment he moved, it seemed to trigger something worse, and his agony intensified. What was happening? Ver. What's wrong with Chopper? A now calm Luffy anxiously asked Ver. Ver didn't immediately administer the shot, He wanted Chopper to experience this pain for a few seconds. If he gave him the shot right away, the little guy might get the wrong idea and think it was perfectly fine to take 20 rumble balls at once. If Ver wasn't around next time and Chopper did this again, or worse, took even more, it would be a much bigger problem. This is the side effect of eating 20 rumble balls at once. His pain perception has been amplified over 100 times. Ver said calmly. His words, however, made everyone else panic. Robin's face turned grim. Then doesn't that mean even breathing feels like having a knife slashing his throat? Moving even slightly would feel like needles piercing his body? Exactly. Then that scream just now. Nami's voice trembled in disbelief. Hearing this, everyone's expression instantly darkened. Yes, just how much pain was Chopper in? Luffy was now relieved he hadn't rushed over. If he had smacked Chopper just now, he might have actually killed him. Chapter 96, Rebellious Phase? Chopper ended up like this because he was trying to save everyone. What should we do? How can we help him? Everyone had this same question racing through their minds. Then, in unison, they all turned toward Ver. Here, the only doctor was Ver. And only he had the ability to help Chopper. Yet, what they saw was Ver's calm and composed expression. What? Why was Ver so calm? Did he not care about Chopper? Chopper was clearly in unbearable pain. Oi? Ver. You have a way to save Chopper, right? If this keeps up, he'll die. Luffy, looking panicked, shouted at Ver. Lower your voice. His eardrums are already in agony. Loud noises will make it worse. Ver reminded Luffy. After speaking, he walked toward the bed. Chopper, teary-eyed, gazed at Ver. His eyes held despair, but also a glimmer of hope. But there was no regret. His breathing was incredibly weak. He wanted to cry, but he knew that the pain from his vocal cords and face would be unbearable. As Ver approached, Chopper's expression changed again. It hurt too much. Even breathing was unbearable. Despair deepened in his eyes. Slowly, he started sending Ver a different message with his gaze. Ver understood what he meant. Kill me. As Ver searched for the right injection spot, he spoke softly, Don't worry, I've got a way. Just hold on for 2 more seconds. The moment Ver said that, the despair in Chopper's eyes vanished instantly. It was replaced by the overwhelming joy of surviving a catastrophe. He had never doubted Ver's words. If Big Bro said he had a way, then he would be saved. Remember this feeling? Ver, holding a syringe, aimed at Chopper's vein and injected painkillers swiftly and precisely. The liquid was pushed in at once. The moment the needle pierced his skin, Chopper's entire body trembled in pain. This was a sensation he would never forget for the rest of his life. As soon as the medicine entered his body, Chopper took deep, gasping breaths, like a drowning man finally reaching the surface. The only sound in the room was Chopper's ragged breathing. Once the medicine took effect, the pain vanished instantly. But that injection alone was enough to etch itself into Chopper's memory. Wah! Now that all the pain had disappeared, Chopper burst into tears. He cried bitterly. Not as badly as when Ver had treated him before. But close enough. Hearing Chopper's cries, the tense crew finally let out a collective sigh of relief. When Ver had spoken earlier, no one dared to make a sound. Now that the problem was solved, they could finally relax. But thinking about what Chopper had just gone through, their hearts ached for him. Sanji, I'll definitely cook more delicious meals for Chopper. He's the best partner I have, besides women. Zoro, if there's good booze, I'll share a couple of sips with him. Luffy, Chopper. I'll never steal your food again. Nami and Usopp, from now on, when the 3 of us run away, we won't leave you behind. Robin, I'll try to scare him less in the future. At this moment, Chopper was officially promoted to the crew's mascot. Tears welling up in his eyes, he struggled to sit up and hug Ver. But just because his pain was numbed didn't mean the side effects were gone. He wasn't in pain anymore, but his body was still severely damaged from overusing the rumble ball. Sitting up was impossible. Moving was impossible. Now that the biggest issue was resolved, his physical injuries weren't a big deal. After all, Ver was a doctor. This was his specialty. As for Chopper, he'd let it slide this time. Some internal and external treatment should do. No need for drastic measures like surgery this time. Let's take it slow. How do you feel? Ver looked at the Chopper lying in bed and asked. It hurts. Chopper replied, his face full of grievance. Will you still take it next time? Ver glared at him. I will. Chopper, previously looking pitiful, suddenly became firm and loudly retorted. What? Luffy. Everyone, get out. I need to treat Chopper's injuries. He's about to die. His brain is probably already broken. Ver's face darkened. Hearing this, Luffy and the others froze at first. But since Ver said he was treating Chopper, they had no reason to argue. One by one, They exited the room. Bang. The door was closed. But they could faintly hear sounds from inside. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is eating. Come on, let's go to the operating room. But big bro. You were almost captured. I have to eat it. I already told you. In situations like this, just go back to your damn mountain. Can't you understand? No. I won't. Oh? Oh. So you've entered your rebellious phase, huh? Alright. Today I'm gonna cure this bad habit of yours. Dong. A heavy door slammed shut inside. Not long after, accompanied by the buzzing sound of a chainsaw, Chopper's screams began to echo. And this time, they sounded even more pitiful than before. The crew shivered in unison. A mix of fear and relief flashed in their eyes. Thank goodness. Thank goodness we didn't get hurt. Only Chopper did. What a stroke of luck. No time to waste. Time to train. I can't let that happen to me. Everyone thought the same thing. And so, a whirlwind of training resumed on the ship. Even Robin joined in. She wanted to awaken armament hockey. Ver had told her that a weak body couldn't awaken it. Only a strong body was the foundation of everything. The ship sailed smoothly. Nami's navigation skills had improved immensely. She was close to reaching Ver's level. That was talent. Something ordinary people just couldn't compete with. With her around, the ship rarely encountered troublesome or insurmountable weather. The sea breeze blew against the Going Merry's sails, rustling the tangerine trees and making them chime softly. Perched on the mast, Mary watched the crew training under the sun, a pure and happy smile forming on its face. Sailing with everyone is so much fun. It's just that the screams are a bit terrifying. Mary thought to itself, slightly unsettled. Chopper's cries lasted for a full hour before finally stopping. By then, he had passed out again. But the strange thing was, he was supposed to be immune to pain. Yet he kept screaming in agony. No one knew what Ver had done to him. But somehow, he managed to make a reindeer that couldn't feel pain let out such miserable cries. Chapter 97, Momozugi? Nai. Sigh. Kids these days, they just don't listen anymore. Creak. The door of the operating room swung open. Ver stepped out. He plopped down onto the couch where Robin usually read, shaking his head helplessly. Soft everywhere, except for that stubborn mouth. Is this what the rebellious phase is like? Kids really do grow up fast. Sigh. After mumbling to himself, Ver glanced out the window. Outside, everyone was busy with their own tasks. The sunlight spilled onto his slightly weary face, making him feel a little drowsy. Inside the room, Chopper lay unconscious on the operating table, tongue sticking out and eyes rolled back. His body twitched from time to time, as if he had been subjected to some unspeakable torment. Feeling a bit drained, Ver suddenly wanted a smoke. In his past life, as a model citizen, he had never even touched a cigarette. After some thought, he pulled a pack from the system shop. He tore it open, took out a cigarette, and placed it between his lips. With a snap of his fingers, a flicker of electricity ignited it. He took a deep drag. And as expected, cough. 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 Damn, this stuff was stronger than he expected. Forget it, smoking wasn't for him. Next stop, Water 7. That place should be lively. This time, he had not only obtained the cheat-level ability, Time Domain, but also mastered Advanced Armament Hockey, an essential power for any strong fighter. He had already tested it. Time Domain had a cooldown of 2 hours. Totally acceptable. Now, even if he ran into an Admiral candidate, he wouldn't panic. He still couldn't win, but the gap wasn't as overwhelming anymore. Besides, even Aokiji had opponents he couldn't defeat. If he couldn't win in a straight fight, he'd just have to outsmart them. At this point, there wasn't a single Vice Admiral in the Marines who could match him. As long as the Marines didn't launch some grand operation, there was no real threat in Water 7 for him. Of the 1.8 million negative points he had accumulated, only 300,000 remained. He needed to save up and upgrade the system as soon as possible. As for the people in Water 7, not many were worth his attention. Other than that guy with the door fruit, only Kaku and Rabluchi were worth healing. As long as he didn't end up with some useless Marine 6 styles technique, anything else would be acceptable. It would be a nightmare to go through all the trouble only to get something like Iron Body as a reward. The door fruit had real potential, likely another cheat-level ability. Thinking about spatial powers, Ver's mind was filled with Law's flashy techniques. The Opope fruit really was like a space fruit. Teleporting all over the battlefield, just imagining it was exciting. And then there was Robin. What would she choose this time? Would she let herself be captured again, or would she stay and fight? Either way, it didn't matter. No matter what she chose, he could keep her safe. If she chose to be taken, he could simply reach an Ai's lobby before them. Take out that Cypher Paul agent, Spandam, and use Bon Clay's power to impersonate him. That way, Robin wouldn't have to suffer under his hands. And he'd be able to command Lucci and the others. A solid plan. As for the going merry, this time it probably wouldn't last. He'd have to take care of it when the time came. Thinking about it, there was a lot to do. He also had to be on guard in case the Marines sent someone after him. If it was just Vice Admiral, he could handle it. But if Kizaru or Okanya showed up, things would get tricky. Those two didn't really have any weaknesses. Even trying to outmaneuver them would be difficult. He was still too weak. His life wasn't truly secure yet. He needed to keep getting stronger. With that thought, Ver reached into his medical kit and pulled out a listening device. He pressed the activation switch, and a familiar voice crackled from the small gadget in his hand. I inhaled some strange gas and blacked out for a moment. While I was unconscious, that guy hit me in the face with a brick, and I lost control of my body. Marine headquarters. Meeting room. Aokiji, wearing his signature green scarf and dark sunglasses, was recounting his encounter. That's right. Ver's target for surveillance was none other than Aokiji. And where was the bug planted? Inside his mouth. Yes. A tooth-shaped bug. It had taken a lot of effort to make it. Using it on Aokiji wasn't a waste at all. Since he knew danger was coming, he wasn't about to sit around waiting for it. This was his backup plan for Aokiji. He wanted to see if the Marines were going to send an overwhelming force after him. That way, he'd at least have time to prepare. The meeting room wasn't too crowded. For just one Ver, it wasn't worth gathering everyone. Only Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru were present. A brick? A brick took you down? What kind of brick is that? Garp asked in surprise. At the moment, there were several bumps on his head, stacked like a tower. And that smoke, it must be the key. Sengoku mused, frowning in thought. Aokiji nodded and shared his analysis. I think that brick has limitations. His speed is fast enough that he could have hit me directly. But he waited until after the smoke affected me to attack. That means the smoke must be the condition for the brick to work. Aokiji's reasoning was sound. And it was spot on. Admirals weren't fools. The same trick wouldn't work on them twice. Hearing Aokiji's deduction, the other three nodded in agreement. There couldn't be some overpowered brick that could just knock out an admiral. So the smoke had to be the key. If that's the case, then as long as whoever fights him avoids unknown gases, we should be fine. We need to capture him soon, he's becoming a bigger threat. Sengoku said, rubbing his temples. Exactly. If we don't act fast, once they enter the new world, we'll lose our chance. Aokiji added. Silence fell over the room. Their next stop is Water 7, right? Tsuru finally spoke. And from the tone of her voice, she had a plan. That's right. Sengoku quickly confirmed. Cypher Paul agent has a few undercover agents there. I'll send Momouzagi to talk to their commanding officer, see if we can get those agents to cooperate with her and take that guy down. Tsuru's suggestion made sense to Sengoku. Momouzagi's strength was undeniable. An admiral candidate wasn't to be underestimated. If Ver's tricks had been exposed, Momouzagi would definitely be able to capture him. With Cypher Paul agents cooperating, success was guaranteed. Alright. Send Momouzagi. This time, we'll bring him in. Hearing this, Ver put away the listening device and placed it back in the medical kit. Momouzagi? Going to meet Spandam? Hey. This was going to be fun. Decision made. Once he reached Water 7, he'd take the C train straight to Anai's lobby. There, he'd become Spandam and wait for Momouzagi to walk right into his trap. Then, he'd take her down. And after that... Nihei. Chapter 98, Momouzagi, I hate clowns the most. Ver couldn't help but reveal a perverted grin as he thought about it. Momouzagi Giant, huh? Her attributes were quite impressive. If he could take her down. Capture her. No, tie her up. Still not right. Why was he thinking such evil thoughts? Well, you get the idea. Come to think of it, along his journey, besides Nami on his own ship, he hadn't really treated any other women. Even Robin hadn't suffered his treatment yet. To be honest, he was a bit reserved about this sort of thing. But he had no choice, he was a doctor. How could a doctor feel reserved over gender matters? What a sin, what a sin. When the time came, he would have to properly examine, treat her properly. There was a lot he could gain from Giant. Whether it was her swordsmanship or her physical strength, both would directly enhance his own power. Among all the female characters introduced so far, she had the best swordsmanship. If he could acquire her skills, his Thunderblade abilities could be further developed. And as for her physical prowess, that went without saying. A Vice Admiral candidate's physique, if he could obtain that, his own shortcomings would be completely filled. He'd instantly reach a level beyond that of a vice admiral candidate. This was an opportunity he absolutely couldn't miss. He had to plan carefully. If he could take her down easily, that would be ideal. But if it came down to a one-on-one fight, he might not be her match. Using an incense was out of the question. Since the Marines had sent her, they would definitely ensure she was highly vigilant against such things. That meant poison was the way to go. He needed to create a powerful poison. His pharmacology skills weren't just limited to making medicine, poison was also within his domain. With his exceptional medical skills, he could do whatever he wanted. With his thought, Ver didn't hesitate and immediately got to work. Time was tight, and the task was urgent. Let's get started. On the Marine side, Tsuruo had arrived at Momauzagi's office. But there was also an uninvited guest present. Yo, Vice Admiral Tsuruo. What brings you here today? Do you have a mission for Jian? If there's anything, just let me handle it instead of troubling her. Speaking with a level of sleaziness second only to Kizaru, this man was none other than Momauzagi's #1 pursuer, Jian. Before Tsuruo could speak, Momauzagi lost her patience. Can you not meddle in my affairs? Go handle your own business. Momauzagi said, clearly annoyed. But taking care of you is my business, Jian. Jian's response made Momauzagi's face darken. Just as she was about to lose her temper, Tsuruo stopped her. Momo. I'm here to assign you a mission, to capture a pirate named Ver. If Jian has nothing better to do, you two can go together. The moment Tsuruo finished speaking, Jian looked utterly touched. Big sis Tsuruo, you're really giving me such an opportunity? I could cry from happiness. But Tsuruo's reasoning was simply that it would be more reliable to send both of them together. After all, Ver wasn't someone who could be judged by common sense. It was best to play it safe. However, Momauzagi was very resistant. Big sis, you mean that Ver, the Straw Hat Crew's doctor with a 200 million bounty? That kind of guy is just a hassle. I don't need him tagging along. Momauzagi held on to Tsuruo's hand and spoke softly. She absolutely did not want to work with Jian. If he weren't constantly simping over her, she wouldn't mind as much. But this guy was a real simp, the kind who followed her around all day. He was this close to licking her shoes clean. She had zero interest in teaming up with someone like that. Ver isn't an ordinary person. Honestly, I'd feel uneasy if you went alone. Tsuruo tried to reason with her. Not an ordinary person. I've captured plenty of 200 million bounty pirates. None of them could even take a single strike from me. No matter how strong he is, what's he going to do, eat me? Momauzagi said defiantly. Jian, Vice Admiral Tsuruo is just looking out for you. Shut up. Tsuruo could only sigh helplessly at the scene. She decided to reveal some critical information about Aokiji's encounter to prevent Momauzagi from underestimating Ver and meeting a terrible fate. After all, anyone who could do what he did to Aokiji had to be a total maniac. Momo, I'll be honest with you, just half a day ago, Admiral Aokiji was defeated by him. Tsuruo said it in a calm tone. But her words left the two of them in complete shock. What? They shouted in unison. Aokiji was their benchmark, the person they aspired to catch up to. One of the biggest powerhouses in the Marines. And he lost to a mere 200 million bounty pirate? Were they being pranked right now? Even Jian forgot about simping for a moment. The two of them stared at Tsuruo in absolute disbelief. That's right. Not only did he lose, but he was also disfigured. Tsuruo sighed as she said this. Aokiji's face was so badly ruined that even she couldn't bear to look at it. What? Disfigured too? Was the bounty wrong? How could a 200 million pirate possibly be a match for Admiral Aokiji? Momauzagi asked in complete disbelief. She just couldn't comprehend how a pirate with a bounty of only 200 million could accomplish something like this. Like she had said before, most 200 million bounty pirates couldn't even withstand a single strike from her, let alone fight Aokiji. And now she was being told that not only did Ver endure, he even counterattacked and won? Was this some kind of joke? The bounty isn't wrong. He really is only around the 200 million level. Maybe his bounty is slightly underestimated, but not by much. The key to his victory was some bizarre tools. Tsuruo then began explaining to the two dumbfounded officers about Ver's unique abilities. After listening, Momauzagi immediately became indignant. I hate those sneaky little clowns who rely on cheap tricks. Don't worry, big sis. I'll definitely capture him for you. And I'll be careful. There's no way I'll fall for his petty tricks. Just wait for my good news. With that, Momauzagi turned and stormed out. Tsuruo watched her recklessness and sighed. She knew Momauzagi had great admiration for Aokiji and the other admirals. Now that she learned her role model had been bested by a schemer, it was natural for her to be furious. Jian, make sure to keep an eye on her. Be as careful as possible. Don't worry, Vice Admiral Tsuruo. I'll take good care of her." With that, Chiton hurried after Momouzagi. As Tsuru watched their departing figures, she couldn't shake off a sense of unease. But two Fleet Admiral candidates couldn't both lose to that kid, right? If they did, then Ver's tricks might really need to be counted as combat strength. She could only hope they returned safely. Chapter 99, Look at You, Chopper. All grown up. Giant. Even if he won against Admiral Aokiji through underhanded means, we absolutely can't underestimate him. Get lost. If you don't want to go, then get out of my way. I want to see if, without those dirty, despicable tricks, he can still act so arrogantly. If he can even land a scratch on me, that would already be impressive. Hearing this, Chiton shook his head helplessly. Momouzagi's temperament wasn't usually like this. Why is she so worked up this time? The guy wasn't even being arrogant, this was just self-defense. But he didn't dare say that aloud. The two quickly boarded a marine battleship and set sail towards Inai's lobby. There was a special ocean turret that connected Marine headquarters, Inai's lobby, and Impel Down. From Marine headquarters to Inai's lobby, it was only a few hours' journey. So they would be able to reach Inai's lobby before Ver, however, hadn't even considered this. But even if he knew, he wouldn't be too worried. Because Tsuru and the others might not be familiar with the commander of Inai's lobby. That guy was not an easy person to deal with. Kira. A loud shout startled Dr. Kira from her beauty sleep. The rapid banging on the door that followed made her even more irritated. She grabbed a massive axe from the wall and slung it over her shoulder. Then she turned and walked towards the door. Creak, the door slowly opened. Dalton, wearing his military coat, stood there, panting heavily. "You better have something useful to say, or my axe will make you useless." Dr. Kira spoke coldly. Dalton wasn't surprised at all. He reached into his coat and pulled out a few bounty posters, handing them over. Seeing this, Dr. Kira paused for a moment. As if she had already guessed what this was about. For Dalton to risk getting chopped up just to deliver these bounty posters. Other than Chopper, who else could it be about? It hasn't even been that long. And he already has a bounty? Well, look at you, Chopper. She took the posters from Dalton, feeling quite pleased. She even gestured for him to come in and have some tea. The two quickly sat down. A cup of steaming tea was placed before each of them. "It's Chopper, isn't it?" As soon as she sat down, Kira confidently asked. Speaking as she picked up the bounty posters on the table. Dalton's expression turned a bit odd. But he still nodded. "Yeah, Chopper is on it. Let me see how much my precious baby is worth now." Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Dalton's face looked even stranger. Kira started going through the bounty posters. There were only 3 in total. The first one was Zoro, with a bounty of 60 million Baileys. "That kid's not bad." Kira sipped her tea and commented. The second one was Luffy, with a bounty of 100 million Baileys. "Didn't expect this. Looks like that guy's got some real strength." Then the last one must be Chopper. Going by this trend, his bounty must be more than 100 million, right? What an accomplishment. Ha ha ha. She flipped to the last poster. But the moment she laid eyes on it, she spat out her tea straight at Dalton's face. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The bounty was indeed higher than the previous 2, and Chopper was indeed on it. But Chopper was just an accessory. She glared at Dalton in frustration and snapped. "This is what you meant by Chopper is on it? This is that brat's bounty poster." Dalton, well, technically, Chopper is on it. But sensing that the atmosphere wasn't right, he wisely chose not to speak. After chugging a few mouthfuls of tea to calm herself down, Kira gradually relaxed. She picked up Ver's bounty poster and examined it for a while. Eventually, a smile appeared on her face. "Oh well, as long as Chopper is safe. Bounty or not, it doesn't matter." Saying this, she glanced at Ver's bounty just below Chopper's name. Didn't expect that brat to be this capable. Already got a 200 million bounty. Well, him being strong is a good thing, it means he can protect Chopper. At this moment, Dalton stood up. His task was complete. "Alright, I'll be heading out. There's something in the village that needs my attention. Doors that way. Not seeing you off." Sipping her tea, looking at Chopper's name, Kira didn't even lift an eyelid. After Dalton left, she went into another room and grabbed a pair of scissors. Snip, snip, she carefully cut Ver out of the 200 million bounty poster. Looking at the modified poster, she found it much more pleasing. Then, she hung it in the most prominent place in her living room. Looking at the cut-out image of Ver, she went snip snip again. She tossed the scraps into the fireplace and watched them burn to ashes. As she cut, she muttered under her breath, "No matter what, you can't erase your crime of kidnapping my child. You damn brat." Meanwhile, Ver, who was busy working, suddenly sneezed. Someone must be thinking about me. Ah, well, my gentle touch is incomparable to ordinary doctors. It's normal for people to miss me. With that, he buried himself back into his poison research. Time flew by. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Bang. Big bro. We've arrived. We've arrived. The door burst open, and a small figure ran in. Seated at his workstation, Ver frowned. This brat is getting more rebellious. Seeing Ver frown, Chopper immediately stood at attention. Sorry. I won't slam the door open next time. After Chopper's 90-degree bow, Ver finally eased his expression. He began placing bottles of various liquids into his coat pockets. Not in the medical kit, his coat pockets. These were his results from the past 2 days. Each bottle was different, varying in size and coming in a rainbow of colors. Curious, Chopper picked up a yellow one. Big bro, what are these for? After stowing the rest away, Ver flashed Chopper a mysterious smile. That one? It's a drink I made. Orange juice. You can have it if you want. Saying that, Ver walked outside. Chopper eyed the orange juice warily. Is it really orange juice? He uncapped it and sniffed. Nothing unusual. It really smelled like orange juice. Should I try it? No way. Just a sip. Maybe. Just a little? After much internal debate, Chopper took a tiny sip. Then immediately spat it out. But to his surprise, it actually was orange juice. He had thought Ver was tricking him again. Now reassured, Chopper took a big gulp. Also good. The moment he finished speaking, thud. Chopper collapsed on the ground, completely paralyzed. Confused, he muttered weakly. Huh? Chapter 100, Chopper the poison tester. At this moment, Ver, who had been waiting outside the door, pushed it open and walked in. After observing Chopper's condition for a moment, he nodded in satisfaction. He was holding a small notebook in his hand, recording as he looked. Strength reduced by about 95%. Pass. After marking a check in his notebook, Ver looked at Chopper. Tastes good, right? Ver asked with a grin. Yeah, it's good. Chopper instinctively responded. But as soon as he said it, he realized something was off. There was something wrong with his stuff. What do you mean tastes good? Big bro. You used me as a test subject again. Chopper protested unhappily. Hearing this, Ver burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You can't blame me for this. You fall for it every single time. After speaking, Ver took out a pill and fed it to Chopper. Once poisoned, only his antidote could cure it. Even he had no other way. After swallowing the pill, Chopper immediately regained his strength. Big bro, how did you manage to poison orange juice? Chopper, now standing up, asked with a puzzled expression. His sense of taste was top-notch. Plus, he was a doctor, highly sensitive to any unusual tastes or anomalies. Yet, he hadn't detected anything off. He was genuinely curious about how Ver pulled it off. Poison? What poison? Ver asked, looking genuinely confused. This completely threw Chopper off. He had just collapsed after drinking it. If that wasn't poisoning, then what was it? You didn't actually think what you drank was orange juice, did you? Ver spoke again. Chopper was even more confused. What did he mean? That was obviously orange juice. You can't doubt a reindeer's sense of taste. Just as he was about to argue, Ver revealed the truth. What you drank just now? I didn't add a single drop of orange juice. That entire bottle was pure orange-flavored poison. That's right. It was all poison. Making poison colorless and tasteless, then going through the effort to secretly add it to someone's food or drink? Ver thought that was a waste of time. So, he skipped the whole poisoning process. For this, Ver even made a variety of flavors. Tea, liquor, water, various fruit juices, milk. A whole assortment. Ensuring there was something for everyone. To make sure people would eagerly take a full gulp of his delicious poison, Ver put in a lot of effort. Even Sanji's cooking knowledge played a big role in refining the flavors. Otherwise, Chopper wouldn't have instinctively said it was tasty. Especially the liquor he made. If he uncorked it and let Zoro take a whiff. Even if Ver told him it was poison, Zoro might still sneak a sip. His experience with famous liquors from his previous life made his alcohol-based poisons especially successful. Ver was confident that no true drinker could resist them. Wait. It's all poison? Then am I? Am I going to die? Chopper looked at the bottle of orange juice in his hand in sheer terror. He hesitated to throw it away, fearing that Ver might still need it. His torn expression was rather amusing. I just gave you the antidote. You're fine. Keep that bottle. If you ever find someone annoying on the ship, let them have a sip. Saying that, Ver turned and walked out, leaving behind a bewildered Chopper. Did Big Bro just say, give it to someone to drink? Outside, Ver saw Luffy and the others packing up the gold. The ship had already docked, and Nami was eager to exchange it for money. Once we exchange the money, we're buying lots and lots of meat. Got it. Hurry up and finish packing. Ver had reshaped the gold into small, manageable pieces. They were stuffing them into sacks. Noticing Ver stepping out, everyone turned to look at him. Oi? Ver. Is your poison ready? Need me to taste it for you? Luffy asked excitedly. The others immediately gave him a thumbs up in unison. Respect. You're truly fearless. No need. Chopper already tested it for me. I'm very satisfied with the results. Ver said with a grin. Chopper? Alright, that poor reindeer really had it rough. He was always getting pranked by Ver. The group silently mourned for Chopper for a few seconds. Oh, right, Ver. Chopper mentioned you'd be busy for the next couple of days. Is that true? Usopp, who was checking the ship's hull, asked. Yeah, just 1 or 2 days. I'll be back before we set sail. While I'm gone, make sure to take care of the ship, haha. Ver replied with a laugh. Of course. With that, they all resumed their tasks. No one asked where Ver was going. If he didn't mention it, that meant he didn't want them to know. They understood that very well. Some things were best left unasked. Soon, everyone split up. Nami, Luffy, and Sanji went to exchange the gold. Zoro wandered off to check out a sword shop. Usopp headed toward the shipyard of Water 7. He wanted to get the Going Merry a full inspection. After all, the shipwrights here were among the world's best. Watching Robin remain on the ship, Ver entrusted her with a task. Robin, while I'm gone, I'll leave Chopper in your care. Robin chuckled lightly. Don't worry. With her assurance, Ver wasted no time and turned to leave the ship. He had to scout the situation. Yesterday, he realized that Momousagi and the others had likely arrived at Enai's lobby. So, he couldn't head there recklessly. At the very least, he needed to figure out what was happening before making a move. As for how to confirm, he'd deal with that bartender who ate the door fruit. Then take his appearance. Robin's presence here meant they would definitely hold a meeting. And during that meeting, he'd find out everything. Plus, he could directly test out the abilities of the door fruit and see if he could master its spatial powers. Thinking of this, he first changed his face into something unremarkable. Then, he headed towards the bar he remembered. Meanwhile, after Ver left, Robin and Chopper also disembarked. Robin planned to buy some training equipment suitable for herself. Chopper was tagging along with her. Robin, can you buy one for me too? I can help carry everything back. Chopper looked up at Robin with a pitiful expression. Robin chuckled, patting his head. Of course, Chopper. Oh yeah. Chopper cheered excitedly. In his reindeer form, he started bouncing along as he walked. But at that moment, far away in a secluded alley, a man in black sunglasses was speaking rapidly into a dendenmushi. Chapter 101, Think carefully before you answer. Oi. Poker face. Bring 2 more bottles of rum over here. I'll take 2 more servings of stir-fried pancakes. I'm exhausted from working all day. Same for us over here. Inside a tavern, a group of shipwrights who had just gotten off work were shouting their orders. Their words might have been a bit impolite, but the bartender, being a kind-hearted man, didn't mind. Among the shipwrights was a familiar figure with dyed blonde hair, Pali, the top-tier shipwright who was on par with Rob Lucci and the others. But here, he was just another shipwright. Polyaniki. That mast you repaired today was incredible. You did it in one go without a hitch. Yeah, when will we ever be as skilled as you? A few shipwrights sat around Pali, looking at him with admiration. Ha ha ha, that was nothing. Do it enough times, and you'll get the hang of it too. Polly replied humbly, and the group soon started chatting away. After waiting a while and still not seeing their food arrive, they started complaining. Why is it taking so long? That poker-faced bartender better not be slacking off. Yeah, come to think of it, I don't think I've ever seen him make any facial expressions. Hearing that, Polly also chimed in, maybe he was just born with a poker face. After all these years, I've never seen him show any expression. Ha ha ha. Same here. Yeah, not once. Just as they finished speaking, the poker-faced bartender, Blueno, arrived carrying a pile of food. He was none other than Ver's target, a Cypher Pol 9 agent member and the user of the door fruit. After swiftly placing down the food, he turned back to the counter and stood there, expressionless as usual. Seeing this, the group joked, I bet there's nothing in this world that could make him change his expression. The others all nodded in agreement before digging into their food. Just then, a figure dressed in white entered the tavern. After scanning the room, he walked straight to the counter and sat down at the bar, striking up a conversation with Blueno. Looks like a new pirate in town. Wonder if he'll get pissed at the bartender for being so expressionless and start a commotion. The shipwrights eating their food started speculating. Nah, that guy looks pretty friendly. Seems like a decent person. I think so too. Polly added, no worries, troublemakers all get handled by the bartender. His strength isn't something those small-time pirates can even imagine. That's right. The bartender might have a poker face, but his strength is no joke. Yeah, I hope he starts something, that'll give us a good show, ha ha ha. Just as they were chatting away, a sudden exclamation interrupted them. What? Blueno let out a startled shout as he stared at Ver in shock. That's right. I know you're a Cypher Pol 9 agent member, and I also know your mission is to acquire the Pluton blueprints. Sitting across from him was Ver, wearing a different face. He spoke softly, dropping one bombshell after another. Blueno was utterly shocked to have his identity exposed out of nowhere. They were just about to close in on their target, so where had this wild card come from? His mind raced, trying to figure out a way to eliminate Ver without raising suspicion. But to the shipwrights, Blueno's reaction sent waves of shock through them. Did the bartender just shout? And now he's furrowing his brows. What's going on? What did they say to make him react like that? Looks like the bartender is about to make a move. The group wore expressions of shock and excitement. Shocked that Blueno had actually shown an expression. The guy had gone years without even a single one. How about we take this conversation inside? Ver looked at Blueno and asked. This immediately made Blueno grin. He was just wondering how to lure him in. Ha ha ha, please, step inside. Blueno then did something completely out of character. That bright smile on his face looked like a blooming flower. Acting was a fundamental skill for Cypher Pol agents. The two quickly disappeared into the back room, leaving the shipwrights stunned. Did I just witness him turn into a bootlicker? I swear I caught a whiff of flattery. Polly, utterly dumbfounded, shouted, is that really the point here? That guy actually smiled. And not just smiled, he smiled in such a sleazy way. Is this even the Blueno I know? No way. I gotta tell others about this. Hurry up and eat. We gotta finish and get out of here fast. With that, Polly started shoveling food into his mouth at top speed. Blueno, my deadpan face is my camouflage. Inside the back room, Blueno swiftly locked the door. The fake smile instantly vanished from his face. He was back to his usual emotionless self. Speak. Where did you get this information? As he spoke, Blueno pulled out a lie detector from his coat pocket. This was the latest high-tech device developed by the research division, extremely accurate. Think carefully before you answer. If the red light turns on, your life ends here. Blueno's words, however, didn't seem to faze Ver in the slightest. It was as if he hadn't even registered the threat. He had felt a little guilty before, but since Blueno was acting like this, he wouldn't hold back anymore. Seeing Ver's nonchalant demeanor, Blueno's patience wore thin. Just as he was about to teach this guy a lesson, his den-den-mushi suddenly rang. It was his direct line to the organization. For now, he put aside his urge to deal with Ver and answered the call right in front of him. To Blueno, Ver was already a dead man walking. Click. The call connected. It's me. Blueno spoke first. The voice on the other end, after confirming his identity, spoke in a low voice, the target has appeared. Begin the operation. Then the line went dead. Even though the caller had deliberately lowered his voice, Ver recognized it instantly. It was Kaku. The target had appeared? Who? It clearly wasn't him. That meant it could only be Robin. So they were following the original storyline after all. Where was Momozagi and the others? Why did it feel like they hadn't even shown up? Oh well, he'd find out soon enough. Blueno put away the den-den-mushi and turned his gaze back to Ver. Seeing him still completely unfazed, Blueno finally decided to make his move. With a swift finger pistol, he aimed for Ver's shoulder. Yet Ver remained motionless, as if he were frozen in fear. Seeing this, a trace of disdain flashed through Blueno's eyes. Pathetic weakling, how dare he act so cocky? He was going to make sure this guy suffered before he died. Chapter 102, Iron Body. Blueno had already planned out his next move. But things were clearly not going the way he expected. Ver didn't even lift an eyelid. Watching Blueno charge at him, he merely raised a finger. His finger met Blueno's finger pistol head-on. The expected scene of Ver's finger snapping didn't happen. Ver effortlessly blocked his attack. A look of surprise flashed in Blueno's eyes. This guy. He's got some skill. Looks like it's time to get serious. Blueno was about to retract his finger to gather strength for another strike. But before he could pull back, a searing pain suddenly spread through his fingertip. Looking up, he saw Ver's index finger gradually lighting up with a dazzling glow. Blueno could feel the ominous presence of danger. But he didn't panic. Right before Ver's lightning beam fired, Iron Body. Blueno shouted. The moment the two forces collided, Blueno suddenly saw a flashback of his childhood friends. Happy memories from his younger days resurfaced. Huh? What's going on? Before he could figure it out, boom. A loud explosion erupted. Blueno was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the wall behind him. A mouthful of fresh blood burst from his lips. Electricity coursed through his body, making every nerve scream in pain. And his chest, a gaping hole had been blasted clean through. The intense pain snapped him out of his brief moment of nostalgia. He stared in horror at a missing chunk of flesh in his torso. His usual composure was gone. That's when he realized something was terribly wrong. This guy's strength was beyond anything he could have imagined. Just one hit, with just one strike, not only had his iron body been broken, but he was also nearly killed. If that attack had been just a millimeter off, his heart would have been pierced. He would have been done for. But even now, if he didn't get treatment immediately, death would still come knocking. As despair started creeping in, Vert had already stepped in front of him. TSK, Iron Body is such a useful skill. Do you need some medical attention? Luckily, I'm a doctor. Blueno's face showed a moment of confusion. What was this guy trying to do? But he could no longer speak. All he could do was watch as Ver placed him onto the long table in the room. Then, to his shock, Ver seriously began putting on medical gear. Gloves, a mask. The mask was fine, but those gloves, they looked more like rags. Yet, seeing Ver's professional demeanor, Blueno was genuinely dumbfounded. Is he actually trying to save me? Why? Blueno couldn't figure it out. Well, your chest is missing a huge chunk. That's actually easy to fix, just need to fill it in. As he spoke, Ver rummaged through his medical kit. But Blueno, seeing that medical kit, felt an odd sense of familiarity. Wait. Isn't that the medical kit of one of our targets, the Straw Hat Crew's doctor, Ver? I heard his treatment methods are incredibly brutal. Could the rumors be true? Why does this guy have his kit? While Blueno was deep in confusion, Ver had already pulled out an artificial chest cavity. Pre-made parts, easy to install. Very convenient. But before that, he needed to cut away a bit more of Blueno's chest. The parts burned by the lightning wouldn't heal properly. Yet, as Blueno saw what Ver had taken out, his face turned utterly horrified. That just looks like a lump of rotten meat. Wait, didn't he just say he was going to fill it in? Could it be? Seeing Blueno's terrified expression, Ver smirked. The fear filter really works wonders. This is some leftover minced pork from last night's dinner. I forgot to put it in the fridge, so it might smell a bit funky. Try to endure it. The moment he finished speaking, ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 3,000 negative points, ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 2,000 negative points. Blueno was utterly nauseated. So that explains the weird smell. Minced pork was one thing. But rotten minced pork? He wasn't even being treated as a human, more like a godforsaken science experiment. If that gets put in my chest, I might die immediately. Just as he was on the verge of mental collapse, the buzzing sound of a chainsaw yanked his attention back. Before he could see what was happening, the chainsaw plunged straight into his chest. And before he could react, it had already carved a perfect circle around his wound. PFFT. A fountain of blood erupted from Blueno's mouth. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 8,000 negative points. What just happened? Why do he feel like something just cut through him? His vision blurred as he tried to process the situation. Meanwhile, Ver was casually waving a massive slab of flesh in front of Blueno's dazed eyes. This piece, do you still want it? If not, I'll take it home to feed my pet. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5,000 negative points, using his own flesh. To feed a pet. Blueno wanted to die right then and there. But before that thought could fully form, he suddenly felt his chest being stuffed to the brim. His whole body instantly felt bulkier. Yet, the artificial chest cavity still wasn't fitting properly. No choice, I need to hammer it in. Ver pulled out a hammer the size of an oil barrel from his kit. Blueno, apostrophe. That better not be what I think it is. Heave-ho. Bam. Heave-ho. Bam. His only response was the repeated sound of heave-ho. For more than a dozen strikes. Until finally, crack. Boom. The sturdy wooden table beneath Blueno finally gave in. He crashed to the ground, leaving behind a table riddled with cracks. In that moment, Blueno knew one thing for sure, this guy. He was definitely the Straw Hat Crew's doctor. No doubt about it. This kind of unique medical practice, even though Blueno had never seen the Straw Hat's doctor in action, he was certain of his judgment. There was no way two insane medical prodigies could exist in the same era. All done. With everything packed so tightly, Your body should heal over time. Right now, Blueno felt like his chest was about to explode. Even as Ver said that, he poured some mysterious oil over the wound. No way a wound like this would heal naturally. But the oil could help the body adapt to the foreign chest cavity. And just as Ver finished up, the system chimed again. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 6,000 negative points, ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability, Spatial Door. Spatial Door allows a user to freely open a spatial portal, entering into space itself. The exit location can be chosen freely, but the further the distance, the greater the stamina consumption. Looking at this newly acquired skill, a wide grin spread across Ver's face. Looks like there's no need to torment this guy any further. One attempt was all it took. The ability description seemed quite broad. At first glance, it appeared to be the same as Blueno's Door Fruit ability. But something created by the system. No way it would be just like the original. The broader the ability, the greater the potential for creative applications. Ver's mind was already racing with possibilities. For now, it seemed like he still needed to open doors, but once he mastered the skill, doors would become meaningless. He'd basically just be bulldozing right through. The efficiency would skyrocket. At that point, teleportation would just be the basics. If he played his cards right, becoming something like Doctor Strange wouldn't even be out of the question. Chapter 103, you guys continue. If it were Doctor Strange level, the stamina consumption might be enormous. But now that he had acquired this ability, there was no point in overthinking it. That could be considered later. For now, it was more important to gather intel about Momouzagi. With that thought, Ver picked up the lie detector that Blueno had just taken out and slammed it down next to his head with a loud thud. If this thing beeps, your head rolls. Ver spoke indifferently. But Blueno didn't react at all. He simply turned his head away with a nonchalant expression. As Cypher Pol agents, they had been trained from a young age. Being prepared to die was just the basics. Betraying the organization? Impossible. Seeing this, Ver realized that his approach might not be the best. After adjusting his strategy, he mimicked Blueno's own tone from earlier, speaking with a blank expression. Think carefully before you answer. If that red light turns on, I guarantee you, what you just went through was merely an appetizer. The moment those words fell, Blueno, who had been putting on a fearless front, suddenly changed. His previously dull, lifeless eyes instantly flared with an intense desire to live. He wanted to live. He had to live. Ask. Blueno suddenly snapped his head around, staring at Ver with an intensity akin to Sanji laying eyes on a beautiful woman. His gaze was burning. As if, at this moment, Ver was his entire world. That look even made Ver's face flush slightly. Just a moment ago, you weren't like this. Why are you suddenly so cooperative? But this saved Ver a lot of trouble. Without hesitation, he started asking questions. Blueno answered each one swiftly and loudly, like a model student being questioned by a teacher in class. His responses flowed smoothly. And the lie detector? All green lights. Not a single red one. In the end, Ver found it strange and said, I am the kindest doctor in the world. Beep 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 beep. The red light blared instantly. The frequency of the beeping increased until the device self-destructed. Ver, alright, this thing actually works. But now, Ver had all the information he needed. Momouzagi had arrived at Enai's lobby long ago. However, just as he expected, Spandam completely ignored her. He arrogantly claimed that taking down the Straw Hats was a trivial task and that they should just wait. He didn't say much else, and Momouzagi and Tokacake had to wait a long time just to see him. That infuriated Momouzagi. This spoiled brat, this useless piece of trash. He actually dared to be this arrogant. Making two vice admiral candidates wait outside was one thing. But it turned out he was in his room having a meeting with his secretary. When they finally entered, there was even a strange smell lingering in the air. Momouzagi was so furious her face turned green. But she couldn't lash out. After all, this guy was part of the government. Unlike the Marines, if she did something reckless, things could get messy. And when they finally explained the situation to him, the arrogant fool barely gave them the time of day, dismissing them with a couple of half-hearted remarks before kicking them out. She was so pissed off she was about to storm the docks and grab her on the spot. But Tsuru advised her to stay in Enai's lobby for a few days. To give Cypher Pol agents more time to probe Ver's capabilities. Since Tsuru had said so, Momouzagi had no choice but to stay, despite her seething anger. Meanwhile, Ver was moving fast. He had already purchased a C-train ticket. Now, he was in the waiting area, ready for departure. He had to act quickly. Who knew when Momouzagi would lose her patience? As for Blueno's phone call just now, it had been about Robin. They were taking her for judgment. But that didn't worry Ver in the slightest. A trial? Of course, it would take place at Enai's lobby. Getting there early would actually work in his favor. And Robin? In the original story, she was treated well on the journey. At the very least, she wasn't beaten. The train didn't take long to arrive. Disguised with a generic face, Ver smoothly took his seat. Gazing at the vast sea outside the window, even he couldn't help but marvel at Tom's craftsmanship. This really wasn't something an ordinary person could build. Choo-choo. The train sped toward Anai's lobby. Meanwhile, Robin was caught in a desperate dilemma. "We are Cypher Pal 9 agent." That phrase echoed in her mind. A masked man had just brushed past her, uttering those words. Robin's heart plummeted into the abyss. What should I do? Ver's face flashed in her mind. What should I do? Ver? After an intense internal struggle, she still chose to sacrifice herself. Ver had told her to take care of Chopper. Forget it. Maybe a burden like her leaving would be for the best. Robin ultimately decided to trade her worthless life for her crew's safety. Glancing at Chopper one last time, she discreetly tucked the item she had just bought into his hat. After walking together a little further, she was gone. Chopper soon noticed something was wrong. Looking around and seeing no sign of Robin, he started panicking. He had never wandered alone in a human city before. Ver had always been with him. Now, he was by himself, and he was scared. Frantically, he started searching for Robin. Before long, he ran into Sanji. Sanji. Robin. Robin is gone. I think she was captured. Otherwise, she wouldn't leave me alone. Chopper blurted out anxiously. Sanji took the item from Chopper's hat and held it out. Seeing it, Chopper seemed to realize something terrible. Sanji, meanwhile, took a deep drag of his cigarette. Then, he exhaled the smoke and ground the half-burned cigarette under his heel. He spoke calmly, "Don't panic. This city is huge, they haven't gotten far. Let's find Luffy and the others and search together. If that doesn't work, we'll wait for Ver to return." With that, the two quickly sprang into action. But Luffy and the others had their own issues. "Are you seriously abandoning the Going Merry? Abandoning the ship that has carried you all this time?" Usopp's voice rang through the city, now arriving at Anai's lobby station. "Passengers, please ensure you have all personal belongings and exit the train in an orderly manner." The announcement woke Ver from his nap. He hadn't been sleeping well lately, but this quick rest helped. Stepping off the train, he immediately saw the world government flag in the distance. If he remembered correctly, beneath that flag was Spandam's office. He activated his observation hotkey. For a brief moment, the entire layout of Anai's lobby was revealed to him. Then he quickly shut it off. In their guest quarters, Momousagi and Tokacake both instinctively looked up. What was that? Felt like something odd. They investigated for a while but found nothing. Ver, however, had already located Spandam and the others. Time to pay Spandam a visit. Walking a few hundred meters, he was blocked by a massive gate. Without hesitation, he opened a spatial door and stepped through. Above the gate, two giants exchanged confused glances. They had been ready to engage. But the guy just disappeared. Inside a lavish office, Spandam was getting increasingly bold with his secretary. Just then, a spatial door opened behind them. Ver stepped through. Assessing the situation, he instantly understood and felt a little awkward. Scratching his head, he asked sheepishly, Need a hand?" Chapter 104, Secretary Spandam's eyes were wide open in shock. He stared at Ver, who had suddenly appeared before him, his face full of terror. His legs went weak instantly. You, he stammered, pointing at Ver. After a moment of stuttering, he finally realized that this guy was an intruder. "You have some nerve. How dare you barge into my office? I'm going to gouge out your eyes and make you a slave for life." Guards. Just as he was about to call for the guards, Ver, who had been watching with amusement, finally made his move. He pointed his index finger at Spandam. A bolt of lightning struck Spandam in an instant. It didn't harm his body but only numbed his vocal cords, rendering him unable to speak. MMM. Spandam, who had been furious just moments ago, now had only fear in his eyes. What kind of technique was this? He hadn't even seen it coming, and suddenly, he couldn't speak. He wanted to call for help, but all he could produce were weak, incomprehensible sounds. "Looks like the show's over. There's no point in keeping you around," Ver said casually as he walked up to Spandam. With a single glance, he caused the secretary to faint from fear. Then he turned his attention back to Spandam. Definitely not a good person. Quite detestable, in fact. Spandam, seeing Ver up close, immediately pulled out the pistol at his waist and fired at him. But when the bullet struck Ver, it merely made a crisp clang sound. MMM. Spandam was dumbfounded. What kind of person was this? How could he not even be fazed by bullets? Without wasting any more words, Ver reached out and touched Spandam's face. Then, right in front of him, Ver transformed into his exact copy. Spandam, unable to speak, had an expression that was nothing short of spectacular. A moment later, a scorching bolt of lightning struck him. In just an instant, this worthless man, who was physically weaker than even an average person, was reduced to ashes. No trace of his existence remained in the world. Ugh, what is that smell? It's like burning crap. Ver, slightly disgusted, immediately opened all the windows. Once the stench cleared out, he could have some fun with Momouzagi and the others. He had spent money to buy something special for Momouzagi. Shapeable device, price, 200,000 function, an automated tool, can also be used manually. It can be shaped into anything. When in contact with a human body, it can heal external wounds, scars, or even neutralize poisons. Note, can only be shaped once. Choose carefully. Review, a woman's. It was expensive. But if you want the wolf, you have to sacrifice the sheep. Ver had gritted his teeth and bought the item. He planned to mold it into an exact replica of his lips. Then, he'd use it to give Momouzagi a kiss. And what he could get back from Momouzagi in return would be far more valuable than the price he paid for this. Ver was really going all out for her. At this moment, Ver also woke up the unconscious secretary. Don't get the wrong idea, he wasn't planning to finish what Spandam had started. He just wanted her to fetch him a cup of tea. Though she was still trembling in fear, she didn't dare disobey Ver's command. After all, he was now Spandam. One wrong move, and she could lose her life. Soon, the tea was brought over. You. Come here. Ver curled his finger at the petite secretary standing nearby. She trembled as she walked over. The moment she got close, she dropped to her knees with a loud thud. This startled Ver. Before he could say anything, the secretary. Ver instantly understood what she was trying to do. He silently cursed Spandam as a beast. Then, he quickly stopped the secretary before she could proceed. If he had been a second later, it would have been too late. This secretary was way too skilled. Wait. Not today. Just smell these bottles and tell me what they contain. As he spoke, Ver handed her a few bottles of liquid. She gave him a strange look but still obediently did as she was told. This one is red wine, this one is cola, this one is black tea, and this one is beer. She identified them one by one. Ver nodded in satisfaction. Secretaries were quite useful. Alright, now take these back to the tea room. Then, call those two Marines over. When they ask for drinks, pour them from these bottles. Disguised as Spandam, Ver grinned wickedly. But the little secretary looked at him in confusion. She didn't move right away. What's going on? Oh. Was I speaking too gently? Right, I need to go all in with this act. Almost messed up. Hurry up. If you keep dawdling, I'll skin you alive. Ver roared angrily. The secretary stumbled in fright, but strangely, a smile appeared on her face. After giving Ver a quick glance, she hurried away. What the hell? What kind of people are these? Ver was truly speechless. City folks sure know how to have fun. As a country boy, he couldn't even imagine what they were into. Before long, Momouzagi arrived with Chiden. But it was obvious that Momouzagi was very unwilling. She didn't understand why they still had to deal with this scumbag when their mission was already over. But Chiden had said, we're staying here, so let's just go see what he wants. That was the only reason Momouzagi had reluctantly come along. Ver was lounging on the boss's couch, a cigar in his mouth, sprawled out in the most comfortable position. When the two entered, he lazily waved his hand. Sit. Seeing Ver's attitude, Momouzagi's forehead veins bulged in anger. If this bastard dared to waste her time again, she was going to break his leg. Holding back her rage, the two sat down across from Ver. What do you want? Momouzagi asked coldly. Ver didn't answer immediately. He poured himself a glass of red wine first. Then, he looked at them and asked, what do you want to drink? Momouzagi frowned slightly. Something felt off. Just get to the point, she said, her face darkening. Hearing this, Ver's expression suddenly changed dramatically. You better watch your tone. I have the latest intel on Ver. If you want to know, you'd better show some respect. Your marine intelligence unit is useless. They'd never find this out in a lifetime. So if you want to know, tell me what you want to drink. Spandam, no, Ver, shouted at them furiously, spitting as he ranted. Bang. Momouzagi slammed the table. That bastard. She had had enough. Just as she was about to make her move, Chiden quickly grabbed her arm. Calm down. The mission comes first. Then, he turned to Ver. I'll have a beer. She'll have black tea. Momouzagi's expression was ugly. But she remembered Vice Admiral Tsuru's words and what Ver had done to Aokiji. His intel was valuable. Fine. She'd endure it one more time. She sat back down. Ver smirked in satisfaction. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you this info for free. That guy has expert-level poison-making skills. His poisons are the deadliest in the world, only he can cure them. Momouzagi and Chitin were momentarily stunned. Not only was Ver's information shockingly useful, but he had given it to them for free? Just then, their drinks arrived. Chapter 105, I Love Drinking. The secretary placed the drinks down and quietly exited the room. Meanwhile, Momouzagi and the others didn't doubt the authenticity of the information. After all, that guy had extraordinary medical skills. It wouldn't be surprising if he also knew how to make poisons. Looking at the drinks before them, the two of them felt that it would be impolite not to drink. After all, he had just done them a huge favor. It would seem a bit unreasonable if they refused even the tea he served. Chitin, without hesitation, picked up his beer and took a sip. The moment the beer touched his lips, his eyes widened in shock. This startled Momouzagi, who was sitting beside him. What's wrong? Are you poisoned? Is there poison in it? As she spoke, she cautiously turned her gaze toward Ver, ready to strike at any moment. But the imagined scene of Chitin collapsing never happened. Ha! What a drink! This is amazing! Ha ha ha! This is the best beer I've ever had. Brother damn, do you have more? Pour me another. Chitin gulped down the entire glass in one go. After finishing, his eyes toward Ver had completely changed. He was calling him brother damn like they were long-lost family. Ver's mouth twitched slightly. This. He had never seen someone so eager to drink poison before. Clapping his hands, he signaled the secretary to bring another glass. Good brother. We're brothers for life. Chitin said excitedly. It was obvious, he was a seasoned drinker. Aside from fawning over Momouzagi, his greatest love was alcohol. Sitting beside him, Momouzagi was speechless. But out of caution, she still took out a lie detector and asked Ver directly. Did you put poison in this tea? Just like her heightened sensitivity to smells after learning about the knockout incense, Momouzagi was now extremely cautious about anything she ate or drank. Poison? You think I'd poison you? I absolutely did not have any poison in your drinks. Beep. A green light lit up. Ugh, Jian, you're too paranoid. This drink is amazing, how could it be poisoned? Jian, without a care, downed another glass. Looking at Momouzagi, he sighed in disappointment. You Marines are really something, huh? I just shared some classified intel with you, and you still suspect me of poisoning you. If that's your attitude, I might have to reconsider sharing any further intelligence. Ver spoke with an annoyed expression. Hearing this, Momouzagi's face shifted slightly. But considering that all she had to do was drink some tea to obtain crucial information, she didn't hesitate any longer. After all, she had already verified it. There was no poison in the tea. With that in mind, she picked up the teacup and took a sip. Even she couldn't help but praise it. Good tea. Indeed, she didn't taste anything suspicious. In fact, the flavor was exceptionally good. What started as a cautious sip ended with her unconsciously finishing the whole cup. After finishing, she saw no reason to stay any longer and directly stood up to take her leave. All right, we've gotten the intel. Thanks for your generosity. If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. Oh, and next time, zip up your pants before calling us over. With that, she grabbed Jian, ready to leave. Ver's smiling face froze. He glanced down. Crap. The garage door was open. Damn it. That secretary worked fast. Silently and seamlessly, she had unzipped him without him even noticing. Hurriedly fixing his pants, Ver awkwardly looked back at Momouzagi. Both of them had drunk it. Things were about to get interesting. Momouzagi tugged at Jian, but he wouldn't budge. Puzzled, she looked down. The guy seemed to have passed out. What a disgrace. She cursed him in her mind and tried to drag him away. But no matter how hard she pulled, she couldn't move him. What's going on? When did he get this heavy? Then it hit her. It wasn't that Chitin had gotten heavier. It was her strength that had weakened. What's happening? She turned to Ver in shock. And sure enough, she saw that annoying smirk on his face. It was you. The tea was poisoned. Momouzagi roared in fury. Without hesitation, she drew her long sword and slashed at Ver with the intent to cut him down. Her brows furrowed in anger, and her eyes burned with rage. She never expected this scumbag to actually dare poison them. They were high-ranking officers of the Marines. This was outright defiance. Since he had already made his move, she had no reason to show mercy. Die! Momouzagi shouted. But the expected scene of her blade slicing through flesh didn't happen. Instead, a crisp ding rang out. That so-called trash of a man had blocked her attack, with a single finger. Impossible. She couldn't help but exclaim in shock. But she quickly realized something. This was not him. Who are you? Taking a swift step back, Momousagi watched Ver cautiously. Ver, seeing that she could still move, was somewhat surprised. Looks like she really couldn't be underestimated. Judging by the current situation, it seemed Momousagi had only been weakened by about 60%. She wasn't completely immobilized. Chin, however, was different. After downing 2 full glasses, forget about moving freely, Ver guessed that even his kidneys were on the verge of failure. He had to admit, the guy was something else. Me? Ver chuckled lightly and slowly removed his disguise. I am the one you've been looking for. Seeing Ver's real face, Momousagi's fury intensified. So it really is you. Despicable scum. You only know how to use these underhanded tactics. From the moment she realized she was poisoned, she had already suspected it. But even in this situation, she remained unshaken. Despite being weakened, she could tell, she still had enough strength to take him down. A mere 200 million bounty? There was no way he could be her match. She was a candidate for Admiral, after all. I already told you I specialize in poisons, yet you still fell for it. Can you really blame me? I even warned you, but you still drank it. That just means you're too stupid. Ver mocked with a smirk. Momousagi seethed with rage. That damn lie detector. It couldn't even detect something this obvious. Without hesitation, she took her sword and lunged at him again. But Ver remained unfazed. Outwardly, he seemed at ease. But secretly, his index finger was already charging up. Chapter 106, The Unyielding Momousagi. Momousagi executed a dazzling thrust. The tip of her sword was coated in a dense layer of armament haki. In the blink of an eye, she was already in front of Ver. Her observation haki had locked onto all of Ver's possible escape routes. At this distance, he hadn't even moved. That meant he had no way to dodge this strike. And she hadn't held back in the slightest. Even though her strength had decreased significantly. This thrust was more than enough to kill a pirate with a 200 million bounty. A single strike would be enough for an instant kill. Just as she thought it was all about to end, a single finger appeared in front of her sword. A finger? Was this some kind of joke? Even Chicken wouldn't dare to block her attack like this. Not even her current self would. This was suicide. Die. You scoundrel. Momousagi declared with confidence, her longsword gaining even more momentum. Then, she thrust it fiercely into Ver's index finger. But this time, the result was the same, a crisp metallic clang rang out. The imagined scene of Ver's arm being crippled did not happen. He had completely blocked Momousagi's full-force strike. Her longsword could not advance a single inch further. His face remained as calm as ever. Momousagi, however, was the complete opposite. What? Blocked again. What the hell was going on? Earlier, she hadn't used armament haki, so it was understandable that he could stop her attack. But this strike, she hadn't held back at all. And yet, the result remained unchanged. To achieve this, at the very least, his armament haki had to be at an admiral's level. But how was that even possible? A mere pirate with a 200 million bounty, you're telling me he has armament haki on an admiral's level? That was even more absurd than an admiral losing to him. Someone like this, how could his bounty only be 200 million? At minimum, he should be worth over $1 billion. Her shock hadn't even subsided when an even more terrifying scene unfolded. She saw a flash of electricity suddenly appear on Ver's jet-black finger. In an instant, she realized something was wrong. She tried to pull back her sword, but it was already too late. There was no overwhelming electromagnetic burst. Instead, a powerful electric shock surged through the blade and into Momousagi's body. 1 billion volts, paralysis. Ver spoke softly, a blinding light exploded from Momousagi's body. 1 billion volts, enhanced threefold by his mastery of lightning elements. This strike, could Momousagi even withstand it? Even for him, unleashing 1 billion volts required some charge-up time. This was already his limit. BZZZT, BZZZT. Momousagi's screams were nearly drowned out by the crackling electricity. For a full 5 seconds, the lightning finally subsided. The intense glow gradually faded. Ver looked down. He saw Momousagi's body, slightly charred, lying limp on the ground. Her body occasionally twitched. Clearly, she had been severely electrocuted. That should do it. As Ver thought this, he quickly stepped forward to check. After confirming that she was truly unconscious, he didn't waste any time, he smacked her with a brick. The sooner he did it, the sooner he'd feel at ease. If he didn't do it, he always felt uneasy. With that done, it was time to bring out his divine tool. He wondered if Momousagi would enjoy being kissed by him. At that moment, however, the unconscious Momousagi suddenly regained consciousness. She dazedly looked around. But in an instant, she became fully alert. What was happening? Why? Why couldn't she move? She tried to move her body, But even raising a single finger was impossible. It felt as though only her eyes could move. She could only control her gaze. Ver noticed her darting eyes and found it intriguing. Why did it feel like, after being hit with a brick, these people could still perceive the outside world? It was the same with Aokiji last time. The moment he gave Robin a chainsaw, Aokiji had already started giving negative points. That never happened before. Could it be that only the truly strong experienced this effect? In that case, an extra step was necessary. Ver didn't proceed immediately. First, he transformed into Spandam's appearance and dragged Chitin to the door. His secretary was standing outside. Keep an eye on him. Don't let anyone in. After saying that, Ver turned and slammed the door shut. Before the door closed, the secretary caught a glimpse of the unconscious Momouzagi inside. Her eyes flickered with envy. When he returned, Ver looked at Momouzagi and began explaining her condition. You've been poisoned. I haven't developed an antidote yet. If you don't receive treatment soon, the poison will gradually transform into that kind of drug. Do you understand? If you do, move your eyes. Momouzagi had been furiously cursing Ver for his shamelessness. She never expected to fall for his tricks. In her mind, she had already cursed Ver to hell and back. His despicable nature was now permanently etched into her memory. Now, hearing Ver's words, her body tensed up even more. No antidote? You made poison but didn't prepare a cure? If left untreated, it would turn into that kind of drug? This. She had no doubt it would work on her. She could already feel most of her strength fading, proving that Ver's poison was real. And if it fully took effect, what kind of situation would she be in? Her body couldn't move right now. But that was because Ver had smacked her with a brick. He could probably undo this state at any time. And if that happened? No. This scenario? Absolutely not. Ver watched her trembling eyes and smirked. That kind of drug? What drug? Idiot, I was just messing with you. There's only one way to cure this poison. Ver paused for a moment before continuing. The method is. You have to let me. Ver whispered something into Momouzagi's ear. As soon as she heard it, her eyes widened. What did he just say? At first, she thought she had misheard. It took her a moment to process it. That kind of thing? Impossible. Momouzagi began to struggle furiously. Her body actually managed to twitch slightly. Ver noticed her resistance. But that's exactly what he wanted. The more you resist, the more I gain. Now, there's only the two of us here. That means I'm the only one who can help you. Ver said, taking out a cloth. He covered Momouzagi's eyes, blocking her vision of the outside world completely. Even her observation haki was fully suppressed by Ver. She desperately tried to break free. Her body slowly began regaining sensation. Ver was amazed. This was the first time he had encountered something like this. Even Aokiji didn't struggle this much. Impressive, Momouzagi. Looks like the rewards this time will be exceptional. He just want a physical boost. That's not too much to ask, right? Chapter 107, Power Surge. Ver looked at Momouzagi, who was on the verge of breaking free from her restraints, and didn't hesitate any longer. He relentlessly swung his brick, over and over again. Even Aokiji couldn't escape, and you think you can? What a joke. After being struck a few times, Momouzagi instantly calmed down. Her body was completely immobilized. Then, Ver took out a recently acquired tool from his medical kit. This thing could be set to either full automated or semi-automated mode, depending on user preference. And it seemed like it could even be attached to his body. But would Ver do that? What a joke. Automated. Of course, he had to automate it. He was a man of integrity. What he just did was merely to create a false impression for Momouzagi. An impression that an extremely annoying person was treating her wounds. Only in this way could he rack up negative points like crazy. At the very least, he had to earn back the 200,000 points he had spent. Thinking this, Ver flipped the switch on the device. Then he gently placed it on the ground. It looked like a child's toy. But it had an absolutely overpowered effect. Go, Pikachu. After setting it down, he turned away, no longer paying attention to what was happening behind him. The tool seemed to have its own targeting mechanism. It slowly made its way toward Momouzagi. To be honest, Momouzagi had probably never experienced something like this before. This kind of kissing experience. This should generate even more negative points. Soon, the tool began to function. Lying on the ground, Momouzagi suddenly felt something lightly touch her lips. The strange sensation caused her to widen her eyes in shock. Her first kiss. A massive emotional storm erupted in her mind. Her face turned crimson in an instant. What kind of detoxification method was this? Ding. Congratulations, host. You've earned 180,000 negative points, ding. Congratulations, host. You've earned 110,000 negative points. Ding, the negative points started pouring in. Ver couldn't stop the grin from spreading across his face. Not bad, not bad. Looks like this trick worked exceptionally well on Momouzagi. The flood of negative points was coming in like a tidal wave. At this rate, even if he doesn't reach the system upgrade threshold after treating these two, he'll be pretty close. And the best part was that, even though the device was working automatically, he was still receiving the full amount of negative points. Not bad at all. Meanwhile, Momouzagi was utterly miserable. She was seething with anger, panic, and embarrassment all at once. But she had no way to resist. She was going to die of frustration. When was this going to end? Did detoxification really take this long? Somebody, save me. To make things worse, Ver occasionally mimicked the sound of kissing. This made the situation even more unbearable for her. Outside the door, the secretary was eavesdropping, pressing her ear against the door. As she listened to the sounds from inside, her expression darkened. "What are you doing?" A loud voice startled her. She turned around to see 3 Cypher Pol 9 agent members standing behind her. The one in the lead, Jabra, was about to push the door open. "Wait. You can't go in right now." The secretary hurriedly stopped him. Hearing this, Jabra paused. He stared at her intensely. Under his fierce gaze, the secretary collapsed to the ground, trembling. She stammered, You should listen first." After she spoke, the 3 exchanged glances, their expressions turning odd. Aside from Jabra, there was the pink-haired guy from the original story who fought against Chopper and could freely control his hair. And then there was the zipper-mouthed guy. His main role was to measure Doriki levels. "Who's inside?" Jabra asked again. "It's that female marine officer." "The female marine officer?" The 3 of them exclaimed in unison, their expressions changing dramatically. A candidate for admiral. She was a candidate for admiral. She could very well become an admiral in the future. Spangam. What the hell did that guy do? No way? All 3 of them pressed themselves against the door without noticing that Shiden was lying unconscious nearby. Ver's voice acting, their eyes widened in shock. This guy. Did he really take down a candidate for admiral? Their expressions were completely shattered. This was earth-shattering news. A useless Cypher Pol agent successfully conquering a beautiful female marine admiral candidate. If this news got out, the whole world would go crazy. How did he manage to pull this off? The only question in their minds was, what did he have that they didn't? Was it just because he had a powerful father? Ver was still putting on an act. Meanwhile, he hadn't noticed that the tool had already stopped moving. It took him a moment to react. But clearly, Momouzagi hadn't realized it either. At this moment, the system finally chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the ability, Physical Enhancement. Whoa. It happened. The moment he saw the ability, Ver felt his body transform from frail to powerful. In just a few seconds, his physical prowess had reached the same level as Momouzagi's. Feeling his newfound strength, his power, speed, endurance, all massively enhanced. His body, which had remained stagnant since acquiring Luffy's physical enhancement, now surged forward like a withered tree experiencing spring. Rapidly catching up with his other abilities. Closing his eyes to sense the changes, Ver's eyes gleamed with understanding. As his body grew stronger, he could feel a slight shift in his armament haki as well. But Ver knew that breaking into supreme-level armament haki wouldn't be so simple. At the very least, he couldn't achieve it on his own just yet. Estimating his current strength, he figured he had already surpassed the level of an admiral candidate. But he would need time to fully adapt to this surge in power before he could fully utilize it. The increase was too rapid. Right now, he even felt a bit unbalanced. Glancing at Momouzagi, whose face was so red it looked like it might start steaming, Ver slowly removed the cloth covering her eyes. At this moment, shimmering teardrops were continuously rolling down her cheeks. Chapter 108, Chiden's Breakdown. Ver gently patted the shoulder of the key contributor before him. "You've worked hard," Ver said with some sentiment, watching as her endless tears continued to fall. He let out a sigh. Her strength must have improved considerably after this experience. At the very least, it could serve as some kind of compensation for this unforgettable ordeal. Ver consoled himself with that thought. He tidied up Momouzagi's slightly disheveled clothing. And then grabbed her by the neck. And lifted her up. Ver originally planned to toss her out and then drag Chiden inside. But on second thought, that didn't seem quite right. Wasn't Chiden obsessed with Momouzagi? If he told him this explosive news right now, wouldn't that be another surge of negative points? Quickly, he set Momouzagi back down. Then he went to the door. With a creak, he opened it. Outside, 4 figures were neatly positioned, eavesdropping against the door,
still frozen in their poses. The moment they saw Ver step out, they hurriedly glanced left and right, pretending to be extremely busy. "Did you, take a big dump today?" "Yeah, I just ate." "What about you, fatty?" "Huh, I ate quite a lot too." Ver gave the three of them an odd look. Were city folks struggling with food shortages? Or did they have some kind of peculiar fetish? Forget it. Not worth worrying about. We'll talk later. I'm still busy. After saying that, he grabbed Chicken from the doorway and dragged him inside. Bang. The door shut behind him. What? Still busy? And he just dragged a man in there. To do what exactly? Wait. Could it be? This guy now swings both ways? Hiss. No way. Gotta keep my distance from him in the future. Safety first. Inside the room, Chicken, who had been smacked awake by Ver, looked completely bewildered. After Ver revealed his identity, Chicken became visibly agitated. He never expected Ver to be capable of changing faces. And the beer he had just drunk. It was poisoned. And he had foolishly taken 2 cups. Did he have a death wish or something? Damn it. Never again. What Chicken didn't realize was that this was just the appetizer. After Ver finished speaking, he pulled out his chainsaw. But Chicken remained unfazed. Did Ver really think such methods would make him submit? Too naive. Chicken looked down on such petty tricks. Ver didn't bother arguing with him. He simply revved the chainsaw and sliced away. In mere seconds, Chitten's body was already chopped into an unrecognizable mess. His complexion visibly paled. His failing organs were fully exposed. Heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, not a single one in good shape. Even Ver frowned at the sight. At this rate, he had no choice but to use his ultimate serum. Originally, he had planned to save it for Whitebeard. But now he changed his mind. Using such a thing on Whitebeard. Too basic. He had a much better idea in mind now. He could use the same device on Whitebeard that he just used on Momouzagi. But for now, the ultimate serum would do for Chiden. The only problem was, it had a peculiar requirement. The target needed to be emotionally broken for it to take effect. Such absurd conditions. For Whitebeard, his original plan was to tell him that he and Ace had fallen in love, and then that kind of news would definitely break the old man. Then he could administer the serum. For Chiden, though, it was much simpler. All he had to do was recount everything that had just happened to Momouzagi. With that thought, Ver took the thick, 10-centimeter-long syringe and stabbed it directly into Chitten's exposed organs. Yet Chitten remained expressionless. Ver paid no mind and began injecting the liquid. Within seconds, Chitten's body began swelling involuntarily. His stomach bloated as if it could swallow the entire room. Ver, seeing no increase in negative points, grew irritated. Time to up the ante. Just now. Ver whispered into Chitten's ear. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've earned 190,000 negative points. What? Chitten's mind reeled in utter shock. He quickly turned to look at Momouzagi. Sure enough, her face was flushed with shame. Even her eyes were still brimming with tears. This bastard. He was telling the truth. She was too deeply poisoned, so I had to. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've earned 170,000 negative points. Chitten's heart shattered into a million pieces. He knew with absolute certainty that Ver wasn't lying. This man had stolen away the one he adored. At that moment, only one emotion remained in Chitten's heart, uncontrollable rage. Seeing the state Momouzagi was in, there was only one thought in his mind. He wanted to tear Ver apart. He wanted to kill this monster. He wanted to torture him to death. Meanwhile, Ver, after injecting the ultimate serum into all of Chitten's organs, he stitched him back up the conventional way. No need to waste time using his welding machine. This guy was already set on the path of darkness. No matter what Ver did, he wouldn't react any differently anymore. Ding. Congratulations, host. Acquired skill, mastery of Marine 6 styles. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've earned 80,000 negative points, Marine 6 styles. What a useless skill. Seeing the results screen pop up, Ver knew it was over. He looked down at the pale-faced Chicken on the floor and said with a sly grin, she's really a wonderful person. You should treasure her. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've earned 30,000 negative points. With the last batch of negative points secured, Ver was in an excellent mood. A full 800,000. 800,000 negative points. This trip was another huge profit. And it was incredibly easy. Just by playing with these fools' emotions, he doubled his income. Although these two were definitely mentally broken now. And definitely thinking of tearing him apart, blowing him up, killing him, and crippling him. But there was no other way. He couldn't kill them. Otherwise, the Marines would stop playing these petty games and go all out. This was like slapping the Marines in the face several times. And then saying, "Come on. Hit me, you idiots." If the Marines didn't come after him with everything they had, it would be surprising. So for now, torture was fine. But he couldn't kill them, and he couldn't release them now. He had to keep them close, occasionally giving them a smack. Otherwise, once they woke up, he'd be in trouble. With that, Ver dragged them both behind his boss chair. Yep. They'd stay here. Easier access for casual brick smack. Having finished his arrangements, Ver called out toward the door. "Come in. All of you." The moment his words fell, 4 figures stepped through the door. "Hey, secretary, go to the tea room and bring all the drinks I gave you earlier." Ver wasn't about to let his carefully prepared drinks go to waste. Hearing his words, the secretary quickly left. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 Cypher Pol 9 agent members casually sat down in front of him. Ver didn't mind. After all, his identity as a useless waste didn't carry much authority. "What's the urgent matter?" Ver asked the 3. "Just a routine report. Nico Robin has been captured and will be brought here shortly by Lucci and the others. Frankie as well." Hearing that, Ver couldn't help but smile. So they didn't escape after all. Robin. But no worries. Now that he was the highest authority here, as long as she was in his domain, no one would lay a finger on her. Chapter 109, The plan to scare Robin in the boundless dark night. A formidable sea train was slowly making its way towards Senai's lobby. Inside the train, almost all the passengers were men dressed in black. Clearly, this was a government-exclusive train. In the first carriage, Robin sat motionless, her vacant eyes staring out the window. "This time, I probably won't be able to escape. My adventure will likely end here. Such a shame, Ver. I won't be able to stay with you all anymore." At the thought of Ver, Robin's face finally showed some emotion. A smile. But it lasted only for a moment. She couldn't hesitate. She had to sacrifice herself in exchange for everyone's safety, and Ver's future. Because what lay before her was a buster call. Her nightmare. Her torment. A terrifying force consisting of 1 admiral and 5 vice-admirals. How utterly powerless one would feel against that. Last time, Ver had already faced immense danger because of her. If he got captured and sent to Impel Down because of her again, she would never forgive herself. Against such an overwhelming force, even Ver wouldn't stand a chance. That was why she had to make this choice. If the buster call was activated, the Straw Hat crew wouldn't stand a chance of surviving. And neither would Ver. As Robin thought of Ver again, an involuntary smile formed on her lips. "This way, he'll be safe," she murmured softly. But suddenly, a masked man appeared before her. The abrupt sight startled her, making her lean back instinctively. But when she noticed his long nose, her expression flickered with momentary shock. Yet, she quickly returned to her cold demeanor. Usopp, no, he was Sojking now. He slowly lifted the window in front of him. And the moment the window was opened, 2 figures leaped in at once. "Robin-chan. We've come to save you," Sanji declared the moment he landed. But Robin merely stared at them coldly. Sanji's face immediately showed a hint of urgency. Why was Robin acting so indifferent? Just as Sanji was about to speak again, the door behind them was pushed open. "What do you rats think you're doing?" Lucci, Kiku, and the rest of Cypher Pol 9 agent entered the carriage. All the undercover Cypher Pol 9 agents had gathered, except for Blue Ano. Usopp's eyes widened in shock as he glanced at the group behind them before turning to Robin. Their movements had been so silent. There was no way they should have been detected. Was it Robin? Impossible. Why would she do this? "Robin. Don't you want to come back with us? Let's go," Usopp suddenly shouted, realization dawning on him. But Robin remained cold and silent. "She won't be going anywhere with you." Kiku, growing impatient, spoke as he charged forward. Sanji, without hesitation, met him head-on. The battle between the two erupted instantly. Meanwhile, Usopp stared at Robin, his face filled with confusion. He couldn't understand, why wouldn't Robin leave with them? No matter the problem, they could face it together. "Robin. Come on." There was already a hint of pleading in Usopp's voice. "I've said it many times already." As Robin spoke, she raised her arms in the stance of the flower fruit model, replicate human devil fruit. Suddenly, multiple arms sprouted on both Usopp and even Sanji, who was fighting nearby. Then, crack. Caught off guard, the two were completely subdued by Robin, who had grown significantly stronger since their journey began. Robin walked forward step by step, grabbing Usopp and Sanji before heading toward the window they had entered from. "Oi? Robin. If you do this, how are we supposed to face her when he returns? He'll kill us." Sanji's words made Robin pause for a brief moment. But after a slight hesitation, she still threw them into the freezing ocean below. How heartless, Nico Robin. Califa remarked as she watched Robin. Enough nonsense. You promised not to hurt them. Robin said coldly. Lucci's expression darkened at her words, clearly displeased. But he did not act rashly. He simply said in a calm tone, we've already been merciful to you. I suggest you don't push your luck. Once we arrive at Inai's lobby, your nightmare will truly begin. Our useless superior isn't as gentle as we are. With that, Lucci turned and led the others away. As the carriage door shut with a resounding thud, Robin's heart sank further into despair. The head of Inai's lobby, even she had heard of him. He was truly a capricious man. Executing so-called criminals before their trials was a common occurrence for him. Falling into his hands. What would become of her? Robin wasn't sure. But she had already come this far, there was no turning back. Even as unease crept into her heart, her resolve remained firm. As long as she could save her, what did a little suffering matter? If she had to die, so be it. Sir. The government train is about to arrive. Nico Robin and Frankie are on board. Alright, got it. Have them bring the prisoners over. Swish bong. Bong. After hitting the two behind him on the head with a brick. Ver put it away again. How many times was that? Probably the 7th time. These strong people seemed to wake up faster than ordinary folks. It was making his hands sore from all the smacking. Momouzagi was fine, Ver hadn't hit her too hard. But Chitin was a different story. His aura just rubbed Ver the wrong way. So he had struck him especially hard. Now, Chitin's big face bore several brick marks. They looked quite deep. Probably. They'll leave some scars. Whatever. Oh well. Who cares? A few more scars won't make a difference. Let him hold a grudge if he wants. Now that Robin was here, Luffy and the others would arrive soon. This was their stage to perform, he would quietly watch alongside Robin. Besides, he still had to keep an eye on these two. If they woke up, things would get troublesome. Fighting without any gain? Who'd want that? If a brick could do the job, why waste punches and kicks? Wonder how Robin would react when she saw him? Nervous? Afraid? Uneasy? Any of those were possible. Maybe he could use this to farm some negative emotions from her? It could work. As long as she didn't recognize him right away. That would ruin the fun. He just had to act well enough. Time to scare her a little. Chapter 110, Stupefied Robin. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. The train stopped at the spot where Ver had disembarked not long ago. Several figures stepped out. Robin, her face devoid of expression, glanced around. At this moment, her hands were already bound in sea-stone cuffs. The feeling of complete powerlessness left her with no sense of security. Looking at the world government flag not far away and the massive gates of justice behind it, her heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Though she had repeatedly adjusted her mindset, now that the moment had arrived, fear was inevitable. Move it. Don't just stand there. The sooner we get this over with, the less of our time you waste. Califa urged impatiently. A force pulled at Robin's hands. Weakened as she was, she could only be dragged forward. Seeing the judicial tower in the distance emanating an ominous aura, Robin hesitated for a moment before reluctantly following along. Before long, they arrived at the door to Ver's office. Knock, knock. After a brief wait, the door opened, revealing Spandam with a cigar in his mouth. We brought them. The rest is up to you. Lucci spoke as he stepped inside. Kaku and Califa followed closely behind. None of them showed any intention of helping Spandam take the prisoners inside. The reason was simple. They just wanted to see their long-absent superior make a fool of himself. At most, he might get a little hurt. Although both captives were tightly bound, that didn't mean they were entirely defenseless. Robin was one thing, but Frankie, was another matter entirely. His entire body was a walking arsenal. Even in his restrained state, harming Spandam would be easy. They just wanted to see Ver suffer a little embarrassment. As they entered, Ver reached out and grabbed hold of the chains binding the prisoner's feet. But the moment he pulled them up, an unexpected event occurred. Frankie opened his mouth wide and lunged at Ver, attempting to bite him. Coincidentally, Spandam was the one responsible for the death of Frankie's mentor, Dom. Not to mention, the scars on Spandam's face were also courtesy of Frankie. Now, faced with his nemesis, Frankie's rage burned hotter than ever. His massive jaw was more than capable of taking Ver's head clean off. His entire body, except for his back, was made of metal. Yet, just a second before the bite landed, Ver suddenly tilted his head. PFFFT. Huh? Who farted? Ver looked around in disgust. Crack. Thud. Frankie bit down on empty air and crashed hard onto the floor. Ver was startled. Whoa. What the hell are you doing? You dare attack me? Before he even finished speaking, Ver pulled out a gun and strode toward Frankie. Frankie, still dazed from the fall, was just as confused. How did he dodge that? However, as he watched Ver approach, he remained completely unfazed. This kind of gun? He wasn't worried at all. His whole body was made of iron, after all. With a look of supreme confidence, Frankie glared defiantly at Ver. But as Ver reached him, he suddenly holstered his gun. Instead, from behind his back, from a concealed medical kit, he pulled out a shotgun. An AS-686. A reinforced version. Pointing it straight at Frankie's smug face, he pulled the trigger, twice. Boom. Boom. After firing, Ver planted the shotgun on the ground and took a deep drag from his cigar. Who the hell do you think you are, daring to mess with me? Frankie was blasted 3 meters away. He rolled twice before sprawling out flat on the floor. That impact was no joke. His face was in shambles. His mouth had been completely obliterated. His jaw? Gone. The raw, exposed flesh of his throat was now visible. Frankie was utterly stunned. But he wasn't the only one. Lucci and the others also had an odd look in their eyes. This guy. He seems a little too efficient. That dodge earlier might have been pure luck. But those 2 shotgun blasts? Undeniably badass. Ver slicked back his hair, then turned to drag Robin inside as well. Robin, her face filled with unease, avoided eye contact. Ver paid her no mind. After pulling her in, he once again approached Frankie. Frankie still hadn't recovered from those 2 shots. He remained sprawled out motionless. Ver then retrieved a whip from behind his back. A barbed one. Next, he pulled out a bottle of iodine and drenched the whip in it. I know you're made of metal everywhere except your back. Today, I'm going to make sure you enjoy yourself. With that, Ver swung the iodine-soaked whip and mercilessly lashed at Frankie's exposed back. Crack. Crack. It hurts. It hurts. Frankie screamed instantly. Because it really hurt. Even a needle prick made him jump. Now, being whipped like this, it was pure agony. Bound as he was with Ver stepping on him, he had no way to turn over. All he could do was endure each brutal strike. Ver had to maintain the act of being weak. So as he lashed out, his expression was nothing short of crazed. Like a lunatic, each strike was delivered with full force. Crack. Crack. The whip continued to rain down. He looked like a madman, no, beyond a madman. That twisted grin, the sick laughter. It made everyone present uneasy. This guy. He's a little terrifying, isn't he? Lucci and the others frowned. Ha 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 ha. I'll kill you. Kill you. Ha ha ha. So satisfying. This is too much fun. Ha 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 ha. Ver shouted as he whipped Frankie again and again. The sight left Robin completely stunned. Her wide eyes trembled as she stared at the insane Ver. This man was far too deranged. Torturing prisoners, it wasn't just a rumor. Would she be next? As the thought crossed her mind and she watched Ver spiral further into madness, her body involuntarily trembled. First he shoved the gun barrel into blue-haired guy's mouth and fired 2 shots. After that, he started whipping like a madman. That twisted smile, Robin couldn't believe this was an act. No one could possibly act that well. After a long bout of whipping, Ver feigned exhaustion. Panting heavily, he looked like he was truly spent. Huff. Huff. You bastard. That felt good. Trying to bite me? Ha. You're like a tadpole biting a frog, what the hell are you even doing? As he spoke, Ver ruthlessly stomped on Frankie's bloodied back several times. The nearly unconscious Frankie groaned in pain once more. His back, his greatest weakness. Ver took another puff of his cigar, exhaled a slow cloud of smoke, then walked toward Robin. As he approached, that sick grin returned. But Robin. The fear on her face was suddenly replaced with an empty, hollow stare. She simply watched Ver approach in silence. Chapter 111, Ver, the dense and oblivious blockhead just now. The guy in front of her had moved a bit too much, causing a small corner of the medical kit on his back to be exposed. Robin, who was standing right behind him, caught sight of it. It was a very small corner. Almost the size of a grain of rice. But Robin recognized it at a glance, it was Ver's medical kit. She had an exceptionally deep impression of everything that belonged to Ver. Every time he went a few days without washing his hair, she could tell right away. Then she would remind him to wash it before it got too greasy. If she paid that much attention to his hair, how could she not recognize his medical kit? Robin was completely certain. This was Ver's medkit. So why was Ver's medkit on this guy? Ver would never let his medical kit leave his side. Even if Chopper went missing, the kit wouldn't. The reason Robin was frozen in place at this moment was because a terrible thought had crossed her mind. Ver. Had he been killed? Otherwise, how could his medkit be here? But the moment that thought emerged, she denied it. Even if Ver had been taken out, it wouldn't have been long ago. Then how could this guy have figured out how to use Ver's medical kit so quickly? She had tried taking things from it before. Every time Ver needed something, he could pull it out effortlessly. But when she secretly opened it, there was nothing inside. Even when she reached in, she found nothing. So there was a specific way to use it. There was no way this guy had killed Ver, studied how the kit worked, and then skillfully pulled out a shotgun and whip in such a short amount of time. That left only one possibility. This person was Ver. Even though it was the only possibility, she still needed to observe further to be sure. And if it really was Ver, she couldn't expose him. Ver must have a reason for doing this. She couldn't ruin his plan. Even though it was just a possibility, a renewed light of hope shone in Robin's eyes. Ver, with a sickly grin, lifted his hand and pinched Robin's chin. His gaze slowly swept over her body. After taking it all in, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad at all. Since you're going to die anyway, let me enjoy you for a bit. Ha 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 ha. What a beauty. Ver was fantasizing about scaring Robin out of her mind. After all, even he often ended up at a disadvantage against her. But upon hearing his words, the corners of Robin's lips curled up slightly. She was sure now. This guy was Ver. And the reason was simple. Because a normal lecher, when scanning her body, would focus on certain key areas. But this guy simply swept his gaze around casually. He didn't linger on her chest for even a moment. Only Ver, this dense and oblivious blockhead, could do something like that. Everything else was flawless. Ver was indeed a great actor. But he had overlooked this detail. And Robin, sharp as ever, had caught it immediately. In that moment, all the darkness in her heart vanished instantly. As if, with Ver here, she had nothing to fear. A strange look appeared in her eyes. Was that passion? Ver now clearly understood the real meaning of that word. What's going on? What does this mean? Did he give himself away? Ver quickly reviewed all his actions and words just now. There didn't seem to be anything wrong. Then why? Instead of being frightened, she was looking at him with such eyes. What was going on? Could it be Robin had feelings for Spandam? Or was she trying to seduce Spandam to make him let her go? The second possibility was impossible. Could it be that Robin actually liked Spandam? Love at first sight? Ver felt like he had just uncovered something truly terrible. But he had already killed Spandam. Robin, I'm sorry. The guy you liked, I already killed him. Ver suddenly felt a little guilty toward Robin. His desire to mess with her faded. Forget it. He let it slide for now. There would be another chance later. First, he needed to send these guys away. With them here, it was hard to act freely. Letting go of Robin's chin, Ver frowned and turned to sit on the boss's chair. Where's Blueno? Why isn't he back yet? Ver asked knowingly. Creek, we lost contact. Probably dead. Just then, three figures pushed the door open and walked in. The one leading them, Jabra, spoke without hesitation. They didn't bother with pleasantries after entering and quickly took their seats. But as soon as those words were spoken, Lucci furrowed his brows. Blueno had been their comrade for so many years. There were still feelings there. Just as he was about to reprimand Jabran on his choice of words, the Dendenmushi on Ver's desk rang. Click. Yes, what is it? Ver answered immediately. Straw Hat Luffy and his crew. They've already broken into the courthouse, sir. We're no match for them. Requesting reinforcements. The voice on the other end was hurried, mixed with the sounds of gunfire and explosions. The situation was clearly urgent. What the hell are you all doing? Useless trash. Keep fighting. Ver roared and slammed the receiver down. Putting the Dendenmushi down, he looked at the row of Cypher Pol 9 agents opposite him. Well? You all heard it. Those guys have already made it to the courthouse. Shouldn't you be going out to stop them? After all, this is the mess you brought back with you. As soon as Ver finished speaking, Pico was about to argue but was stopped by Lucci. These insects are truly annoying. After so many years of lying low, I really want to kill someone. I want to see blood. As Lucci spoke, his face remained expressionless. Calm. Completely calm. Hearing their leader say this, Kaku and Khalifa immediately stood up. Jabra hesitated. But after considering Lucci's status as the Cypher Pol 9 agent captain and his terrifying strength, he reluctantly stood up as well. 6 of them. Just enough to match Straw Hat's crew. Once Lucci got up, the group headed out together. They didn't even spare Ver a glance. As if, in their eyes, Ver didn't exist at all. Robin should have been furious. After all, they had lied to her. They had promised not to attack Luffy and the others, yet now they were going back on their word. But this time, she remained silent. She didn't even feel anger. Because now, she was convinced. Spandam was Ver. and Ver's decisions. She never doubted them. Bang. The door was closed. At least they had the courtesy to close the door. Ver muttered, standing up and walking toward Robin again. He grabbed her chains and tugged her toward the balcony. Come on, let's go watch your comrades get slaughtered one by one, Ver said viciously. But Robin wasn't scared at all. The moment he finished speaking, she even took the initiative to walk toward the balcony. She even tugged on the chain in Ver's hand, urging him to hurry up. At this moment, it was as if their roles had been reversed. Robin seemed even more eager to watch than Ver. Ver was dumbfounded. Right now, he could only say one thing. WTF? Chapter 112, You Actually Noticed. What's going on? Why so proactive? What are you trying to do by being so forward? You're making it seem like I've been exposed. Ver was speechless as he was pulled onto the balcony by Robin. This situation. It's not right. Where did things go wrong? Why is she acting so boldly? Even if it were love at first sight, this wouldn't be the case. Robin isn't that kind of person. Could it be that she has truly seen through him? For a brief moment, Ver felt a sliver of doubt. But his confidence in his acting skills made him dismiss the thought entirely. The two of them stood on the balcony, facing the courthouse. And there, atop the courthouse, stood a figure. A man wearing a straw hat. Thanks to their intense training over the past period and the strength Ver's treatment had granted them, they had advanced swiftly. Even thousands of small fry couldn't slow them down. They had almost caught up to Lucci and his team, arriving here not long after. At this moment, only Luffy stood atop the roof. But in just a few moments, the others arrived, each making their own dramatic entrance. 6 of them, moving in perfect sync. They stepped forward together, marching toward raised platform. Their eyes were firm, locked onto Ver and Robin across from them. Determination filled their gazes. Robin looked at them. Even though she already knew they had arrived, seeing their coordinated stance still made her eyes well up with tears. Robin. We're here to save you. Luffy shouted with all his might, standing just across the river from Robin. His powerful voice pierced through, causing the tears in Robin's eyes to finally fall. A few droplets rolled down her cheeks. Seeing Robin cry, the 6 of them all smiled. The heavy burden in their hearts was lifted. They had feared that Robin didn't want to leave with them. That would have made things much harder. But now, seeing Robin like this, didn't it say everything? Ver stood behind Robin, watching it all unfold. Seeing such deep bonds of friendship, a strange emotion flickered in Ver's eyes. But when he saw Chopper standing there, looking so serious, he couldn't help but smirk. Just then, Robin, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Looking at them, her eyes were filled with emotion. Then, she shouted, "Leave now. I don't need you to rescue me. Go." As she shouted, tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. With Ver here, she wouldn't be in any danger. But could Ver protect so many people at once? The people here were top-tier Cypher Pol agents. A single misstep could cost them their lives. She was also afraid they would disrupt Ver's plan. Ver must have arrived here the moment they separated. He must have something planned. She didn't want Ver to be distracted because of them. But Luffy, hearing Robin's words and the helplessness in her voice, darkened his expression. Who exactly was Robin's enemy? Why did she have to sacrifice herself like this? Who was responsible? Suddenly, Luffy's eyes flicked to the world government flag fluttering above Robin. His face darkened as he slowly raised his hand, pointing at the flag. Then, in a calm voice, he said, "Sogeking, shoot down that flag." As soon as Luffy spoke, Robin's expression froze. This action carried an extremely dangerous meaning. Have you really thought this through? Before Sogeking could make a move, a voice rang out from below Robin and the others. Lucci and his team had just arrived. It was Lucci who had spoken. If you dare attack that flag, it means declaring war against the entire world. You will die a terrible death. The moment Lucci finished speaking, Sogeking's Firebird star was already in flight. Lucci's words had no effect whatsoever. This made Lucci's expression turn grim. A tempest kick shot through the air. It collided precisely with the Firebird star. Boom. After a resounding explosion, both attacks disappeared. Did you think I would just stand by and watch you trample over the government's dignity? Foolish pirates. By now, Luffy was starting to get angry. He glared at Lucci below, as if ready to strike at any moment. But Robin saw that something was wrong. If Luffy attacked, there would be no turning back. She looked at Luffy and anxiously shouted, "Luffy, leave now. Don't fight them. Ver is here. He won't abandon me. He'll take me away." Robin's voice echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Every face showed shock. What? Ver? Ver is here? Luffy's anger instantly vanished, and the group scanned their surroundings, searching for Ver. But no matter how they looked, they couldn't find him. Robin wouldn't lie. Ver had to be here. He knew about Robin's situation. He had came to rescue Robin too. The corners of their lips curled into smirks. Zoro tied his bandana. Sanji lit a cigarette. Even Luffy pulled down his hat. Oi, shitty cook. Yeah? Let's see who gets more injured. Hey, fine by me. I've got some anger to vent. The moment they knew Ver was here, their spirits soared with newfound resolve. As long as there was even a sliver of life left in them, Ver could drag them back from the brink of death. On the Cypher Paul agent side, however, everyone was stunned. When had this guy Ver arrived? They hadn't noticed a thing. Wasn't he just a doctor? Did he have some kind of disguise technique? Impossible. Nico Robin must be lying. But even if Ver was here, so what? They wouldn't give the enemy any chance to receive treatment. Just as both sides were about to clash, a calm voice rang out, reaching everyone present. So, you figured it out after all. As the voice spoke, a hand gently rested on Robin's head. It softly patted her a few times. Robin didn't turn around. Tears streaming down her face, she spun and threw herself into the man's embrace. Her restrained tears instantly turned into an unstoppable flood. All the grievances she had suffered poured out with them. At the same time, the others turned in shock. Spandam? Why was Robin throwing herself into Spandam's arms? Just as they were stunned, Spandam's appearance and clothing began to shift. Chapter 113, Ver, huh? Ver's clothing was merely a molded layer over his original outfit. Now, as his appearance changed, it was only natural for the outer layer to dissipate. As the outer clothes vanished, a white coat gradually revealed itself. And along with the transformation of his clothes, his face also changed. When Ver's true appearance emerged before everyone's eyes, they all widened in shock. Luffy's jaw even hit the ground. What's going on? Ver? Why did that guy turn into Ver? Luffy pointed at Ver, his finger trembling uncontrollably. The others wore similarly dumbfounded expressions. As for the Cypher Paul 9 agent members, they were utterly bewildered. Was Spandam actually an imposter? Then where was the real Spandam? The answer seemed obvious. He was, in all likelihood, already dead. The moment that thought struck them, all of Cypher Paul 9 agents' expressions darkened. No matter how useless that guy was, he was still their superior. And yet, he had been killed right under their noses. They could only feel humiliated, ashamed. Meanwhile, Ver, now restored to his original appearance, began to move. He raised a hand and flicked his fingers like a conductor's baton. At the same time, two words left his lips. Thunderfall. As soon as he spoke, 3 bolts of lightning instantly descended from the sky, striking directly at every world government flag on Anai's lobby. Above Ver, behind Luffy and the others, and near the gates of justice. All 3 flags were instantly reduced to ashes. Even though Lucci and the others wanted to intervene, they had no time to react. The lightning was too fast. But even if they could react in time, that lightning was far beyond their ability to withstand. The sheer destructive force was overwhelming. Their gazes all turned to Ver. Now, there was a hint of wariness in their eyes. This guy was not normal. His power was far from ordinary. Luffy and his crew were just as stunned. Ver's sudden attack had truly startled them. But once the shock passed, they were thrilled. Chopper, in particular, was jumping up and down with excitement. Nice one, Ver. The flag is destroyed. Now Robin will come with us. Luffy exclaimed excitedly. Then, his gaze turned back to Lucci and the others. A moment later, he lowered his stance. One hand touched the ground. Gear second. As soon as he spoke, his body began to change. A pink hue rapidly spread across his entire form. Steam billowed off him, rising continuously. His gaze turned resolute. Everyone. Yeah. Let's go. With a loud shout, Luffy vanished from his spot. The others followed right behind him, leaping downward. And in that instant, Luffy appeared in front of Lucci. His arm had stretched back to its limit and in the blink of an eye, shot forward. Lucci hadn't expected Luffy to be this fast. He didn't even have time to activate Iron Body. With a resounding impact, Lucci was sent flying. He vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. And Luffy wasted no time, instantly dashing in pursuit. But Kaku and Jabra moved to block his path. They wanted to hold him off and buy Lucci some time to recover. Clang. Boom. A flash of a blade and a shadowed kick struck nearly simultaneously. The two who had blocked Luffy's path were sent flying in opposite directions. Can't let you interfere with our captain. Ready to be served up? Zoro and Sanji spoke simultaneously. Then, they charged at their respective opponents. The others also found their own foes. and with fearless determination, they clashed in battle. But due to their training and Ver's medical treatment, the Cypher Pol 9 agent members were being completely overpowered. Meanwhile, Ver watched as the battle unfolded, his gaze shifting to Robin, who was crying in his embrace. Those guys could handle the fight. He would focus on getting Robin out of here. Honestly, he felt a bit flustered. If it was about taking someone apart, he was fine. But comforting someone, that was outside his expertise. At this moment, he had no idea what to do with his hands. Holding her didn't feel right, but letting go felt wrong too. Just letting them hang there seemed awkward as well. Watching Robin sob, her entire body trembling, Ver hesitated before softly calling out, Robin? Robin? Hearing his voice, Robin gradually calmed down. She slowly pulled away from his chest. Taking a step back, she stood in front of him, her head lowered. She didn't want to look up, afraid that Ver would see her tear-streaked, disheveled face. The moment she had hugged Ver, she had felt an immense sense of relief. As if the dark cloud that had hung over her for 20 years had suddenly dissipated. In Ver's embrace, she didn't need to think about anything. Ver would handle everything. She realized she had came to rely on him. That she couldn't leave him anymore. On the way here, her mind had been filled with thoughts of Ver. What would happen to Ver if she died? Will he be sad? Will he grieve? Would anyone else be able to outsmart him in the future? Ver, seeing that Robin had finally let go, secretly sighed in relief. That was more exhausting than an actual fight. He reached for the sea-stone cuffs on Robin's wrists. Molding, he muttered in his heart. The rigid sea-stone cuffs slowly turned to liquid and dripped onto the ground. Then, Robin saw Ver's hand reaching for her face. She thought he was about to touch her cheek. But just like before, his hand moved under her chin. What is he doing? Robin's heart pounded rapidly. Even when she faced Aokiji, she hadn't felt this nervous. At times like this, when a man lifted a woman's chin, there was usually only one thing they would do. Robin wanted to close her eyes. But she also wanted to see Ver's face. So she kept them open, watching as Ver slowly lifted her head. But once he did, the expected kiss never came. Instead, what she saw was a washcloth. Ver, holding a cloth, wiped her face with a flurry of scrubs. She had cried so much that her face was filthy. Now she looked like a little soot-covered cat. After a thorough wipe down, her face was clean again. But instead of gratitude, Robin's expression was one of disappointment. Ver, huh? Chapter 114, You Have to Come Back. Seeing Robin's speechless expression, Ver was also at a loss. I even wiped your face for you. And you still act like this. Women. Seriously. Sigh. Forget it, I'll be the bigger person. I won't argue with you. With that thought, Ver took off his white coat, now soaked with Robin's tears and snot, and tossed it aside in disgust. Then, he quickly exchanged for a new one from the system and put it on. This only made Robin's expression even more speechless. Ver didn't even bother hiding his disdain. Am I really that? The more Robin thought about it, the angrier she got. Just as she was about to snap at Ver, he suddenly seemed to remember something and rushed into the room with an urgent expression. Robin was left confused by his reaction. Inside the room, Ver grabbed a brick and ran straight behind the couch. As he reached his target, he swung the brick down hard. However, just as he was about to strike Chin, a hand grabbed his wrist. You perverted bastard. I'm going to kill you. Momozagi roared. She had woken up. Damn. She regained consciousness this early. Ver cursed internally. Using the brick too often had diminishing effects. But he hadn't expected it to weaken this much. The anesthesia time was supposed to decrease by half each time. But this time, it had reduced by 80%. Moving forward, he'd have to be more careful when using the brick to control people. As Ver was still caught in his thoughts, another attack was already heading straight for his chest. It was Chin. He had also woken up. With a heavy punch, Chin struck Ver square inches the chest. The sheer force of the blow sent Ver flying. Crash. The sound of shattering glass and a heavy impact echoed. Robin, watching Ver fly back out, wore a grave expression. Someone had actually managed to send Ver flying. There was someone this strong here? She hurried forward, wanting to help Ver up. But Ver simply waved his hand at her. Thanks to Sanji's exoskeleton and his armament hockey defense, the damage from that hit was minimal. However, his expression was grim. Through his observation hockey, he could sense that the two inside had taken out the golden Dendenmushi left by Tsuru. And they had already pressed the button. TCH. This just got complicated, Ver muttered helplessly. At the same time, his right index finger became enveloped in powerful armament hockey, and a surge of lightning began gathering around him. Only he and Nami could sense the presence of this lightning element. Hearing Ver's words, Robin turned to look inside. When she saw the golden Mushi being activated, her mind went completely blank. In that moment, she had only one thought. It's over. Run. Run as far as possible. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably again. The trauma of the buster call was too great. She whipped around to look at Ver and spoke urgently. Ver. We have to, but Ver simply raised a hand, cutting her off. Leave it to me. You go with Luffy and the others and get out of here. Ver stood up slowly, his face serious. Even with his current strength, facing an admiral, 2 admiral candidates, and 5 vice admirals was a tough challenge. But he had no choice but to take things one step at a time. First, he needed to cover their escape. With his lightning and the ability to use space doors, if he truly wanted to leave, only Kizaru might be able to stop him. But his words made Robin recall something terrible. Saul had once said something similar. Seeing the seriousness on Ver's face, even she was taken aback. In the past, it had always seemed like everything was within Ver's expectations. He had never been serious, always laughing and joking around. But this time, he had no choice but to get serious. Robin understood better than anyone what that meant. Was she going to lose someone who cared about her again? Her heart sank into the abyss. Ver noticed the despair in Robin's eyes and immediately understood what she was thinking. Seeing Chitin and Momouzagi charging at him with murderous intent, he knew time was running out. Take everyone and get out of here. You guys will only hold me back if you stay. With my strength, there's no way they can stop me. Trust me, even if Chopper dies, I won't. As soon as Ver finished speaking, he stomped down hard on the ground. A hole leading straight to the first floor appeared beneath Robin's feet. As she fell, the last thing she saw was Ver's back as he charged towards the enemy. Tears once again streamed down her face. You have to come back. Robin shouted with all her might. Then, she disappeared from sight. She knew she was useless in this battle. Even Ver had to take this enemy seriously. If she stayed, she would only be a burden. At this moment, her desire to become stronger reached its peak. She hated her own weakness. Hearing Robin's words, Ver couldn't help but smirk slightly. Chitin and Momouzagi had already closed in from both sides. Momouzagi's sword, Konpira, radiated an extremely dangerous aura. The thick armament haki covering her blade and the fury in her eyes made it clear that if she got the chance, she wouldn't hold back. The order to capture Ver had already been thrown aside. Right now, she only wanted to kill this despicable bastard. Her sword slashed diagonally toward Ver's neck. Chitin was feeling the same rage. The moment he closed his eyes, all he could see was Momouzagi being. And every time that image surfaced, his hatred for Ver only grew stronger. His right fist was covered in the most potent armament haki he could muster. If these attacks landed, even an admiral would be seriously wounded. After all, in their eyes, Ver was still just a pirate with a 200 million bounty. Yet they were attacking with full force, determined to kill him in one blow. But Ver remained completely unfazed. Ignoring Momouzagi on the right, he directly clashed with Chitin on the left. No defense. No intention to block or counter the attack. Ver's right index finger shot straight toward Chitin's chest. Finger pistol. Hearing Ver's words, Chitin saw the finger coming toward him and sneered in disdain. He didn't bother dodging. He was going to take this hit head-on. How strong could a mere 200 million bounty pirate's finger pistol be? With this punch, he would send Ver straight to the afterlife. Chapter 115, 1 second out of combat the two figures brushed past each other. A finger pistol was thrust toward the chest. A fist was aimed at the heart. Meanwhile, Momouzagi's sword slashed through the air, cutting straight toward Ver. But Ver showed no intention of dodging. Seeing this, a trace of anger flashed in Momouzagi's eyes. This guy was actually looking down on her. This made the force behind her sword strike even more powerful. In an instant, all three attacks landed on their respective targets. But suddenly, at Ver's neck, a door appeared. Momouzagi's attack plunged straight into the door. The sheer force of her strike caused the door to tremble violently, but it didn't shatter immediately. With that slight delay, Ver and Chitin had already taken each other's attacks. At this moment, Chitin's fist struck directly at Ver's heart. But around Ver's heart, a layer of powerful armament haki had already formed. The impact produced a metallic clang. A trickle of blood dripped from the corner of Ver's mouth. But this outcome left Chitin wide-eyed in shock. What was going on? The scene he had imagined, sending Ver flying with a single blow, didn't happen at all. His full-powered punch had only caused this little damage? How was that possible? Meanwhile, Ver's fingers had already pierced straight into Chitin's chest. Even though Chitin had used armament haki to defend, it still couldn't withstand the force of the attack. The sheer penetrative power, combined with the intense heat on Ver's fingertips, overwhelmed Chitin's haki. He had no way to defend against it. Yet Chitin didn't seem too concerned. A mere puncture in his chest. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the electricity in Ver's finger suddenly exploded throughout his entire body. ZZT. ZZT. A brilliant explosion of light burst from within Chitin's body. Ver's goal was simple, to incapacitate Chitin for a few seconds. And with this attack, it would take at least 2 seconds for Chitin to regain control of his body. Boom. A deafening sound rang out. It was as if space itself had shattered. Ver's dimensional door shattered into countless fragments. When a space door was forcibly broken, it caused instability in that area, preventing further spatial abilities from being used there for a while. But that didn't matter. Ver had only used it to block Momozagi's attack for a moment. By now, he had already withdrawn his hand from Chitin's body. As his body spun, a lightning sword materialized in his grasp. Clang. Ver blocked Momozagi's slash. At the same time, the dazzling explosion from Chitin's body forced Momozagi to momentarily close her eyes. The instant she shut her eyes, Ver's observation haki locked onto her, suppressing her movements completely. At the same time, a devastating kick, reinforced with extreme armament haki, lashed out at her. However, it only struck Momozagi's sword, which she instinctively raised in defense. Even though her observation haki had been momentarily suppressed, her years of battle-honed instincts allowed her to react correctly. But Ver's goal wasn't to injure her, it was to push her back. The immense impact force instantly sent Momozagi flying back several dozen meters. As she stabilized herself midair, she immediately realized Ver's intent. She barely landed before launching herself forward once more. But Ver had already turned his focus back to Chitin, who was still momentarily paralyzed. This next kick was a full power strike. Leg reinforcement. Thunder infusion. ZZZT. His armament haki surged to its peak. Then, boom. A powerful shockwave swept through everything in the vicinity. Even Frankie, who was lying nearby, was instantly blown away. As for Chitin, he turned into a black streak and vanished from sight. At this moment, his eyes were rolled back, and his face was deeply sunken. His teeth were almost all shattered. Everything was splattered with blood. Ver estimated that with this kick landing directly on Chitin's unguarded head, it would take him at least 2 days to regain consciousness. With marine medical treatment, he would need at least a month to recover fully. And this was all because he had underestimated Ver, choosing to take that finger pistol, Thunder Pierce head-on. Taking that attack was practically a death sentence. If Ver hadn't been concerned about the Marines coming after him, he would have finished Chitin off right then and there. Had he not specifically controlled the electricity to only paralyze, he could have killed Chitin in a single strike. At that moment, as Ver was still in the process of withdrawing his attack, an incredibly powerful slash from Momozagi struck his back. A deep wound reaching down to his spine instantly appeared on his back. This was only because he had formed a layer of steel in the air and pushed against it, using the reaction force to twist his body. Otherwise, that slash would have landed on his neck. If that had happened, he would have been gravely injured. Lightning cannon. Ver instantly unleashed an explosive lightning attack. A massive bolt of electricity erupted from his body without warning, striking Momozagi before she could defend herself. The impact force sent her flying once more. But just like before, Ver wasn't aiming to seriously wound her, just to push her back. Otherwise, her relentless swordplay would have forced him into a defensive position indefinitely. A swordsman only needed a single opening to keep their enemy suppressed until their blade found the target's neck. After being blown away, Momozagi didn't immediately charge back in. The two stared at each other across the battlefield. Momozagi's breathing was slightly erratic. She needed to adjust herself. Ver's previous attacks, reinforced with overwhelming armament haki, had disrupted her rhythm significantly. She only needed 2 seconds. 2 seconds, and she could steady herself, then she'd charge in and tear that heavily wounded bastard apart. But at that moment, Ver, standing across from her, suddenly pulled out a strange vial. He tilted his head back and drank it in one go. What was that? Momozagi's eyes narrowed in confusion. Then, to her astonishment, the gruesome wound on Ver's back, his exposed spine, began to heal at a slow but steady pace. Though the speed was almost negligible. So she dismissed it. With such a slow recovery, what was the point? But 1 second later, Ver's wound suddenly began healing at over 20 times the previous speed. It had gone from barely noticeable to terrifyingly fast. At this rate, in just 3 seconds, all the injuries he had sustained would be completely healed. What Ver had just consumed was a special potion he had developed himself. It greatly enhanced his body's natural healing ability. And the true key to its effect? A certain ability he had obtained, sit-ups. He had been out of combat for 1 second now. Little girl, it's over. Chapter 116, I want to go back and find Big Bro at this moment. Momozagi, who was in front of her, instantly realized the severity of the situation. She could not afford to wait any longer. Shadow dance. Momozuki vanished from her original position and reappeared behind her in an instant. Her long sword thrust straight toward his back. Clang. Ver's thunder sword blocked the strike. The two, evenly matched, immediately engaged in battle. Ver had just expended a significant amount of stamina. And he had already unleashed his killing blow on Chiton. So right now, it was impossible for him to quickly deal with Momozuki. But Ver had no intention of defeating her. If he wanted to leave, she wouldn't be able to stop him. What he needed to do now was stall Momozuki. To buy Robin and the others time to retreat. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others had reached the final stage of their battles. Zoro and the rest had already defeated their respective opponents. At this point, these enemies were no longer much of a challenge for them. With Robin assisting as well, their foes fell even faster. In such a critical moment, there was no time to worry about who fought whom. They had to act fast. Finishing off everyone and escaping was their only chance at survival. The only battle still ongoing was Luffy's. But at this point, Lucci, having exhausted too much stamina, had finally given Luffy in his second gear state an opening. Luffy's arms had already grabbed onto the incredibly agile Lucci. Earlier, Luffy had been at a disadvantage in speed. He had struggled to land a hit on him. Fortunately, Luffy's endurance was exceptional. He had worn Lucci down to this state through sheer persistence. And once Luffy got a firm grip, he was confident he could end the battle in a single strike. Hoo-oo. Luffy took a deep breath. His head began to expand continuously. It soon grew to the size of a giant's. Gear third. As soon as Luffy declared it, his neck stretched out in an instant. Seeing himself twisted into a pretzel, Lucci finally revealed a panicked expression. He struggled frantically, attacking Luffy's arms with all his might. But Luffy ignored him completely. At this moment, Luffy's neck began to retract. His massive head shot straight toward Lucci. Gamu Gamu no. Gigant Hammer. Just before impact, Luffy released his grip. With a loud crash, Lucci, his head severely deformed, was sent flying. By now, he was critically wounded, barely clinging to life. Splash! Lucci plunged into the water. Luffy, gasping for breath, had won the battle. After catching his breath, Luffy was just about to go look for Robin when he saw Robin and the others rushing over. Luffy. We need to leave immediately. A Marine Admiral is on the way. Robin's voice was urgent as she spoke to Luffy. Hearing this, Luffy froze. The overwhelming power of Aokiji was still fresh in their memories. Even if it was a different admiral this time, he wouldn't be any weaker than Aokiji. If they didn't leave, they were doomed. Luffy understood the gravity of the situation. But he still asked about Ver. What about Ver? Why isn't he here? What happens to him if we leave? Forget about him. He has a way to escape. He told us to leave quickly, our presence here would only hinder him. Robin reiterated firmly. Hearing this, Luffy understood Ver's intentions. He didn't insist on staying. He knew the kind of person Ver was. Ver wouldn't do something he wasn't confident in. But now the problem was, they had no ship. How were they supposed to escape? The old sea train that had carried them here had already been destroyed after fulfilling its mission. What do we do without a ship? Nami asked anxiously. Robin, however, responded seriously. Ver said. Our comrade will come to pick us up. Comrade? What comrade? Weren't they all here? What did Ver mean? Just as everyone was puzzled, a ghostly voice suddenly echoed in their minds. Everyone, I'm here to pick you up. The voice felt both real and unreal. It was difficult to discern. But upon hearing it, everyone froze. They had never seen or heard of the spirit of the going Merry. But the moment the voice spoke, only one thought filled their minds. It's Merry. Merry is here. Merry came to get us. Everyone looked down toward the sea, and sure enough, they saw a familiar small sailing ship moving beneath them. Merry. Luffy shouted loudly. His face lit up with joy. Their comrade had come. Their most precious comrade. Yash. Jump down. With a loud cheer, Luffy leaped toward their invaluable ship, the Going Merry. The others hesitated no longer. Following Luffy, they jumped down. Merry arrived just in time. It caught them all safely. Wasting no time, they immediately steered the ship in the direction they had come from. At this speed, even if the Marines arrived, they shouldn't be able to catch up. The Marines were also coming from the Gate of Justice. But they were heading in the opposite direction. Before long, they saw the massive gate they had entered through. Soon, they reached the entrance. The gate was still left open after being smashed by the sea train. As long as they passed through it, they would be completely safe. But they still had one crucial comrade. The one who was fighting so they could go even further. Everyone stood at the stern of the ship. They looked anxiously toward the perilous Eni's lobby. Chopper's eyes were filled with worry. He looked at Robin, who was also filled with helplessness, guilt, and concern. He asked in a troubled voice, "Robin, do you think Big Bro will really come back?" Chopper's words made everyone's faces darken. Yeah. Could Ver really make it? How could he possibly escape? Just facing Aokiji alone had left them completely helpless. If it weren't for Ver's special means, there was no way he could have escaped Aokiji's grasp. But now, 2 admiral candidates, an admiral, and even 5 vice admirals. It was a lineup designed to crush all hope. They couldn't think of a single way Ver could escape. Luffy, I want to go back. For Big Bro. Chopper's voice was trembling as he spoke. His expression carried an indescribable emotion. The moment he said those words, he had already resolved to risk his life. If he took 20 rumble balls, he could barely hold his own against Momouzagi for a while. But Ver had since limited him to 10 per battle. With just 10, he might only be able to stall a vice admiral. But even so, as long as he could fight alongside Big Bro, even if he died, he would be happy.